Cough, cough. Where am I? I gasped, jolted awake. A truck had flattened me, hadn't it? Then boom asterisk. My head exploded with pain, flooding me with memories Wutong City, Xianling continent. I'd crossed over, resurrected in some poor soul's body. That viper, Shangwan Yuer, had stolen his blood, and was sending me to be eaten by beasts. So, I'm being carried to my death? Panic seized me. Then, ding! Soul and body integration complete. One key training system binding initiated. A panel appeared. A system asterisk? I activated the one-click cultivation and boom asterisk. Power surged through me. I was a low-level warrior. I crushed Fan Man, the guy carrying me, like a bug. He was a pawn of Shangwan Yuer. I'll make her suffer. I roared, escaping into the forest. My cultivation speed? Insane. I'd reached intermediate warrior in hours. This is my revenge, my rise. Cough, cough. Where am I? I gasped, jolted awake from the inky blackness. Hadn't I been hit by a car? Truck ran me over. Am I even alive? My body felt like phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme, carried by a man in an ancient robe. The sudden movement made my saliva drip. Then, boom asterisk. My head exploded. A searing pain ripped through me, followed by a flood of memories. What? I stammered. Wutong City. Xianling continent? This wasn't Earth. This was a breathtaking fantasy world, where strength reigned supreme. I'd crossed over. Taken over the body of some unfortunate soul, resurrected. The jumble of memories left me speechless, my heart a maelstrom of confusion. Then, the man in the robe sneered. Awake, are you? Good. Miss Yuer wants you to be eaten alive by beasts. Dying would be boring, you see. I understood his words thanks to those blasted memories. My blood ran cold. Terror seized me. Through those fragmented memories, the truth became horrifyingly clear. This poor guy, he possessed a special bloodline, Jingyue, unknowingly attracting the covetous gaze of Shangwan Yuer. That viper. She pretended to care, gaining his trust, all to steal his blood. She even used her body to seal the deal, harboring a deep-seated resentment. After succeeding, she'd coldly decided to kill him, sending this Fan Man to toss me to the beasts. The poor soul had died of terror, and I had taken his place. So, I'm being carried to be eaten. I cried, my panic rising. I just crossed over and I'm about to die. How unfair. Beasts here were far more terrifying than anything on Earth. Dying to a ferocious beast, the most gruesome end imaginable. The will to survive kicked in, fueling my desperate search for escape. But soon, despair settled in. This body was weak from the blood transfer. Escape was a fantasy. I'm so stupid. I groaned, why am I so unlucky? I can't even survive a day after crossing over? I felt like my time-traveling journey was a death sentence. My God. Am I going to die a horrible death? My mouth felt like sandpaper. My eyes burned with despair. I refused to accept this. Then, ding! Soul and body integration complete. One key training system binding initiated. A pleasant voice announced, a transparent panel unfolding before my eyes, a light blue progress bar surging. What? A system asterisk? I knew what this meant. From countless novels, I knew a system could propel even a pig to greatness. Ha ha. I burst out laughing. I actually have a system. I have hope. Why are you laughing? Fan Man scoffed, stared stupid, are you? A cold glint ignited in my eyes, and I stared at the panel. I quickly processed crucial information gleaned from this poor fellow's memories. In this world, warriors cultivated through spiritual energy, constantly ascending through the ranks: warrior apprentice, warrior master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial respect, and beyond. Each realm was subdivided into 4 levels. Even low-level warriors were 10 times stronger than ordinary humans. Thankfully, Fan Man was merely a stronger than average person. That was good news. As long as I reached low-level warrior status, I could kill him. But without any training, I was in dire straits. My only hope lay in this system. The panel reached 100%. Ding. 1 key training system bound. Excitement surged through me. System, show me your functions, I urged, ready to fight back. This is a 1-key cultivation system, the system announced. Functions can be unlocked using system currency. You can unlock the basic 1-key cultivation function using 1 gold coin. Multiple functions? A gold coin? This is amazing. I excitedly activated the 1-click cultivation function. Shangguan Yuer had spared no expense to gain the unlucky guy's trust. He still had 5 gold coins on him. Ding! 1 gold coin used to unlock 1-click training. Level 1, double base training speed. Then came a torrent of announcements. Cultivation base pool opened, power method gift package, first unlock gift package. Congratulations! You have obtained the best qualification. Taishan Wushiju Volume 1 foot loaded into 1-key training. Unlimited storage, language proficiency, and fund deposit and withdrawal functions unlocked. My body felt like it was tearing apart, but it ended quickly. Then, a white space appeared in my mind. I closed my eyes to see a light blue pool, and a miniature version of myself, in white robes, sat cross-legged, holding a golden book. The 1-key cultivation function was simple, activated, and my miniature self would automatically cultivate, absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into cultivation points, to raise my realm. Incredible! I whispered. I roared silently, system, forget the rest, activate the 1-key cultivation function, now. Ding! 1-click training function activated, the system announced. Instantly, in my white space cultivation pool, the little white-robed me started practicing the Taishan Wusher Ju Volume 1 boom. An invisible suction emanated from me, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy. It flowed into my white space, transformed into cultivation points by my miniature self. Golden light spots, like fireflies, settled at the pool's bottom. A full pool meant a breakthrough. Wow, this is fast. I marveled. The pool's already half full. Ecstasy flooded me. Soon, I'd enter the warrior realm. Then, warm currents surged through my body, drawn to the flowing spiritual energy. They were rapidly absorbed, transforming into cultivation points, filling the pool more than halfway. The elixir. I gasped, remembering their source, the elixir the unlucky guy had pilfered as a boy from Bayatang. Bayatang, a ruthless monopolist of the medicine market in Wutong City, had been the source of this guy's misery. They'd even leaked information about his Jinghua Qinglian bloodline to Shangguan Yuer. His feud with them was as deep as with Shangguan Yuer. Don't worry, I vowed, I'll avenge you tenfold. Then, Fan Man's voice cut through the air, Red Leaf Valley. I'll watch you get devoured by bloodthirsty locusts. Bloodthirsty locusts were low-level beasts, but their numbers were their weapon. A gruesome death indeed. Almost there, I mused, a smile playing on my lips. We still had distance to cover. That time would be enough for my breakthrough. But then, something unexpected happened. Fan Man sneered, I'm so angry at you taking advantage of my young lady, I'll torture you myself. With that, plop he threw me to the ground. What? I raged inwardly. This isn't how it was supposed to go. My cultivation points were in the pool, I was powerless, still weakened from the blood extraction. I couldn't fight him. I need to stall, I realized, shouting, stop. Why are you laughing? I have a deal. Lots of elixir. Elixir? He laughed. You think you can hide them? I know you too well. Enjoy your last moments. His claw raked across my arm, a sharp pain lancing through me. Hold on, you haven't eaten yet, I retorted sarcastically. You dare? He squeezed my arm, dislocating it. Agony shot through me. Ah! I screamed. This was part of my plan, to anger him, then make him feel good. It would buy me time. Fan Man was unconsciously falling for it. Under his torment, bruises bloomed, but my vital points were safe. Then, ding! Cultivation pool full, initiate breakthrough? Yes. I ordered. The cultivation points vanished, surging into my body, opening a meridian. My body rapidly healed, the pain from Fan Man's assault lessened. Asterisk boo. Asterisk a surge of power filled me. I was no longer ordinary, I was a low-level warrior. Unprecedented strength surged through me. This is it, the power of a warrior. I breathed, my body transformed. My pent-up fury erupted. Fan Man, you're dead. I roared, breaking free from his grasp. What? He was surprised, then sneered, escape? Dream on. He couldn't sense the aura change in me. Escape? I'm going to kill you. I slapped him hard across the face. He staggered back, shocked. Before he could react, I unleashed a flurry of attacks. Bones cracked, fists thudded against his body. He flew backwards, screaming in pain. This is for you, I snarled, kicking him again and again. He cried out in terror, begging for mercy. Fan Man was a whimpering heap, begging for mercy. Forgive you? I sneered, you'd torture me to death. And now, it's your turn. My eyes burned. I raised my foot and slammed it down on his face. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a sickening thud echoed. Ah! Stop, he screamed. I'm a servant of the Shangwan family, chosen by Miss Yor. Kill me, and you'll pay. Shangwan family? Shangwan Yor? I laughed, the bitch who stole my blood. I'll make her suffer far worse than you. This is just interest. I grabbed a rock and smashed it onto his foot. Asterisk click. Asterisk a bone-shattering sound. He screamed again, his body convulsing. I lifted the rock and brought it crashing down on his knee. Another scream, louder this time, tears and snot streaming down his face. I'll kill you. I roared, lifting an even larger stone. He was paralyzed with pain, eyes pleading. Want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme? Dream on. You are going to feed me to locusts, this is your reward. I smiled coldly. But I didn't kill him yet. I needed his money crucial for upgrading the system. You want money? I still have some. He croaked, trying to bribe me. Think I'm stupid? I scoffed, grabbed his hair, and dragged him towards Red Leaf Valley. The valley reeked, broken bones littered the ground. Giant, blood-red locusts clung to the red plants, sensing fresh blood. No! No! Fan Man turned white as a sheet, soiling himself with fear. Regret twisted his face. Enjoy this, I spat, flinging him into the valley. Locusts swarmed him, his screams piercing the air. Shangwan Yuer's people are likely waiting back in Wutong City, I thought, my gaze sharp. Time to leave. From the unlucky guy's memories, Shangwan Yuer's family was powerful, with many strong warriors surrounding her. Fan Man was just a tool because I was an easy target. She had warriors as bodyguards, a powerful guard, and a mysterious old man who oversaw the blood transfer. And there was also Biatang, another enemy. I couldn't fight them. My only option was to hide, to survive and grow stronger. Leaving Wutong City was too risky, most people stayed their entire lives. I can't leave the city, it's a death trap. I'll hide in the forest. I knew a hidden cave, perfect for hiding. I took off. Fan Man's money bag yielded 16 gold coins. Enough for another system upgrade. System, upgrade the one key training function. Ding. 10 gold coins used, upgraded to level 2, for X-base training speed. A stronger suction drew in spiritual energy. The cultivation speed doubled. My miniature self worked twice as fast, the cultivation pool rapidly filling. Awesome, I grinned. I stashed the remaining 10 gold coins, then checked the system's new branch functions, unlimited storage and language proficiency. The unlimited storage space could hold anything I could control. The language proficiency granted instant understanding of any language. Unlimited storage. Perfect for business, I thought, elated. And I can understand any language. No wonder I understood them so easily. With renewed hope, I vanished into the woods. Time passed. In Wutong City, in a luxurious mansion. Fan Man hasn't returned, a muscular man in black leather armor growled. How long does it take to kill a nobody? His two henchmen cowered. Brother Kai, he's still out there. He's weak, one smirked, tearing that Su Feng apart will take time. Humph, the man snorted. If that kid delays the lady, he'll pay, Kai Dang, the burly man, spat, slamming his sword on the stone table. Then, a shout, Kai Dang, Miss is awake, she wants to see you. The coldness vanished from his face, replaced by fawning subservience. The speed of the transformation was remarkable. He scurried into a room. Two armed women stood guard, an old man in blue, Miao, sipped tea, and a young woman, Shangwan Yuer, lay on a bed, pale despite her striking beauty and figure. Greetings, miss. Greetings, Senior Miao. Kai Dang groveled. Miao ignored him. Where's that trash, Su Feng? Is he dead? Did he feed the beasts as I ordered? Yuer's voice dripped with a chilling blend of anger and humiliation. I knew her game. To get the unlucky guy's Jinghua Qinglian blood, she'd feigned injury, pretended to be rescued by him, faked affection, and orchestrated a fake engagement. She'd faked a relapse, needing his blood. She'd played the part perfectly, even going to lengths I wouldn't have imagined, just to gain his trust. And then, before the blood transfer, she tried to kill him. Now, she craved news of his death to ease her own conscience. Miss, Kai Dang stammered, Fan Man hasn't returned, he's still working. So long to kill a nobody, she scoffed. But good. Torturing him was necessary. Her initial worry that I might still be alive was replaced by a surge of hateful energy. Only extreme torture would satisfy her. Miss, rest assured, Kai Dang assured her, Su Feng's under Fan Man's control, he'll suffer. Miao cleared his throat. Miss Shangwan, you've absorbed the Jinghua Qinglian blood, we need to leave. So soon, she asked, suddenly nervous. Jinghua Qinglian was a superior bloodline, a key to changing her fate. Miao nodded. The aura here is weak. Feiyun City is much better. Very well. Kai Dang, you three wait for Fan Man. You'll travel to Baifoam City with the City Lord's party, you were instructed, then turn to her guards. Prepare the carriage. A luxurious carriage, made of rare spiritual wood, arrived. The horses were extraordinary blood-treading white horses, snow-white with crimson hooves and horns, sharp red teeth. Their speed and combat prowess were obvious. Yuer and Miao climbed inside, they departed at high speed, leaving Wutong City behind. Meanwhile, deep in the forest few. I exhaled, that was some extreme sport, I said to myself. I was in the cave, hidden on a cliff, reaching it via a treacherous mine descent. The unlucky guy had used this cave before. He had to meet his quotas gathering herbs or face brutal punishment from Bayatang. They didn't kill him, they needed his continued labor. The memories of his suffering made me sick. They were so cruel. And they stole my blood too. I'll avenge him. I'll destroy Bayatang. My fists clenched. The cave was small, but dry and clean. The only problem was the lack of food and water. I'm starving, I muttered, settling down. I opened my eyes. In my white space, my miniature self was diligently cultivating. The pool was almost full again. It's only been an hour. I was astounded. The unlucky guy's memory showed that Tian Jing, a top-tier talent with ample elixir, took 10 days to go from low-level to intermediate warrior. I'd nearly done it in an hour. That's 240 times faster. 240 times faster than a genius with top-tier talent and resources. I gaped. My basic cultivation speed was 60 times faster than someone with top-grade aptitude. This was incredible. First, my aptitude had been upgraded to something beyond top grade, the system's enhancements magnified it. At this rate, I could reach levels beyond my comprehension. Ding! Cultivation pool full. Initiate breakthrough? Right, I said, system, let's break through to intermediate warrior level. Ding! Breakthrough! The golden light flooded my body, opening more meridians. Low-level warriors open 1 to 3 meridians, intermediate warriors, 4 to 6. I was ready to move to the next stage. The ideal path was to open the 5 central meridians first, then the 4 limbs. A surge of cultivation points coalesced, and in a flash, my lung, spleen, and liver meridians opened with explosive force. Another wave of power surged through me. I'd broken through to intermediate warrior. Spiritual energy strengthened my body, making me 4 or 5 times stronger than before. Asterisk boom. Asterisk I threw a punch, a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme accompanying it, cracking the stone wall. Intermediate warrior strength is this potent, I mused, what about higher levels? They say those at the highest levels can fly, move mountains, and even manipulate the stars. I want that power. A surge of ambition welled within me. But I wasn't foolish. I wouldn't think myself invincible. The best course is more cultivation. I licked my lips, my gaze fixed on the cultivation pool. My cultivation was different. Other warriors meditate, sensing, absorbing, and storing spiritual energy. I just sit and wait. Others spend time eating, studying techniques, socializing, and doing chores. They might train 7 or 8 hours a day. But I have the one key cultivation function, it runs continuously unless I turn it off. Spiritual energy flows in effortlessly. Other warriors would likely envy me to the point of madness. Time flew. Evening approached. Grumble. My stomach rumbled loudly. Starving. I groaned, clutching my belly. Low-level warriors need substantial food. I couldn't hold on any longer. I need to eat, I decided, grabbing my vine and leaving the cave. I ascended the cliff, using the vine in my memory to find my way. I found a stream, drinking deeply. Back in Wutong City, in that luxurious mansion bang. Fan man still not back? Kai Deng roared, smashing a cup. He's useless. He stormed out. Brother Kai, calm down, Chai Ji soothed, he's not worth your time, let us handle it. Yes, Brother Kai, Ding Jiang added. Humph. Get going. Kai Deng snapped. They sped towards Red Leaf Valley. As warriors, they were much faster than Fan Man. They found him a horribly mangled corpse, devoured by locusts. Cough cough. I fork, where am I now? Didn't I get hit by a big car? A heavy truck ran over me, am I still alive? Su Feng coughed violently twice, and immediately woke up from the darkness. It turned out that my body was almost unconscious, and was being carried away by a man in an ancient cloth robe. I was so jolted that my saliva dripped out. Suddenly. Boom! Su Feng suddenly felt a shock in his brain, as if it had exploded. Severe pain swept along with a large number of memory fragments. What? The Wutong City in Xianling continent? This is not the Earth? It's an incomparably gorgeous fantasy world where the strong are respected? I crossed over? Occupied the body of this dead hapless bastard with the same name, resurrected. Su Feng was dumbfounded by the various memory fragments in his mind, and a storm rose in his heart. And right now. Yo! Wake up! This is so good. Miss Ewer specifically asked you to be bitten and eaten alive by fierce beasts. It would be boring if you died. The man in the cloth robe noticed Su Feng's strangeness, and said a few words with a sneer. What? Let me be eaten alive by the beast. Sufong understood the words of the cloth-robed man because of the memory fragments, and suddenly his hair was terrified and his whole body became cold. At the same time, he also saw more pictures through memory fragments, and learned the cause and effect. It turned out that the unlucky guy had a special bloodline called Jinyuechinglian and didn't know it, but others found out about it first. Therefore, it attracted the coveted eyes of others, that is, Miss Yuer in the mouth of the man in the cloth robe. Miss Yuer's full name is Shangwan Yuer. Through her hypocritical performances, she gained the trust of the unlucky man, and designed to transfer the blood of the unlucky man to her. And in order to cheat the unlucky man's trust, Shangwan Yuer almost agreed with her body and paid a huge price, so she harbored hatred in her heart. After succeeding, Shangwan Yuer turned his face instantly, and felt puzzled to kill the unlucky guy directly. So he sent a cloth-robed man named Fan Man to take the unlucky guy to the forest outside the city to feed the beast. The unlucky guy, who was already weak, was filled with grief and panic, and died suddenly in the end, and was occupied by Sufong, who had traveled over. So, I'm being carried to feed the beast now. Wow, why don't you be so ruthless? I've only traveled here in less than a minute. Sufong completely recognized his situation, and immediately fell into a big trough, feeling panicked. Fierce beast, it is more ferocious than any beast on earth, and dying in the mouth of a ferocious beast is definitely one of the most terrifying ways to die. Dominated by the desire to survive, Sufong immediately began to think about ways to escape. But soon he was a little desperate. Because this body temporarily lost consciousness due to the transfer of blood. In such a state, wanting to escape is simply a dream. I'm so stupid. Why are you so unlucky? After time traveling, I can't survive a day, so I have to die again for this hapless bastard. Sufong felt that he was bound to die, and his heart was so cold that he wished that there was no such thing as time travel. My God! Could it be? Do I really want to die miserably in the mouth of the beast? Sufeng's tongue was dry, and his eyes showed sorrow. I'm not reconciled at this time. Ding! It has been detected that the target's soul and body have been perfectly integrated, and the one-key training system has started to bind. 1%. 12%. 56%. Accompanied by a pleasant voice, a transparent panel appeared in front of Sufeng's eyes, with a light blue progress bar advancing rapidly on it. What? System. Sufong was instantly stunned and dumbfounded. He has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme many novels, so of course he knows what the system means. Once you get the system, even a pig can fly against the sky, climb to the pinnacle of life, and beat the whole world. The author says, old author's new book, quality assurance, begging for collection, Amway. Ha ha. I actually have a system, and I have hope. Sufong looked at the crazy progress bar, and laughed out loud when he didn't pay attention. Why are you laughing? Fan Man sneered again and again. You can still laugh when you are about to die. Are you scared, stupid? A cold light flashed in Sufeng's eyes, and he stared at the transparent panel in front of him. During this process, he was not idle, and quickly processed the urgently needed information. In this fantasy world, warriors absorb spiritual energy to practice, strengthen themselves, and constantly improve their realm. The realms range from low-level to high-level, namely warrior apprentice, warrior, warrior master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial respect, and higher realms. The higher the realm, the stronger the warrior's ability. Not only can he fly into the sky, escape from the ground, overturn mountains and rivers, even destroy the world, he can even catch the stars and catch the moon. And each big realm is divided into 4 small realms. For example, the realm of warriors, from low to high, is low-level, intermediate, high-level, and peak. And even low-level warriors who have just stepped into the road of cultivation are more than 10 times stronger than ordinary people. Fortunately, I learned from the memory of the unlucky guy. The man named Fan Man under him is just a better ordinary person. This is a good news. That is to say, as long as I have the strength of a low-level warrior, I can 100% kill this Fan Man. But according to the memory of the unlucky guy, it is not easy for ordinary people to enter the realm of warriors. Now I'm not only deprived of my blood, I'm extremely weak, and I haven't practiced any exercises at all. I'm in a desperate situation. At this moment, the only hope is the system, don't let me down. Su Feng took a deep breath, pinning all his hopes on the system that was being unlocked. At this time, the progress bar on the transparent panel finally reaches 100%. Ding! The one-key training system has been bound. The cold and emotional voice appeared again, but Su Feng was very excited when he heard it. One-button training system, the name sounds amazing. Su Feng shouted excitedly in his heart. System, quickly introduce the system's functions, I'm waiting to fight back. Ding! This system is a one-key cultivation system, which has a series of functions related to cultivation. After the host obtains the function unlock permission, he can consume the system-approved currency to unlock the system function. Currently, the host has the unlocking authority for one-key cultivation of basic functions, which can be unlocked by consuming one gold coin. What the hell? A collection of functions? Instead of a single function? Oh my god, this is definitely the most awesome system I've ever seen. And the function can be unlocked by consuming gold coins, which is really down to earth. System, hurry up, unlock the one-key training function for me. Su Feng was so excited that tears were about to burst out. One-click cultivation function, just listening to it, it's amazing. As for the gold coins that need to be consumed to activate the function, Shangguan Yuer has an extraordinary background and is not short of money at all. If she wants to cheat the trust of the unlucky guy, she must pay for it. Although the unlucky guy was embarrassed to ask for money, he still had 5 gold coins on him. 5 gold coins is a drizzle to Shangguan Yuer, but it is not a lot to ordinary people. Ding! Consume 1 gold coin to unlock the one-click training function, currently at level 1, and the training speed is twice the base speed. Ding! The cultivation base pool has been opened, the function description has been issued, the power method gift package has been issued, and the first unlocking gift package has been issued. Congratulations on obtaining the best qualification. Congratulations, you have obtained the major exercise Taishian Wushiju volume, which has been automatically loaded into the one-key training function. Congratulations, you have obtained the branch functions unlimited storage space, language proficiency, and fund deposit and withdrawal transformation. After a series of system prompts, Su Feng felt dizzy for a while. Every cell in the body felt a violent tearing sensation. Fortunately, everything was over in an instant, and Su Feng didn't have time to scream out. Immediately afterwards, a boundless white space appeared in my mind out of thin air, and I could see it when I closed my eyes. Su Feng closed his eyes. White space suddenly appeared in the field of vision. I saw a small light blue pool right in the middle of the white space. At the bottom of the cultivation base pool, sitting cross-legged was a small man in white robe who looked exactly like Su Feng, holding a golden booklet in his hand. Through the function description information issued by the system, Su Feng has a thorough understanding of this function. First of all, the one-key practice function can be turned on and off at will. Once the one-button automatic cultivation function is activated, the villain in white robes in the cultivation base pool will automatically perform exercises and absorb the aura of heaven and earth. As long as the function is not turned off, the villain can keep running the exercises like a perpetual motion machine. The absorbed spiritual energy will be converted into cultivation points and stored in the light blue pool called cultivation pool. And the cultivation base points are used to raise the realm level. Sleeping noise. Awesome! Su Feng shouted wildly in his heart, ignore the other things first, the system, quickly activate the one-key cultivation function for me. Ding! The one-click training function is activated. Following the system prompt, the voice fell. In the pool of Su Feng's white space cultivation base, the little man in white robe immediately started to run Taishian Wusher Ju volume, Boom! A strange invisible suction emanated from Su Feng. Existing in the air, the invisible aura is quickly attracted. They entered the white space through Su Feng's body, and were transformed into cultivation points by the villain in white robe. The cultivation points appear as golden light spots in the cultivation pool, like golden fireflies fluttering and sinking to the bottom of the pool. When the cultivation pool is filled with cultivation points, it means that it is enough to break through to the next level. Wow, this speed is so fast. In just a short time, the bottom of the cultivation pool was covered with gold. When Su Feng was shocked, he was also ecstatic. If this goes on, he will soon be able to enter the martial arts realm. Sudden. As if attracted by the spiritual power flowing through the veins, warm currents emerged in Su Feng's body. This warm current was consumed rapidly, and it turned into a cultivation point. Immediately, the cultivation base pool was filled by more than half. This is the power of the elixir. It's the elixir that the unlucky guy stole when he was a boy collecting herbs in Biatang. When Su Feng was pleasantly surprised, he also remembered the origin of these warm currents and the Biatang, which accounted for most of the unlucky man's life experience. Biatang has almost monopolized most of the medicine and elixir market in Wutong City. It has a huge influence and is very black-hearted. The unlucky guy has suffered enough in Biatang. Moreover, most of the news about the bloodline of Jingyue Qinglian was leaked to Shangguan Yuer by people from Biatang. In short, the unlucky man's enmity with Biatang is definitely no less than his enmity with Shangguan Yuer. Unlucky bastard, don't worry. Since I occupy your body now, I will avenge your revenge for you. When I overcome the difficulties and succeed in cultivation, I will return you 10 times and 100 times the pain you have suffered. Su Feng took a deep breath and silently made a decision in his heart. At this time, finally saw the Red Leaf Valley. I want to watch you being eaten slowly by bloodthirsty locusts. Fan Man's cruel sneer came again, and he quickened his pace. Bloodthirsty locusts are a low-level beast, but they gather in groups and win by numbers. They like to swarm up and eat their prey alive. To die in the mouth of a bloodthirsty locust can be called a horrible punishment of being hacked into pieces and bones pulled out. Okay? Is it almost there? Su Feng was startled, looked sideways, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the Red Leaf Valley can already be seen, it is still far away, and it will take a while at Fan Man's speed. And this period of time is enough for Su Feng to break through to the realm of low-level warriors. However, something unexpected happened. You little bastard took so much advantage from my young lady. I just fed you to the bloodthirsty locusts, I feel so pissed off. Fan Man suddenly sneered and said, I decided to torture you myself, just to relieve my anger. Finish talking. Plop. Fan Man threw Su Feng directly on the ground. What? Why don't you play cards according to common sense? We agreed to go to the Red Leaf Valley to make trouble again. Su Feng was thrown to the ground, and 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past in his heart. Although he is accumulating cultivation base points now, all those auras are in the cultivation base pool. There is no trace of aura in Su Feng's body now, and even the sequelae of the blood being drawn are still there. In such a state, it is impossible to be Fan Man's opponent. No. I have to delay. Su Feng thought about it, and immediately shouted, Stop, I have a lot of elixir, let's make a deal. Ha ha. Can you hide the elixir? After getting along with you for the past few months, I don't know how much you weigh like a bastard. You want to lie to me? You really want to die. Enjoy the pain and despair before dying. Fan Man's face was ferocious, his eyes were vicious, his hands were bent into claws, and he grabbed it hard. This claw actually caused Su Feng, who had no sense of body, to feel a sharp pain. Damn, IQ is not low. Su Feng gasped in pain, sweated all over, and then sarcastically said, Hold on, Fan Man, you bastard, haven't you eaten yet? How dare you speak hard when you are about to die? I'll let you see now, have I eaten or not? Fan Man sneered again and again, and squeezed Su Feng's little arm so hard that he dislocated it. Severe pain came. Ah! Su Feng let out a miserable scream, and felt that the bones and flesh and blood were about to be torn apart. Ha 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 ha! Fan Man was very happy, and decided in his heart that he must take his time and not easily kill Su Feng. But he didn't know that he had fallen into Su Feng's psychological tactics. First laugh at Fan Man wantonly and make him angry. Then scream to him, and he will be happy in his heart. In this way, Fan Man will not easily kill him. At this time, Fan Man has been tricked unconsciously, and Su Feng can delay a lot of time. Of course. Su Feng also has to pay some price for this. Under Fan Man's torment, he was gradually covered with bruises, but fortunately, his vital parts were still intact. Finally, at a certain moment. Ding! The cultivation pool is full, do you want to break through? But in the white space, the small light blue pool has been filled with golden light spots like fireflies. Ha ha ha! It's finally possible to break through, great! Su Feng was ecstatic in his heart, and immediately issued an order, "System, hurry up. Give me a breakthrough." Ding! Breakthrough! The cultivation points and the cultivation pool immediately disappeared out of thin air and appeared in Su Feng's body. They condensed into one strand, and penetrated into the heart of one of the 9 veins like a dragon. Immediately, the momentum was like a broken bamboo, and the closed heart was quickly opened up. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, Su Feng's body quickly recovered his ability to move. Even the physical wounds caused by Fan Man have healed a lot by the way. Next up. Boo! A slight strange fluctuation came from Su Feng's body, and he broke through. At this time, he is no longer an ordinary person, but a low-level warrior who has stepped into the ranks of warriors. Su Feng felt an unprecedented powerful force flooding his whole body, as if he could kill an elephant with one punch. Hiss! This is the power of aura, this is the power of warriors. Su Feng felt that his body was completely different from that before the breakthrough, and he was pleasantly surprised and excited. At the same time, the anger accumulated during the period from waking up to being severely tortured by Fan Man also erupted like a volcanic explosion. Fan Man, dog bastard! Tormenting me for so long, you are dead! Su Feng roared angrily, grabbed both hands and legs at the same time, and immediately escaped from Fan Man's claws. What's the situation? It's incredible that you still have the strength to struggle. Fan Man was surprised, and then sneered, unfortunately, everything is in vain, trying to escape, dreaming. Those below the level of warriors are very slow in sensing aura, and they have to meditate in order to sense it. Therefore, as an ordinary person, Fan Man did not notice any changes in Su Feng from the beginning to the end. Escape! I said, I'm going to kill you. With hatred on his face, Su Feng slapped Fan Man's ugly face and shouted fiercely. Snapped! Fan Man only felt a shadow flash by, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Immediately following the loud slap, his face was instantly deformed by the slap, and he staggered back 5 or 6 meters. Ah, it hurts. How can that be? He is clearly an ordinary person, and he has just been drawn out of his blood. How could he have such a fast speed and such a powerful force? Could it be that he practiced some kind of desperate low-level martial arts? Fan Man covered his distorted, numb face with pain, both shocked and angry in his heart. Even if he broke his head, Su Feng just took 1 minute to transform from an ordinary person into a martial artist. And just when Fan Man was stunned. Isn't it very cruel just now? Torture me? Ah! Su Feng kicked hard, rushed out like a leopard, and swung his fist fiercely. Too arrogant. I also have low-level martial arts. I was attacked by you before, but this time. Fan Man's face was full of ferocity, and his hands were clawed at Su Feng, but the words in his mouth stopped abruptly the next moment. Crack, bang. The sound of bone cracking and the sound of heavy fists hitting the chest and abdomen resounded all around one after another. Followed by. Fan Man flew out sideways and fell to the ground with a thud. Ah-ha! Fan Man let out an incomparably shrill scream, even a long trill. But he saw that his arms were broken alive by Su Feng. The cut was covered with stubble of muscles and bones, and blood burst out, staining half of his body red. What's it called? You tortured me, I haven't finished yet. Su Feng roared angrily, stepped forward, and kicked Fan Man's vitals. Boom! A kick with huge strength directly kicked Fan Man 5 or 6 meters away. Ah! My lifeblood! No! Don't fight anymore, please forgive me. Fan Man curled up, with his legs between his crotch, and kept wailing and begging for mercy. Forgive you. If it were you, would you spare me? You will torture me to death bit by bit. And this is what I'm about to do to you. Don't blame me for being cruel, you asked for it. Su Feng's eyes were red, he raised his right foot and stepped on Fan Man's face. Boom! There was a terrifying muffled sound, and it was doubtful whether Fan Man's head would explode instantly like a watermelon. Ah! Stop! I am a servant of Shangwan's family, a servant chosen by Miss Yor. If you really kill me, you will not be able to survive, nor will you be able to die. When Fan Man howled in pain, he brought up the background of Shangwan's house again, hoping to scare Su Feng. Ha ha! Shangwan's family? Shangwan Yor? That bitch who took my blood. I will make her suffer 10,000 times more than you. Torturing you bastard is just a little interest I charge. Su Feng gritted his teeth, lifted a big rock from the ground and smashed it hard on Fan Man's feet. Click, what? Fan Man screamed like a pig, my feet. His whole body twitched wildly in pain, bouncing on the ground like a crayfish whose head had just been decapitated. Do you think this is over? No. Su Feng roared fiercely, and lifted up the big rock again and smashed it on Fan Man's knee. Suddenly, there was another tooth-piercing bone-cracking sound. Wow ah ah! Fan Man screamed crazily, trembling all over, with tears and snot all over his face, disgustingly disgusting. I'll kill you bastard. Su Feng picked up a bigger stone and smashed it down again. Fan Man, who was hit by the hit, was severely paralyzed and completely lost the power to resist. He could only beg Su Feng not to kill him with painful and pleading eyes. You still want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Dreaming! Aren't you going to feed me alive to bloodthirsty locusts? This miserable end is yours. Su Feng smiled coldly, but did not take action immediately. Instead, he searched all of Fan Man's belongings first. He needs money to upgrade the system functions, which is an extremely important thing. You want money? I still have it, as long as you let me go. Seeing that Su Feng was searching for money from him, Fan Man immediately begged for mercy, trying to buy his life with money. You think I'm stupid? Su Feng smiled disdainfully, grabbed Fan Man's hair, and dragged him towards the Red Leaf Valley. Soon, a small valley full of red trees appeared in front of my eyes, with a strong smell and many broken bones inside. If you have sharp eyes, you can still see huge blood-red locusts attached to those red plants. These locusts seem to have smelled the fresh smell of blood and started to move around. No, do not want. Fan Man looked at Hongya Valley, his expression turned pale, and he was so scared that he peed all over the floor. He was full of regrets, regretting that he provoked Su Feng, and regretting that he hadn't killed Su Feng earlier. However, it was too late. It's disgusting, let me go in you. Hey ba! Su Feng spat bitterly, and threw Fan Man into the valley. The moment Fan Man was thrown into the valley, countless bloodthirsty locusts soared into the sky, completely surrounding Fan Man. Ah-ha! The shrill screams echoed in the valley, making one's hair stand on end. The people from Shangwan's family should still be waiting for this guy in Wutong City. Su Feng glanced at Hongya Valley, his eyes sparkled. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, I have to get out of here. According to the memory fragments left by the unlucky egg, the Shangwan family where Shangwan Yor lives is a powerful force in a certain giant city. Therefore, there are many strong people around this vicious woman. Fan Man and the like were only brought here because the unlucky guy was an ordinary person, and it was easier to mingle and win trust. The other people around Shangwan Yor are all warriors. Two of the low-level warriors used to serve as bodyguards for the unlucky guy to ensure safety and also have the effect of gaining trust. There is also a guard with a knife who is very powerful, and the unlucky guy is not familiar with it. In addition, there is also an old man with white hair and a childlike face, who is in charge of the blood transfer, whose strength is completely unfathomable. Also, in Wutong City, there is also a local force called Biatang, which is also Su Feng's enemy. These people are simply not something the current Su Feng can fight against. Therefore, the only option at present is to escape and hibernate, to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and develop. But it was not realistic to leave Wutong City, because there were too many dangers on the way, which he could not handle. Most people in Wutong City can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here for the rest of their lives. I can't leave Wutong City for the time being. If I go back to the city, it will be tantamount to throwing myself into a trap. Su Feng sighed. It seems that the only option now is to hide in the forest. It happened that the unlucky guy used to collect herbs everywhere, and he was very familiar with the deep mountains and old forests around Wutong City. There is a cave on a cliff not far away. Although the place is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme, it is very hidden, and only he knows it. Su Feng decided to go there for a while. Taking a deep breath, he identified the direction and quickly left the scene. On the road, Su Feng took out the money bag he got from Fanman, open it and see that there are gold coins, silver coins and copper coins, which translates to a total of 16 gold coins. For ordinary people in Wutong City, this is money that they can't make in a year. I didn't expect there to be so many. Including what's left on me, I have 20 gold coins. Su Feng was very pleasantly surprised. This is enough to upgrade the one-key cultivation function to another level. Without hesitation, Su Feng immediately issued an order to the system, hurry up, upgrade the one-key training function. Ding! Consume 10 gold coins, the one-click training function will be upgraded to level 2, and the current training speed is 4 times the basic training speed. Immediately, the strange suction on Su Feng's body surged. Originally, after he broke through to a low-level martial artist, his basic cultivation speed increased a little faster. At this time, it doubled again, and the speed of cultivation increased even more. I saw the surrounding spiritual energy rushing over like water in a whirlpool. Looking at the cultivation base pool in the white space, the speed of the little man in white robe doubled, and the accumulation speed of cultivation base points also doubled immediately. From the breakthrough just now to the present, another layer of golden cultivation points has been accumulated at the bottom of the cultivation pool. Cool. Su Feng licked his lips excitedly. If this goes on, I will soon break through to an intermediate warrior, Followed by, Su Feng stuffed the money bag containing the remaining 10 gold coins into his chest very preciously. There is no way, he is also wearing a wide-sleeved robe like an ancient costume, and it is always inconvenient without a purse. Hey, that's right. The system seems to have sent 3 branch functions. One of them is called Fund Deposit and Withdrawal Transformation, and you can deposit and withdraw funds. Su Feng touched his swollen chest, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he said in his heart, System, save my coins. Ding! The storage is complete, and the balance is 10 gold coins. In the white space, a line of small golden characters appeared above Zaiweichi unit, gold coins, balance, 10. Deposit, withdraw and use at any time, and there is no handling fee, so conscientious. Su Feng smiled happily, and then began to check the information about the functions of the other 2 branches. These 2 functions are unlimited storage space and language proficiency respectively. Just by looking at the name, you can see some famous halls. The former can store all kinds of dead objects indefinitely, including plant materials and some treasures containing vitality. The premise is that Su Feng can freely control these items with his own strength. The latter allows Su Feng to perfectly grasp all the languages and characters he hears and sees. Tisk. Infinite storage space. It can make a lot of money just for doing business. In addition, I can perfectly grasp all the languages and characters I hear and see. No wonder I just said the words of Xinling continent so slippery. And if I encounter other languages and characters in the future, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Su Feng was so happy in his heart, his face was full of happy smiles. And when he thought that there would be a series of system functions waiting for him to unlock in the future, he became even more excited. With full expectations, Su Feng disappeared into the grove with brisk steps. Time passed slowly. Wutong City. In a mansion with a low-key appearance and a luxurious interior. That dog slave fan man hasn't come back yet? Does it take such a long time to deal with a piece of waste? Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, a muscular man wearing black leather armor, with a big knife on his waist, frowned and asked. The two men standing beside him, one tall and one short, immediately showed flattering smiles when they heard the strong man's question. Brother Kai, it's true that Fan Man hasn't come back yet. The tall Ding Jiang bent slightly, with a flattering expression. Brother Kai. The short Chai Ji also jokingly said, that dog slave is not as capable as a single finger of yours, and it may take some time to tear that Su Feng's body into 10,000 pieces. Humph. If this kid delays the lady's schedule, I will not spare him. The strong man surnamed Kai slapped the sword on the stone table heavily, and snorted coldly. At this time, Kai Deng, Miss is awake, she wants to see you. A muffled cry came from the neighboring house, and the door opened immediately. Miss is awake? Great. The coldness on Kai Deng's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a thick flattery, and the quickness of his face change was astonishing. Immediately. He immediately took small steps and walked into the room respectfully. I saw a bed and a chair in the room. Standing at the door were two sturdy female guards wearing weapons and looking respectful. Sitting on the chair was an old man in a blue robe, with white hair and loose posture, holding tea in his hand. Half lying on the bed was a young girl with a pretty face, wearing a long red dress, with an exquisite figure but a pale complexion. Servant Kai Deng, please greet Miss. Please greet Senior Meow. Kai Deng kneeled respectfully at the door, as humble as a dog. The old man surnamed Meow didn't even look at Kai Deng, and drank his tea slowly. Where is Su Feng's trash? Is he dead? Did he feed the beast as I ordered? Shangguan Yuer looked down at Kai Deng condescendingly, with deep anger and shame hidden in her indifferent eyes. In order to let the unlucky guy voluntarily give the blood of Jingyue Qinglian to himself. She intentionally hurt herself, approached the unlucky guy who picked the medicine, pretended to be saved by him, pretended to have a crush, and pretended to make a private decision for life. Then he pretended that the old injury relapsed and needed blood to heal the wound, and pretended that the unlucky guy just happened to have the blood he needed. During this months-long career as an actor. Of course, Shangguan Yuer can't avoid you and me, and the two love each other with the unlucky guy. And the unlucky guy is an impatient guy who always likes to play tricks. In order to strengthen the unlucky man's trust in herself, she had to pay a lot of price. It can be said that everything that can be seen has been seen, and everything that can be touched. Anyway, it is only the last step. It was precisely because of this that Shangguan Yuer felt so resentful towards the hapless guy. Before the blood transfer is successful and you fall into a coma, you still don't forget to smash the unlucky egg into pieces. Wake up at this time, but also to know the news of the unlucky guy's death as soon as possible, so as to comfort my wounded heart. Report to Miss. Kai Deng replied cautiously, Fan Man hasn't come back yet, so he should still be working. Humph. It takes so long to clean up a trash? However, it's good to torture and kill that bastard, otherwise it would be too cheap for him. Shangguan Yuer was upset at first that Su Feng might not be dead yet. Immediately, the hatred in her heart surged up again, making her feel that only by inflicting the cruelest torture on Su Feng, making his life worse than death, can she vent her anger. Miss, please rest assured. Then Su Feng is under Fan Man's command, and he will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme but die. Kai Deng's tone gradually increased to show that he and Miss Shangguan shared the same hatred. At this time, Miss Shangguan. The old man surnamed Miao put down his teacup. You have initially merged with Jingyue Qinglian's bloodline, there is no delay, we have to set off. Ha? So fast? Then let's set off. Upon hearing that it was related to her blood, Shangguan Yuer suddenly became nervous. Jingyue Qinglian is a top-notch bloodline, and the key to changing her fate cannot be had at all. Ah. The aura in this ghost place is too thin. The old man surnamed Miao nodded. Back to Feiyun City, the environment alone will bring you great benefits. It is good. Kai Deng, the three of you stay here and wait for Fan Man. Soon there will be people from the city lord's mansion of Wutong City going to Baifeng City, you just drop in with them. Shangguan Yuer nodded, then looked at the two burly female guards. You two prepare the luggage carriage, let's go. Yes. Miss. Kai Deng and the two female guards immediately took orders and retreated respectfully. Soon. a large and luxurious carriage entered the yard. The body of the carriage is made of special spiritual wood, which is extremely tough. Even a small piece is still a treasure in this wutong city. The horse that pulls the cart is even more extraordinary. It is a kind of horse-spirit beast named blood-treading white horse. This kind of spirit beast is covered in snow white, but its 4 hooves are vermilion, its head is crowned with red horns, and its ears are like lotus petals. When it opened its mouth, it could still see 2 rows of fine red sharp teeth. It can be seen from this that the blood-riding white horse is not only fast, but also has a strong combat effectiveness. With the help of 2 female guards, Shangwan Yuer got into the carriage and lay down in the comfortable carriage. The old man surnamed Miao acted as the guardian, driving the carriage into a white phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and left Wutong City at high speed. At the same time, in the deep mountains and old forests outside Wutong City. Call. I didn't expect that I also completed an extreme sport. After standing still, Su Feng let out a long breath. He is now standing in the cave, and the entrance of the cave is a cliff shrouded in mist. Not bad. This cave is located on the cliff below the top of the cliff, hidden and steep. Su Feng still found a strong vine, and then climbed down cautiously. There was a lot of fear in the process. At this time, he had put away the vines and was sitting and resting in the hole. The unlucky guy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme spends the night in the barren mountains and old forests. After finding this cave, he uses it as a temporary residence. Because the boy who collects herbs has a task indicator, he must dig enough elixir before he can go back. Otherwise, they will suffer horrific physical punishment. And the people from Biatang will not kill the boy who collects herbs, because they will continue to exploit and squeeze these poor people. Su Feng would gasp when he recalled the unlucky life in Biatang where life was worse than death. It's so cruel. It's so black-hearted. And my blood was taken away, they also have a share. When I have strength, I must take revenge. I must uproot Biatang and completely eradicate it. Su Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, and cursed a few times before he began to look at the cave environment. This cave is not big, about 7 or 8 square meters. There is no problem with shelter from phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and rain, and there is plenty of light. The inside has been cleaned up by the unlucky ones, and it is dry and comfortable. The only drawback is that there is no water or food. I'll go, patronize, and run away, only to realize that I'm really hungry. There are wild fruit springs in the mountains and forests, you can make do with it, and go find something to eat when you can't bear it later. Su Feng found the cleanest place to sit cross-legged, closed his eyes, and a white space suddenly appeared. However, in the cultivation base pool, the miniature Su Feng was running exercises non-stop, and countless auras turned into cultivation base points and poured into the cultivation base pool. From the previous breakthrough to the present, the cultivation base pool is about to be full again. Hiss. Su Feng was shocked. It's only been about an hour since I ran away. He was very shocked. Because according to the memory of the unlucky guy, it took 10 days for Tianjing, the son of City Lord Wutong, to break through from a low-level warrior to an intermediate warrior. You must know that Tianjing is a genius with top-grade qualifications, and he also has a lot of elixir support. But now Su Feng only took about an hour to break through. This speed is almost 240 times faster than that of Tianjing. 240 times. My current cultivation speed is only 4 times the base speed. That is to say, my basic cultivation speed is 60 times faster than that of top-grade aptitude. Su Feng was stunned by his basic cultivation speed. This is too perverted, but he quickly figured out why this was the case. First of all, his aptitude has been upgraded to top-grade aptitude, which is much higher than top-grade aptitude. Coupled with the extraordinary skills presented by the system, the speed of basic cultivation is so fast. And such an awesome cultivation speed, not to mention Wuzun, I am afraid that breaking through to the unknown realm above Wuzun can be done. At this time. Ding! The cultivation pool is full, do you want to break through? Cough cough. Thinking too far, I'll talk about Wuzun's higher realms later. Eat one bite at a time, walk step by step, the system, first help me break through to the realm of intermediate martial arts. Su Feng coughed lightly, and chose to break through with excitement. Ding! Breakthrough! Before the system's voice fell, all those golden fluorescent lights in the cultivation pool suddenly appeared in Su Feng's body. This time the cultivation base is more. A small part of them poured into the already opened heart veins. Most of them enter into the lung and spleen channels, the second of the 9 channels. A total of 9 meridians need to be developed in the realm of martial arts, namely the 5 mansion meridians of the heart, liver, spleen, lung and kidney, and the quadruple meridians of the limbs. Low-level warriors open up 1 to 3 veins, and intermediate warriors open up 4 to 6 veins. Senior warriors open up 7 to 9 veins, while peak warriors integrate 9 veins to break through the realm of warriors. And the best order of development is to start with the 5 mansions and then the 4 poles. At this moment, a large number of cultivation bases were condensed into one strand, and in just a moment, the lung, spleen, and liver veins were opened up with a destructive momentum. All of a sudden, there was another breakthrough wave on Su Feng's body. He successfully broke through to the realm of intermediate warriors. The spiritual energy continuously nourished Su Feng's body, making his skin, flesh, muscles, and bones stronger. Waves of strength emerged from the body, 4 or 5 times stronger than that of low-level warriors. Boom! Su Feng couldn't help but wave to punch, carrying a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, and cracked the gray stone wall next to him. Just the middle-level martial artist is so powerful. Wouldn't it be more awesome if you reached a higher level? It is said that those warriors of extremely high realms can fly into the sky and escape from the earth, break mountains and rivers with their palms, destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and catch the stars and catch the moon. It is really desirable. The so-called killing intent with a sharp blade in his body, Su Feng felt his own strength, and he couldn't help but a little bit of ambition rose up. Of course, Su Feng is not stupid. He will not just think that he is invincible, and then go wandering around. The best choice now is to continue practicing. Licking his lips, Su Feng closed his eyes again, staring at the training pool excitedly. This is how he cultivates. Other warriors need to work hard in meditation. He worked hard to sense the aura, absorb the aura, digest the aura, and store the aura. But Su Feng just needs to find a random position and wait. Most importantly, other warriors need to spend time on other things, such as eating and drinking, studying exercises, socializing at work, family chores, and so on. There is not much time for cultivation, and it is not bad to be able to practice for 7 or 8 hours a day. But Su Feng has a one-key repair function to automatically run the exercises. As long as you don't turn off the function, you can practice automatically all the time without interruption. The surrounding aura rushes to the door automatically. It's really not too refreshing. I don't know if other fighters know about this. They will be jealous beyond recognition, and even go crazy on the spot and commit suicide. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, most of the day passed, and the sky gradually dimmed. Goo-doo. Cuckoo, cluck, cluck. Waves of thunderous voices sounded from Su Feng's stomach. Hiss. Very hungry. Su Feng opened his eyes, covered his stomach, and showed pain. Not only can low-level warriors not be able to fast, but they must also consume a large amount of food. Su Feng has endured until now, and already feels that he can't hold on anymore. No. I have to go out and find something to eat. Otherwise the power will decay, and I won't even have the strength to leave this cave. Su Feng made a decisive decision, picked up the vine and walked out of the cave. Relying on his previous memory, he made a perfect prediction and put the circle at the end of the vine on the raised stone on the top of the cliff. Immediately, climbing the vines and stepping on the uneven mountain wall, Su Feng successfully reached the top of the cliff. There is a mountain stream not far away. Go there and drink some water first. After identifying the direction, Su Feng immediately drilled into the forest. At the same time, Wutong City, among the luxurious mansions. Bang! Why hasn't Fan Man come back yet? I don't think he should be called Fan Man, but a rice bucket. Kai Deng smashed the cup in his hand, then suddenly got up and strode out the door. Brother Kai, calm down. That trash fan man is not qualified to let you clean it up yourself. Chai-ji smiled obsequiously, let us two little ones do it for you for such a small matter. Yes, Brother Kai. Ding Jiang also echoed, you rest, let's run to find that trash right away. Humph. Then hurry up. Kai Dang was slightly annoyed at being flattered by the two, he snorted softly, and waved his hands. Good Lu. Chai-ji and Ding Jiang agreed immediately, left the mansion quickly, and rushed towards Hongye Valley. Both of them are warriors, and their speed is much faster than that of Fan Man back then. Soon, Chai-ji and Ding Jiang came to Hongye Valley. Immediately, an extremely miserable corpse gnawed by bloodthirsty locusts came into view. This is Fan Man. Chai-ji and Ding Jiang looked at the corpse and trembled instantly. Although the corpse was extremely miserable and beyond recognition, the two of them recognized it at a glance from the clothes, it was Fan Man. My God! Shouldn't it be Su Feng who was thrown into the Red Leaf Valley? How could it be Fan Man? Ding Jiang's eyes showed horror, could it be that Fan Man capsized in the ditch and fell on Su Feng's hands? How is this possible? Although Fan Man is just an ordinary person, he is physically strong, and he has mastered martial arts skills. Then Su Feng has not only never practiced martial arts, but also has his blood drawn and is extremely weak. How could he beat Fan Man? Chai-ji opened his mouth wide, his face was full of disbelief, and a trace of grief appeared in his eyes. Although Fan Man is an ordinary person, his relationship with the two of them is excellent. Otherwise, Chai-ji wouldn't flatter Kai Deng many times and protect Fan Man indirectly. It's impossible for Su Feng to kill Fan Man. Ding Jiang also showed grief, could it be someone else did it? Impossible. Who doesn't know our identities among all the warriors and above in Wutong City? It should be that Fan Man was careless, and was killed by that vicious villain Su Feng by accident. Chai-ji gritted his teeth, twisted his face, and had a strong killing intent towards Su Feng. Then Su Feng is already weak, and even fighting with Fan Man, he might be on the verge of death. Ding Jiang also showed hatred in his eyes, and his voice was cold, so he can't run very far, let's search. This bastard. When I find him, I will let him experience the torture. Chai-ji cursed in grief and anger, and was about to leave immediately to find someone. At this time, Ho-ho dash! A roar that contained cruelty and bloodlust came from the forest not far away. Ferocious beast. Something alarmed the beast. Ding Jiang's eyes were fixed, let's go there, the other side. I'm Nume. Drinking saliva can also meet fierce beasts. Am I not the Emperor O? By the way, I have Fan Man's blood on me. Could it be that it was attracted by the smell of blood? Su Feng looked at the 2-meter-high red-eyed black bear with thick limbs, sharp claws and fierce eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Through the memory of the unlucky one, Su Feng immediately recognized that it was the red-eyed bear, a first-order mid-level ferocious beast, equivalent to a mid-level martial artist. In the world of Xianling continent, in addition to powerful warriors, there are also extraordinary creatures such as fierce beasts. There are many kinds of them, and their numbers are all over the entire Xianling continent, but they generally have low spiritual intelligence, and most of them have the instinct to eat people. For example, in the Biotang where the unlucky egg is located, there are many herbal-picking boys who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme die in the mouth of fierce beasts. In many cases, the ferocious beasts would form a horde of beasts to attack human cities, causing countless tragedies. Therefore, ferocious beasts are the natural mortal enemies of human beings. Of course, there are also some ferocious beasts that can be tamed to serve the warriors, and the tamed ferocious beasts are spirit beasts. But at this time, the red-eyed bear in front of Su Feng was that kind of weak, bloodthirsty and cruel breed that could not be tamed. Don't come here. I'm not vegetarian. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either / phoneme. Su Feng threw away the wild fruit in his hand, picked up a sharp stone from under his feet, and stared at the red-eyed bear. To be honest, Su Feng was quite nervous when facing a brutal beast for the first time. After all, the red-eyed bear grew up in the midst of fighting, and his fighting ability is very strong. However, Su Feng Kong has a state, but has not mastered martial arts, which is a great disadvantage. So the best choice now is to avoid the edge temporarily. Su Feng naturally made the choice that was most beneficial to him. While confronting the red-eyed bear, he backed away. But right now. Ding! The cultivation pool is full, do you want to break through? A system prompt came. It's possible to break through again. Su Feng's heart trembled, and there was a burst of ecstasy. Quick, give me a breakthrough. Ding! Breakthrough! Accompanied by the sound of the system, the cultivation base entered Su Feng's body from the training pool, opening up the kidney veins and the veins of both arms like a bamboo. A wave of breakthrough spread from Su Feng. He successfully broke through to the high-level warrior realm, and more powerful power appeared in his body like a spring. Ho-ho! The red-eyed bear roared. It instinctively sensed a hint of danger, and hesitated slightly. Hey. I told you, I'm also a meat-eater. If you want to eat me, then I will eat a bear's paw today. The corner of Su Feng's mouth curled up, revealing a sneer. Now he is not afraid of this red-eyed bear. At this time, there was a sudden exclamation from the grass not far in front. It's Su Feng. It turned out to be that bastard Su Feng. He's actually here, and he's confronting the red-eyed bear. As soon as Chai Ji and Ding Jiang pulled through the grass, they saw Su Feng standing in the mountain stream, and they let out an exclamation. Among the mountain streams, the red-eyed bear was not disturbed, it only had Su Feng in its eyes. Because the bloody smell on Su Feng's body was too strong, and it also smelled of human brains. When Su Feng heard the exclamation of the human beings, he looked up and met the eyes of Chai Ji and Ding Jiang. It's Chai Ji and Ding Jiang. These two guys came here. However, the two low-level warriors are no threat to me now, and they can be killed with random punches. Su Feng narrowed his eyes, and prepared to deal with the red-eyed bear quickly, and then went to kill Chai Ji and Ding Jiang. Otherwise, it would be bad for these two guys to call the strong one. Among the grass. He saw us. Ding Jiang and Chai Ji stared at Su Feng with disdain and sneers on their faces. They couldn't see Su Feng's current state at all, and thought Su Feng was still an ordinary person. Humph! Ding Jiang snorted coldly. Looks like we don't need to do anything, this little bastard will be torn to pieces. It's a pity that I can't torture this bastard with my own hands. However, red-eyed bears like to eat a little bit of their prey alive, which is not bad torture. The resentment on Chai Ji's face dissipated a lot, and there was a hint of joy in his sneer, as if he had seen Su Feng's miserable end after being eaten alive. Right now! Roar! The red-eyed bear's bloodthirsty instinct made it stop hesitating, and opened its mouth to roar again. The next moment. Tat-ata! The red-eyed bear was furious, with his mane standing upside down, and with his thick thighs, he came to kill Su Feng fiercely. Humph! Su Feng snorted coldly, clenched his fists as well, stomped on the mountain stream, and rushed out like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme. What? He dared to rush towards the red-eyed bear? He must have been scared out of his wits. An ordinary person who wants to fight against the red-eyed bear is simply courting death. Chai Ji and Ding Jiang sneered in disgust in low voices. From their point of view, the next second is Su Feng's death. However, boom! The sound of a heavy hammer hitting a giant drum echoed through the woods. Crash! The heavy object fell into the mountain spring, and the sound of water splashing immediately sounded. The painful low growl of the beast followed closely behind. How can that be? Chai Ji and Ding Jiang looked at the scene in the mountain stream, and their whole bodies were like thunder, dumbfounded. The extremely ferocious red-eyed bear was knocked down by Su Feng's punch, and blood gushed out of its 7 orifices, lying in the mountain stream and howling endlessly. This moment, Chai Ji and Ding Jiang were completely confused. Even if they broke their heads, they couldn't imagine that an ordinary person could knock down a red-eyed bear with one punch. This is simply Arabian Nights. Followed by. The two of them saw Su Feng pick up a huge stone and smash the red-eyed bear's head hard. Seeing this familiar killing technique, the two of Chai Ji trembled and their hairs stood on their heads. My God! This Su Feng is definitely not an ordinary person. He is a warrior, he is a senior warrior. Obviously, he was an ordinary person when the blood was stripped off. How could he change from an ordinary person to a senior warrior in such a short period of time? What the hell happened? It's so weird, so weird. Chai-ji and Ding Jiang were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out, and at the same time, a trace of panic rose in their hearts. The situation has completely escaped their control. Chai-ji, Ding Jiang. You guys came just in time, I just happened to be able to collect a little interest from you. After Su Feng killed the red-eyed bear, he was stimulated by the smell of blood, killing intent and hatred welled up in his heart, and his body rushed out instantly. Run away! Chai-ji and Ding Jiang didn't even think about it, they turned and ran away in panic. However, the two of them are just low-level warriors, how can they outrun Su Feng? What's more, Su Feng has unlucky memory fragments and is very familiar with this forest, so the speed of progress is naturally faster. Swish swish. The sound of howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme and the shaking of branches and leaves continued to come. Su Feng was getting closer and closer to Chai-ji who were fleeing ahead. I'll block him, you go back and report. Seeing that the two of them were about to be overtaken, Chai-ji felt so hard that he stopped on his own initiative. Ding Jiang trembled all over, and fled forward without stopping. Ha ha! None of you will try to escape today. Su Feng sneered, and punched Chai-ji with his fist. Break the door punch! Chai-ji clenched his teeth, and also punched Su Feng. Boom! Crack! The sound of fists colliding is mixed with the sound of bone cracking. What? Chai-ji let out a cry of pain, and his fisting arm was instantly shattered and fractured, even the flesh was blasted apart. Die, trash! Su Feng didn't give Chai-ji any chance at all, and punched Chai-ji again, hitting Chai-ji's heart hard. Boom dash! A piercing muffled sound came from the chest cavity. Chai-ji's chest collapsed, he spurted blood wildly, flew upside down, and hit the ground heavily. If I hadn't just started martial arts. Chai-ji showed unwillingness, his whole body twitched, and his eyes dimmed instantly. But Su Feng didn't even look at him, and immediately chased Ding Jiang after punching him. Escape! Escape into Wutong City and you will survive. Ding Jiang shuttled through the jungle, panicked and embarrassed. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, his body trembling more and more violently. Because standing in front of him was a young man covered in blood, it was Su Feng. Want to escape, dream. Su Feng stared at the terrified Ding Jiang, his voice was like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blowing from an ice cave. Su Feng. I was forced. Look at the fact that I helped you avenge those bastards a few days ago. I beg you, my lord, please spare me this dog. Ding Jiang's knees softened and he knelt down on the ground, trembling all over, tears and snot coming out instantly. He didn't understand why Su Feng suddenly became so powerful. But he also knew clearly that it doesn't matter how Su Feng became stronger, the important thing is that he is definitely not Su Feng's opponent now. If you go against Su Feng, you will definitely die. So the only way is to kneel down and beg for mercy. Ha ha. Are you forced? You help me get revenge on those bastards? It's ridiculous. You think I'm stupid? I don't know that you and Biatang are in collusion? It looks like I went to take revenge, but in fact, you guys acted for me and treated me like a monkey. Ding Jiang, it's okay if you don't say it, but I'll be even angrier if I say it, don't even think about dying like this today. A cold light flashed in Su Feng's eyes. He had some memories of the unlucky guy, and felt the same for what happened to the unlucky guy. Now that he inherited this body, he lived a new life. Then, those humiliations and those hatreds will be repaid tenfold and 100-fold. This, you must have misunderstood. I beg you to spare me, Master Su Feng, I kowtow to you. After being exposed by Su Feng's lie, Ding Jiang became even more panicked, knelt on the ground in a hurry and kowtowed his head. Humph. It seems that it is really Biatang, I guessed it right. Su Feng smiled lightly, and Ding Jiang's reaction made him confirm his speculation. It's them right. Ding Jiang shuddered and cried, "But I've always been a pawn, I can't help myself." Ha ha. Not even begging for mercy honestly, but still want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Go to hell. Su Feng looked down at Ding Jiang, who was wagging his tail and begging for mercy. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, his figure flickered, and the whip leg had already been kicked hard. Boom. Ding Jiang couldn't dodge at all, and was kicked out like a sandbag in an instant. But Su Feng's whip did not kill him. Because as promised, he can't let him die quickly. Tread. Su Feng made 3 steps in parallel, and directly stepped on Ding Jiang's palm fiercely, and the sound of bone cracking resounded 5 times in succession. What? No, don't, please forgive me. Ding Jiang's mouth overflowed with blood, his hair was disheveled, and he let out a shrill cry. He was like a beaten dog in the water. Of course Su Feng turned a deaf ear to Ding Jiang's begging for mercy, and trampled on Ding Jiang's bones one after another. The severe pain made Ding Jiang scream crazily and his whole body twitched. The scene was comparable to killing a pig. In the end, his begging for mercy had turned into not begging for life, but only begging for Su Feng to give him a good time. However, Su Feng still ignored it, with a penetrating coldness. Ah! Su Feng! You bastard, you will surely die. The Shangwan family will not let you go, and Master Kaidang will not let you go. When Ding Jiang realized that there was no hope for begging for mercy, he felt desperate and began to threaten and curse Su Feng hysterically. Ha ha! The Shangwan family won't let me go? I won't let the Shangwan family go. A sneer appeared on Su Feng's face. I will repay all the hatred 10 times and 100 times. Ding Jiang still wanted to scold. But Su Feng stepped on his heart, and the invisible force directly crushed his heart. Ding Jiang shuddered all over, gave a severe convulsion, and died completely. It's time to harvest again. A trace of excitement appeared on Su Feng's face. After many fights, he is now somewhat immune to such tragic scenes. After searching for loot, Su Feng quickly left the scene with a dagger, 2 money bags and 2 thin booklets in his hand. There are not only gold, silver and copper coins in the money bag, but also 2 spirit coins that are like jadeite. The so-called spirit coin is a coin made from leftovers of spirit stones, which contains a touch of spiritual energy, and its value is 100 times that of gold coins. Lingshur, on the other hand, is a kind of natural spar that contains relatively strong aura. It is divided into 4 grades, lower, middle, upper, and extreme, and has many wonderful uses. At the same time, spirit stones are also currency on top of spirit coins, which are circulated among the strong, and a low-grade spirit stone is worth 100 spirit coins. Hiss! I didn't expect to get spirit coins. The dog slaves of the Shangwan family are really rich. The system, deposit these coins into the balance. Su Feng looked at the glittering coins in the purse, and gave the order a little excitedly. Ding! The storage is complete, and the balance is 266 gold coins. In the white space, the line of small golden words that repaired Ikigami changed. Unit, gold coins, balance, 266. Wow, haha. Quickly, upgrade the 1-key cultivation function for me. Su Feng gave the command to upgrade the function without hesitation. Ding! Consume 100 gold coins. The 1-click training function will be upgraded to level 3, and the current training speed is 8 times the basic training speed. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded the 1-key training function to level 3, and you have obtained the branch function 1-key insight function. Ding! The Eye of Insight has been opened, and the function description has been issued. Wow! Not only has the speed of the 1-key cultivation function increased by 8 times, but also a new branch function has been obtained. Su Feng's eyes widened, his face was full of excitement. The 100 gold coins are really worth it. Followed by the function description information appeared directly in his mind. 1-click insight function, you can gain insight into the detailed information of any creature. Sleeping noise. Can you gain insight into the detailed information of any creature? With this function, I can know the enemy like the back of my hand. Even the incomparably powerful Wu Zun will be seen through by me at a glance. Hiss, should I say that it is indeed a heaven-defying abnormal system, even the branch functions are so awesome. Su Feng grasped how to use this function in an instant, and immediately tried it on himself. Immediately, a translucent panel appeared in front of him. Name, Su Feng, qualification, excellent qualification, boundary level, advanced warrior, attack level, advanced warrior, defense level, advanced warrior, agility level, advanced warrior, endurance level, advanced warrior, soul level, mortal soul cultivation major, Taishan Wushiju volume, dash, spiritual level, minor training method, none, martial arts and skills, none, main equipment, a mortal mid-grade dagger, main system function, 1 key training function, level 3, branch. Functions, unlimited storage space, proficiency in language and characters, fund deposit and withdrawal transformation, 1-click insight function. The information is so detailed, knowing yourself and the enemy is no longer a problem. Su Feng looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help laughing. Followed by, he also noticed the minor skills and martial arts skills marked as none. Hey. I just got 2 exercises. Su Feng immediately put the 2 thin booklets in front of his eyes. They are Broken Gate Fist and Swirling Front Kill, both of which are top-tier offensive martial arts. After practicing these 2 exercises, my attack level will definitely increase. It's a pity that martial arts training can't be completed in a short while, and now I can only let it go. Su Feng flipped through the exercises, only to find that it was very cumbersome, and it was definitely not a day's work to practice, so he put it in the storage space, and prepared to practice it later when he had time. Put away the exercises. Su Feng brought the dagger in front of him again. In this world, weapons are also divided into levels, which are divided into common level, intermediate level, advanced level, etc., just like skills. The higher the level of the weapon, the more powerful it is, and some legendary weapons can even destroy the world. But what Su Feng held was a mortal middle-grade weapon, which was just a relatively sharp dagger. At this time, the sound of the stream came from ahead, and at the same time there was a trace of blood. Su Feng pushed through the grass, and it turned out that he had arrived at the battlefield where he killed the red-eyed bear. The reason why I came back here is because the red-eyed bear has a lot of valuable materials. For humans, ferocious beasts are brutal and dangerous, but they are also full of treasures. Not to mention the special materials on the beast, the meat of the beast alone is worth a lot. Warriors cannot fast in the early stage, and have to rely on food to provide a lot of energy, which is difficult to satisfy with ordinary food. The beast meat contains a lot of energy and nutrition needed by warriors. And the meat of most of the ferocious beasts can be eaten after treatment. The higher the level of beast meat, the richer the energy and nutrition, and it is a good substitute for ordinary food. Moreover, the beast meat is also the material for refining bigupil and some treasures. In addition, ferocious beasts are the natural enemies of human beings, so hunting and killing ferocious beasts is something that almost every warrior has to do. This also naturally prompted some hunting groups. There are countless powerful forces developed from hunting groups. According to Su Feng's knowledge, there are more than a dozen hunting groups, large and small, in Wutong City, and the city Lord Tian's family, Biatang, and other forces all have their own hunting groups. And when he thought of the hunting group of Biatang, Su Feng felt angry. Because the unlucky guy was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme bullied and humiliated by the bullies in the hunting group when he was a boy collecting herbs in Biatang. 100 Medicine Hall of Dog Day. Although your strength is not weak, there are even martial masters sitting in charge. However, you will be uprooted by me soon, and all enemies and villains will die. Su Feng cursed angrily, and immediately put the red-eyed bear into the storage space. Followed by, he filled the storage space with a large amount of clear spring water and dead leaves, and then quickly returned to the cave. After half an hour, in the cave, Zitsizi. The roast meat sizzled, and a drop of hot oil slowly slid down the plump lines of fresh meat, splashing flames. The aroma of barbecue overflowed, making Su Feng's eyes shine with greed. Suckit really couldn't bear it anymore. Su Feng picked up the barbecue and started to eat it without hesitation. Ah, it's delicious. I'm so full. After eating the barbecue, Su Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face. Immediately he cleaned up the remaining fire and began to sleep and rest. Of course. Although Su Feng was sleeping, the one-key training function was still running automatically. A large amount of spiritual energy quickly poured into the training pool, turning into golden cultivation points at the same time. In Wutong City. Why haven't these trash come back? Kai Deng waited and waited for Chai Ji and the three to come back, his brows were tightly knit together. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Luo Kai from Biatang is taking the liberty to come to visit. Luo Kai? Kai Deng was taken aback. Luo Kai is the owner of Biatang. This person not only has a good cultivation base, but also masters some alchemy techniques. He has a reputation in Wutong City and has a lot of power. Even the city lord should treat him with courtesy. Moreover, Luo Kai has a little relationship with Shangwan's family far away in Feiyun City. It was also he who discovered the blood of Jingyue Qinglian and informed the Shangwan family. After Shangwan Yuer came to Wutong City, Luo Kai arranged most of the matters, including this luxurious house. Tuck tuck tuck. The knock on the door sounded again. Brother Luo, wait a moment, here we come. Kai Deng came back to his senses, and opened the door in 2 steps and 3 steps. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man with a black and thin-pointed face, his eyes were cold and bright, and he was extremely shrewd. There is even a hint of spiritual pressure exuding from his body, and he is actually a master of martial arts. It's Brother Kai. Luo Kai showed a kind smile. Although Kai Deng is only a warrior, he is Shangwan Yuer's trusted bodyguard. Therefore, Luo Kai is very approachable to Kai Deng, and even treats them as brothers. Brother Luo, please come in. These days are really bothering Brother Luo. Kai Deng invited Luo Kai into the room, and the two exchanged pleasantries before getting to the point. Brother Kai. I heard from my subordinates that Miss Shangwan has left Wutong City. But Brother Kai and the younger brothers are not together. I wonder if there is anything I can do to help. Luo asked with a smile, his eyes filled with reluctance, doubt, and kindness. The younger brother was going to leave too. But when transferring the bloodline and dealing with Su Feng, something happened. Then Fan Man took Su Feng to the Red Leaf Valley, but he didn't return for a long time. The lady had to return to Feiyun City as soon as possible, so she took the first step. I sent 2 people, Chai Ji, to look for Fan Man, but they never returned. So I'm planning to get out there myself and see what's going on. Kai Deng told Luo Kai about the matter without any concealment. Gone forever? Just dealing with an ordinary person, what kind of accident can happen? Luo Kai frowned and murmured, could it be that you encountered a fierce beast? The beasts in the forest near Wutong City are very weak. Kai Deng shook his head and analyzed, the strongest is the middle-level warriors, Chai Ji and Ding Jiang are combined, they can't beat them and they can escape. That's weird. Could it be that we encountered a fierce beast that sprang out from the depths of the forest? Luo Kai frowned even deeper, how about this, I will immediately launch the 100 medicine hunting group to find someone. Then trouble Brother Luo. Kai Deng readily agreed that with the help of the Baiyao hunting group, they would definitely be able to find Chai Ji and the others soon. You and my dear brother, what are you talking about, don't bother. Luo Kai laughed, then took out a communication jade token, and issued an order to his hunting group. The other side. Behind the Biatang resident, in a huge practice square, dozens of people are practicing martial arts. The sound of shouting in harmony is like thunder, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme of fists and feet is continuous. Suddenly. The 4th team. Everyone who has no mission, come and gather. A big man with thorn tattoos on his bald head stood in the drill square and shouted loudly. Captain Ma Chang. Immediately, 9 warriors ran over and stood respectfully in front of the bald man. These 9 people are all warriors, 3 middle-level warriors and 3 low-level warriors. As the team leader, Ma Chang is a high-level martial apprentice, and because of his good qualifications, he is highly valued by the Hall Master Luo Kai. You all know Chai Ji, Ding Jiang and Fan Man, the 3 of them disappeared in Hongye Valley outside the city. Ma Chang looked around the crowd with cold eyes, now the Hall Master has ordered us to go find them and set off. Yes. The 9 people responded in unison. followed by. A group of 10 people took their weapons and ran to Hongya Valley outside the city. Soon, everyone found Fan Man's body. The corpse was almost gnawed to the bone by the bloodthirsty locusts. The remaining clothes are the clothes of the servants of Shangwan's family. It seems that this person is Fan Man. Ma Chang glanced at the corpse, his eyes uncertain. I didn't expect that someone would dare to do something to the Shangwan's family. Could it be that his life is too long? Team leader. A low-level warrior asked hesitantly, could it be that Su Feng did it? Yuan-san, do you think it's possible? Although they are all ordinary people, you don't know what kind of trash Su Feng is. Can he beat ordinary people from Shangwan's family? It is estimated that someone did not know Fan Man and rescued Su Feng. And judging from the traces of the previous battle, the person who made the shot is also an ordinary person. They can't go very far. In groups of 3, search for me. Ma Chang glanced at Yuan-san like a fool, and after some analysis, he made a decision. Immediately, Yuan-san and the others were divided into 3 groups and began to search around. Soon, something that surprised everyone happened. Because they found the bodies of Chai Ji and Ding Jiang one after another. What? Chai Ji and Ding Jiang were also killed? One was fatally shot, and the other was tortured to death? If you're a warrior from Wotong City, you shouldn't be ignorant of their identities. Furthermore, Ding Jiang was tortured to death. What kind of hatred is there? It stands to reason that Su Feng is the only one who has enmity with them in Wutong City. After receiving the news reported by his subordinates, Ma Chang frowned deeply, puzzled. He really couldn't figure out, besides Su Feng, who else would kill the servant of Shangwan's family, and even use cruel means to torture him to death. But there's no way that Su Feng's trash can kill Chai Ji and Ding Jiang. Captain, what should we do? Yuan-san also asked in surprise. I will report to the hall master first. You expand the scope and continue to search for me. Ma Chang said in a cold voice, then took out the summons jade tablet and began to report the situation here. Yes. Yuan-san and the others dispersed immediately and continued to search. Wutong City. In a luxurious house. Luo Kai and Kai Dang, who were chatting and laughing happily, were interrupted by the news of the jade token being summoned. Okay? Luo Kai was stunned for a moment and smiled. It seems that I found it. Ha ha. As expected of Brother Luo's subordinate, he is quick to do things. Kai Dang also looked happy. Brother Luo, where are those 3 trash? What happened? Let's see together. Luo Kai laughed and put the messenger jade tablet on the table. Kai Dang also smiled and looked up with Luo Kai. However, when they saw the information on the communication jade card, the smiles on the faces of the 2 froze in an instant. What? Both Chai Ji and Ding Jiang are dead. Ding Jiang was tortured to death by cruel means? Who is so rampant, dared to attack my servant of the Shangwan family? Kai Dang suddenly got up, stepped on the floor tiles, his face was full of disbelief and anger. Although Chai Ji and Ding Jiang are indeed useless materials, they are servants of Shangwan's family. Killing them means ignoring the Shangwan family and slapping the Shangwan family in the face. Such behavior is simply extremely arrogant. In addition, Chai Ji and his flattering skills are not weak. Kai Dang lives in the flattery of the 2 every day, and has long regarded the 2 as his little brothers. But now, his younger brother was actually killed, and another person was tortured to death. How does this make him not angry? Brother Kai, calm down. The murderer has no one in his eyes, is extremely rampant, and is so daring, he deserves death. No matter who the murderer is, I guarantee that he will be tortured before he dies, so as to vent the hatred in my brother's heart. Moreover, I plan to conduct a more detailed investigation on this matter, find out the identity of the other party, and ransack his family and exterminate his family. Luo Kai is also unbelievable, and intends to help the Shangwan family vent this, and consolidate the line with the Shangwan family. Brother Luo thinks about my younger brother, I am really grateful. Seeing Luo Kai's thoughtfulness, Kai Dang got up and thanked him. After this matter is over, I will give Brother Luo a good word when I return to Shangwan's house. Ha ha ha, brother, you should thank Brother Kai. Luo Kai smiled humbly. I'll let someone investigate this matter to see what kind of blind person dares to offend the Shangguan family. Talking. Luo Kai used the communication jade token to contact another subordinate and explain something. Brother Luo. Wait until the murderer and those related to the murderer are caught. Can you give it to me? I want to do it myself and make their life worse than death. Seeing that Luo Kai gave the order, Kai Deng added a few sentences. He had too much resentment in his heart and wanted to vent it too much. Brother Kai, don't worry, I'll give orders now. Luo Kai nodded solemnly, and immediately informed his subordinates of Kai Deng's request. Biatang is very powerful, not only has its own armed forces, but even has its own intelligence system. At this time, Biatang information system started. The warriors who received the order dispatched one after another to investigate and arrest all suspects. Among them, the two herb-picking boys who had a good relationship with the unlucky egg were the first to suffer and were immediately arrested. The actions of Biatang also alarmed other forces. But everyone who knew about this incident secretly guessed who offended Biatang again. Moreover, everyone thought that those who dared to offend Biatang would surely die. Time passed slowly. The manhunt continues. Because the sky was almost dark, it was difficult to find clues, so the progress of Yuan San and the others was very slow. Until the next morning. Yuan San's group of 3 came to the cliff along the trace left by Su Feng. At this time, in the cave, Su Feng also woke up early, and was preparing to light the fire and barbecue, so he couldn't help but glance at the training pool from time to time. However, he saw that a lot of golden fluorescence had accumulated in the cultivation base pool, but it was still a quarter away from being full. The higher the realm, the more cultivation points are needed to break through. Now the speed of my breakthrough is slowed down significantly. If the one-key cultivation function cannot continue to be upgraded, I am afraid that the next realm will not be able to break through for 10.5 months. Su Feng looked at the cultivation pool and frowned slightly. Having tasted the sweetness of being able to break through in a very short time, he was already somewhat dissatisfied with the current speed of cultivation. At this time, this cliff is really high. Yeah, even the martial artist couldn't be saved if he fell down and kept it. Well, then Su Feng and the people who rescued him will definitely not go from here. Let's go. Wait, do you feel it? It seems that there is a relatively violent aura change. Suddenly there were voices of conversation at the top of the cliff. Someone is coming. This voice is Yuan San from Biatang. And they seem to have noticed me. Su Feng's pupils shrank instantly, and he directly turned off the one-click training function. On top of the cliff. Spiritual energy changes? No. Yuan San listened to the younger brother's words, felt it carefully, but found nothing. That may be my feeling is wrong. The low-level martial apprentice hesitated, and said apologetically. What is possibility? You must be wrong. Another martial artist said contemptuously, Brother Yuan San is a middle-level martial artist, and you are a low-level martial artist. Okay, stop talking. The murderer should be in this area, let's find it quickly. This is an order personally issued by the Hall Master. Whoever can find the murderer first among the 3 of us may be able to be watched by the Hall Master. Yuan San waved his hand, and while speaking, he led the 2 younger brothers away from the cliff. Listen to the voices fading away from above. I forked. Su Feng's forehead couldn't help but a trace of cold sweat broke out. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and immediately turned off the cultivation function, otherwise I would be discovered. Through the conversation between those 3 people, Su Feng got a lot of information. First of all, the deaths of Fan Man and the others had already attracted enough attention from Shangguan's family and Biatang. Out of disbelief in his strength, the other party thought that he was rescued by someone. The other party has now sent at least 3 groups of about 9 people to hunt and kill him and the non-existent savior. Yes, I thought it was too simple before. The world of warriors is not the world of ordinary people. There are too many weird methods. My cave seems to be hidden, but it is actually easy to be discovered, especially when I am practicing in grilling meat. And once it is discovered, this cave is simply a desperate situation. No, this place cannot practice and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with peace of mind. I have to leave here. Su Feng took a deep breath, suppressed his beating heart. His brain was running rapidly, thinking about countermeasures. A few minutes later, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he had already made a decision in his heart. That is, kill back and support war with war. After all. At this time, people from Biatang were searching frantically outside. If no one can be found in a short time, maybe they will send more and stronger people. If you don't leave, as long as you practice or make food, you will almost definitely be discovered, and once you are discovered, you will be lost forever. So the cave must be left. And if you choose to leave, there are two directions. The first is to escape into the depths of the forest in a wretched way. However, if you escape into the depths of the forest, you will still face stronger beasts and more unknown dangers. Moreover, there are no gold coins in the forest, and his breakthrough speed will become slower and slower. Without strength, it is difficult to survive in the depths of the forest for a long time. The most important thing is that the Shangwan family is not only powerful, but also has a lot of face. If necessary, they can not only get Biatang to make a full-scale move, but even the people in the city lord's mansion can be mobilized. By that time, in the eyes of these people, the entire Wutong city, and even the large forest around it, is simply a small pond. Unless it is a 5th level fierce beast area that is suspected of having Wuzone level, these people have only a half knowledge. But now Su Feng doesn't even dare to enter the 2nd tier beast area, let alone the 5th tier beast area. Therefore, Su Feng realized that the crisis would come faster than his growth. In fact, there is only one choice left before Su Feng, and that is to take the initiative to attack. This is a crazy, but extremely correct choice. Grass. I'm not that ordinary person anymore. In ancient times, there was a desperate fight to the death, but now I, Su Feng, will fight back. Damn you! Su Feng's eyes turned hard, and he immediately took out the vines, and quickly climbed to the top of the cliff. There were some muddy footprints on the rocks in front, very messy, and it was obvious at a glance that they were left by Yuan-san and others. Yuan-san and the others may not be as rich as Chai Ji, but they must have a lot of gold coins. While thinking about it, Su Feng took a deep breath, and chased in the direction where Yuan-san and the others left. Soon, in front of Su Feng, 3 figures with their heads poking out appeared. They were Yuan-san and the other 3 who were carefully searching the jungle. One-click insight. With a thought, Su Feng activated the system function, and a panel appeared in front of him. Name, Yuan-san, qualification, inferior product qualification, boundary level, intermediate warrior, attack level, intermediate warrior plus, defense level, intermediate warrior agility level, intermediate warrior, endurance level, intermediate warrior, soul level, mortal soul, major exercises, Chun Yuan Huayu Ju, intermediate level, minor training method, none, martial arts and skills, beast roar fist, introduction, main equipment, no. Look at the other 2 people from Biatang. They are all low-level warriors. They also practiced Chun Yuan Huayu Ju, but they did not practice martial arts skills, which is not worth mentioning. TSK Tisk. It's just a low-level aptitude, and the cultivation method is only intermediate. It's no wonder that I am still a martial artist after living for more than 20 years. It can't compare to the results of my one-day practice. At this moment, Su Feng deeply realized the unimaginable happiness brought by Genius Plus system. And this also greatly enhanced his self-confidence. Just then, something amazing happened. There are 3 small hills in front of us, let's search for one each, hurry up. Yuan-san pointed to the 3 small hills ahead, and said to the 2 low-level warriors beside him. Okay, third brother Yuan. The 2 low-level warriors immediately agreed and walked to the 2 small hills next to them. Yuan-san went to the larger hill in the middle. Who shall we kill first? Yuan-san is a middle-level martial artist, and he may be able to resist me a few moves. If there is a big commotion, the other 2 may find out. Those 2 people didn't participate in the battle, but just scattered and fled to report the news, and I was finished. Looks like I have to kill the 2 young men first, and then deal with Yuan-san. While his thoughts were spinning, Su Feng quietly followed a low-level martial artist up a hill. As a high-level warrior, his movements are faster and more agile, and his movements are smaller. Soon. The low-level warriors ahead are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand. Give me death. Su Feng roared in his heart, and he rushed towards him like a leopard. The low-level warrior only felt a crisis coming. But before he had time to react, his mouth was covered, and immediately there was a sharp pain in his neck, his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. This guy seems to have bullied the unlucky one too. Su Feng glanced at the dead low-level martial artist, he broke his neck alive. The reason why they didn't use a dagger, but attacked with bare hands, was to prevent the bloody smell from arousing the vigilance of the other two. Gently placing the corpse on the ground, Su Feng quickly searched for all the belongings on the corpse. 14 gold coins, 37 silver coins, and 81 copper coins. Compared to the servants of Shangguan's family, they are much poorer. However, Chai Ji and Ding Jiang have spirit coins, perhaps because they just received a reward from Shangguan Yuer. That stinky bitch got my blood. When she's in a good mood, it's completely normal to reward some spirit coins. While complaining secretly, Su Feng quietly sneaked to the third hill. Soon. The second target appeared in front of him. This guy looks familiar too. It seems that the nickname is Grasshopper, and he has bullied unlucky ones. Fuck, the unlucky guy is really miserable, anyone can bully him. Su Feng sighed with emotion, rushed forward, and used the same method to deal with this person. Su Feng is already very proficient at killing people, searching for corpses. But this time, he got nearly 16 gold coins. Next, Yuan San, it's your turn. Su Feng narrowed his eyes, and a trace of anger emerged. The unlucky guy had a deep impression of Yuan San. Every 10 years, Biatang will test the qualifications of the new drug-gathering boys in the hall, and as long as they are not waste products, they can get the Chenyuan Huayuju. 7 or 8 years ago, the inspection was performed once every 10 years, and the unlucky ones were directly inspected as waste products. Yuan San was among the people in charge of testing at that time. After detecting that the unlucky egg was a waste product, Yuan San spit directly at the unlucky egg, and then walked away. At that time, the unlucky guy had just entered Biatang not long ago, and this incident caused him great shame, and he kept it in his heart all the time. Later, when eating Shangguan Yuer's soft rice, the unlucky guy didn't forget to go to Yuan San to settle the score. But Yuan San didn't know where to hide, and he never succeeded in revenge. You didn't take revenge, I'll take revenge for you. The humiliation suffered by the unlucky man flashed in his heart. Su Feng felt the same, and his eyes shot out cold hatred. He took off the clothes of the low-level warriors and put them on, lurking towards the hill where Yuan San was. But before reaching the intended destination, there was a rustling sound ahead. Where can you go, you bastard? Yuan San cursed in a low voice, then walked towards Su Feng. It seemed that he wanted to go to another hill to meet the grasshoppers. Good chance. Su Feng was overjoyed, and hit his body on the spot. Tapping. The footsteps were getting closer. Finally, Yuan San appeared within Su Feng's attack range. It's now. Su Feng kicked his feet and rushed out in an instant. Who? Yuan San saw a somewhat familiar figure flashing in front of him, and asked in surprise, is it a grasshopper? Humph. The one who killed you. Su Feng sneered, and his hands had already ruthlessly grabbed Yuan San's neck. What? Yuan San's astonished expression turned into horror, and he wanted to yell, but he could only squeeze out a few tiny voices from his throat. Maybe it was through the sound, or maybe the paint on Su Feng's face was too crude. Yuan San actually recognized Su Feng's identity, and his eyes were full of disbelief. You are Su Feng. How it is possible, how could you are just an ordinary person. Yuan San stared at Su Feng firmly, struggling even when he was terrified, and let out a small exclamation. But under the power of Su Feng's senior martial apprentice, it's wishful thinking for him to break free. Ha ha. What's impossible? I'm a high-level martial artist now, how about it, are you surprised or not? The spittle you spit on the unlucky guy 7 or 8 years ago, today I will give it back to you, Hatue. Su Feng spit on Yuan San's face, and immediately exerted force, breaking Yuan San's neck under Yuan San's despairing eyes. Click! The last scene Yuan San saw was his back vest. Fortunately, I chose to sneak attack. Otherwise, this guy might really resist me a few times. If I let him attract other people, I'm going to burp. Su Feng put down Yuan San's body, his heart beat like a drum, the thief was so excited. Followed by. He groped around the body and found 33 gold coins, a pamphlet, and a small porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase/phoneme. System, deposit all the coins on my body into the balance. Su Feng looked at the gold coin in his hand, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then gave an order. Ding! Storage is complete, the balance is 229 gold coins. Although it's still far from 1,000 gold coins. But it's a small step forward. Su Feng took a deep breath, threw away the empty purse, and brought the booklet and small porcelain bottle in front of him. The booklet is exactly the beast roar fist practiced by Yuan San, which is a middle-grade martial skill at the mortal level, and it is not as good as Broken Gate Fist and Shin Feng Kill. Then he opened the small porcelain bottle, which contained 10 red pills the size of quail eggs, which turned out to be 10 bigu pills. The level of the elixir is roughly similar to the level of the skill, which is also mortal level, intermediate level, advanced level. And according to the quality of the elixir, it is divided into low, medium, high and top grade. And the 10 bigu pills in Su Feng's hands are the lowest mortal pills. One of the lowest grade bigu pills is worth a meal. It happens that I'm hungry, and I don't have to worry about food in a short time. Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out a bigu pill and swallowed it. Although he no longer had to worry about food, he had no intention of returning to the cave. Because there is no way to cultivate with peace of mind. If you want to say where you can practice with peace of mind, it must be in the city. There were people practicing everywhere in the city, and there was even a special training room. The aura was so disordered that no one would be suspicious even if Su Feng practiced. So we still have to find a way to sneak into the city. Not only can you practice in the city, but there are also gold coins to earn. Although there are Biatang in the city, there must be many dangers, but there is a saying called wealth and danger. While Su Feng hastily buried Yuan San's body, he made up his mind to sneak into the city. The training pool is almost full. As long as I break through to the peak martial arts, even if I don't master martial arts, I can kill this Ma Chang. While monitoring Ma Chang, Su Feng stared at the Shiwei pool, but saw that there were a lot more golden fluorescent lights inside. It also took a lot of time to kill 9 martial disciples from the 3 groups of Biatang. The main reason is that the mountains and forests are dense and complex, and time is used to hurry. And during this period of time, except when doing hands-on, Su Feng turned on the one-click training function. At this time, because it is relatively far away from Ma Chang, there is no need to worry about being sensed by the abnormal movement of the spiritual energy, so the operation of one-key cultivation has been maintained. In about an hour, I will be able to break through. Su Feng lurked in the grass, like a seasoned hunter, staring at his prey. Time passed slowly. Ding! The cultivation pool is full, do you want to break through? Finally, a system prompt sounded in Su Feng's mind. Breakthrough now. Su Feng made a choice without hesitation. Suddenly, a large number of cultivation points appeared in Su Feng's body. They gathered together and were invincible, opening up the veins of the legs in an instant. Not only that, but some of the cultivation bases are integrated into all 9 veins, causing them to open up some small veins and connect them with each other. When the 9 veins are all connected to each other, suddenly, there was a slight breakthrough wave on Su Feng's body. Peak warrior. It's only one step away from being a real warrior. Feeling the stronger power in his body, Su Feng was very excited. At the same time, seeing no one coming down to report for a long time, Ma Chang became more and more anxious, and finally exhausted all his patience. Damn! It's been a whole night. It stands to reason that this area has been searched. Why is there no news at all? The hallmaster is already urging, if this matter goes wrong, no, I have to go and see for myself. Ma Chang paced back and forth in the open space among the trees, talking to himself, then stopped and rushed towards the mountain. finally moving? Su Feng, who was hiding in the grass, twitched his mouth, showing a sneer, turned around and hid towards the cliff. Yuan-san. You trash, answer immediately when you hear it. Ma Chang shuttled through the woods, shouting from time to time. But where can the dead speak? He didn't get a response from anyone at all. What happened? Did something happen to them? Ma Chang frowned tightly, and a bad feeling emerged in his heart. But right now, found it. He's in the cave below the cliff. Hurry up and find the vines. Two voices with rough voices came from a distance, filled with excitement and excitement. Found it. Hearing this voice, Ma Chang was surprised. Although he also felt that the voice was a little strange, he didn't think much about it. Because he is usually very proud, he rarely talks to his subordinates, and he is not very familiar with their voices. Moreover, Su Feng also deliberately changed his voice, making it closer to the popular male voice, making it even more difficult to distinguish. Besides, could it be that the person being chased deliberately revealed his position? How is that possible? Ma Chang didn't suspect him, and immediately ran towards the cliff. Soon, Ma Chang arrived at the cliff, and saw a few vines covering the protruding stones on the top of the cliff, and it seemed that several people had already gone down. Seeing this scene, Ma Chang was even less vigilant. I didn't expect there to be a cave on this cliff. The one who escaped is really good at picking. Unfortunately, my subordinates are still good enough to catch this cunning mouse. With a happy smile on Ma Chang's face, he walked to the edge of the cliff and shouted, "What's going on down there? Where are the people?" According to Ma Chang's vision, there must be a subordinate who immediately replied flatteringly, "I caught it, it's all thanks to the captain, blah 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 blah." However, what greeted him was an invisible force coming from behind. What? Someone sneaked up on me. I was fooled. Ma Chang's pupils shrank suddenly, his body hair stood upside down, and he immediately tried his best to stabilize his body. But the power coming from behind is too strong, it is not something he can fight against in a hurry. In an instant, a strong sense of weightlessness swept through his body. Do not! Ma Chang realized that he had fallen off the cliff, and let out a terrified and desperate roar. In the middle of the fall, he turned his head and saw Su Feng standing on the edge of the cliff with a smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, Su Feng's figure was completely covered by the clouds and mist, and he could no longer be seen. Su Feng! How could it be? It's him! Before Ma Chang died, his heart was full of disbelief, and he felt that all this was simply a nightmare. Puff! There was a slight sound of falling to the ground from the bottom of the cliff, which made Su Feng shrink back. This must be smashed into meat. Su Feng took a deep breath, turned around and ran towards the bottom of the cliff. Although the place is a bit far away, Ma Chang has money on him, so there is no trouble. Relying on the unlucky guy's familiarity with this forest, Su Feng quickly came to the bottom of the cliff and found Ma Chang's body. That is a horrible sight. Suppressing his nausea, Su Feng searched for the loot and left here immediately. Along the way, while rushing to Wutong City, Su Feng took out the spoils he got from Ma Chang. The coin has 1 spirit coin, plus 7 or 8 gold coins and some silver coins. System: deposit all coins into the balance. Su Feng looked at the coin in his hand and smiled, and immediately gave an order. Ding! Storage is complete, the balance is 450 gold coins. One step further. Su Feng chuckled, and then looked at the other trophies. A boxing glove, 3 booklets, 2 bottles of pills, and a jade token. The glove is a black iron glove, a mortal top-grade weapon, and the booklet is 3 books of exercises, among which is the iron sand body forging formula that Su Feng does not have. There are 2 kinds of elixirs, one is the lowest grade Bigu pill, and the other is Bailing pill. Bailing Dan is also a mortal elixir, but it is much more cherished than Bigu Dan, even more cherished than some ordinary intermediate elixir. This is because it is said to be refined from 100 kinds of elixir, and it is specially prepared for warriors to break through to the realm of warriors. Great, with this elixir, my cultivation speed can be accelerated again. Su Feng looked at the pill bottle in his hand, there were 3 Bailing pills in it. But, although taking pills can indeed increase the speed of cultivation in a short period of time, But Su Feng didn't plan to take it, but planned to sell it. After all, pills are consumables, once consumed they are gone. But if the money is exchanged and the system functions are upgraded, then the speed of cultivation can be increased permanently. Just when Su Feng was excited. In Su Feng's other hand, the jade tablet suddenly trembled slightly. You got news? No, I thought I had a mobile phone in my hand. Su Feng patted his forehead, looked at the jade tablet. What the hell is this? Then he froze. Because 2 lines of text appeared on the jade tablet. Ma Chang, how did you do it? It's been a night. Where are the people you arrested? Do you know that my brother Kai is very anxious? If you can't catch anyone again, I will send someone again, and you don't have to be the captain anymore. Sleeping noise. It's really a text message. Although there are no mobile phones in this world, there are similar things. Sure enough, laziness makes people progress. For the convenience of contact, they can produce similar things. Su Feng stared like Era, and it took him a long time to recover from his astonishment. Immediately, he found information about this thing from the memory of the unlucky guy. This kind of jade token is the most commonly used communication jade token in Xianling continent. The principle is to transmit messages through the mysterious earth veins. Depending on the quality of the communication jade token, the distance, number of objects, and amount of information that can be transmitted are also different. The low-level communication jade cards can only transmit text, the high-level ones can transmit sound, and the top-level ones can transmit pictures and sounds. Under normal circumstances, only warriors and above can have the lowest level of communication jade tokens, and wealthy warriors can also have them. TSK. The top-level communication jade brand can make video calls. Awesome! Su Feng clicked his tongue in amazement, and immediately began to analyze the words in the communication jade tablet. This should be a message from the master of Biatang. He and Kai Dang are brothers and should be together now. He was annoyed because he couldn't wait for good news from Ma Chang. Hey, with this jade card in hand, isn't it equivalent to holding the bull's nose ring? Su Feng chuckled, and immediately began to think about the usage of this jade token. Because the unlucky guy has seen others use it, so after thinking about it for a while, Su Feng successfully mastered the method of use. This kind of communication jade card is handwritten, and after writing, it can be sent out with spiritual power. But warriors cannot release their spiritual power, but if they have spiritual coins in their hands, they can also be used. Dear Hall Master, don't worry, let me comfort you. Su Feng rolled his eyes, and wrote word by word on the jade tablet. The subordinate is not doing well, please forgive me, but the subordinates have found each other's traces, and they will be caught soon, please give the subordinate another chance. After writing, Su Feng took out the spirit coin, put it on the communication jade tablet and just stuck it together. Immediately afterwards, the communication jade tablet absorbed a trace of aura and sent out the text message. Do it all. Su Feng collected the spoils and hurried towards Wutong City. At the same time, Wutong City, in the mansion where the Shangguan family once stayed. Luo Kai sat with Kai Dang all night, drank a lot of tea, and almost had nothing to talk about. Because Ma Chang couldn't catch anyone for a long time, Kai Dang became more impatient, and Luo Kai also held back his anger. To catch an ordinary person and spend a whole day and night to do nothing is simply a shame to his Biatang. How's it going, brother Luo? Seeing that Luo Kai sent a message with the jade messenger, Kai Dang immediately asked. There is news. My subordinates have already identified the other party's whereabouts, and they will be caught soon. This group of useless subordinates are not good at doing things. After I catch them, I will definitely let them make amends to brother Kai. Luo Kai phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. The new reply on the communication jade tablet, and his slightly wrinkled brows suddenly relaxed. It's good to catch someone. Brother Luo, you must let them catch you alive. Kaidi said fiercely, I will definitely experience the cruelest torture for the murderer who killed my brother. Of course. Luo laughed, and immediately sent a new order with the communication jade token. However, he didn't know that all the people on his side had been wiped out, and it was Su Feng who he contacted. Su Feng, who was on the way, noticed a change in the communication jade token, and immediately took it out to check. But I saw a new line of command written on the summons jade tablet. Ma Chang, the second level ferocious beast area in the direction you are in happens to have our hunting group stronghold. I will ask them to assist you. Remember, you must be caught alive. Humph. Sure enough, I was fooled. Moreover, in the depths of this forest, there is actually a hunting group stronghold of Biatang in the second level beast area. Fortunately, I didn't choose to flee to the depths of the forest, otherwise I would definitely die. When Su Feng saw the message from Luo Kai, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and at the same time he was a little grateful. It's a good thing he didn't go blindly, otherwise his life would be gone. Next. Su Feng replied with a message such as guaranteeing the completion of the task with the Jade Messenger card, and then continued to rush to Wutong City. Soon, he came to the edge of the forest. Not far away, a dark city stands on the plain between the mountains. The Hundrajiang city wall full of battle marks is suspected to be a dragon lying on the land, and the towers hanging on the wall are as solid as gold. This city is the only human city in a radius of hundreds of miles, Wutong City. After leaving this city, the surroundings are full of primeval forests, and the deeper you go, the more powerful beasts you will encounter. There is only one relatively safe road that can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme to another city. But at least you need a strong martial spirit level, or several martial artists to accompany you to reach your destination safely and smoothly. There is no way out, so we can only move forward. Su Feng glanced at the road leaving Wutong City, then turned his head and walked towards Wutong City. Get out of the forest. To the vicinity of Wutong City. Then you can see the fields opened up and the plains outside the city. Wutong City is not small, and there are many ordinary people and low-level warriors inside, which consume a lot of food. Hence the existence of these fields. Soon. The city gate appeared in sight, and Su Feng stopped. The city gate is guarded by the city lord's mansion. The unlucky guy has been a herbal boy for so many years, coming in and out, the guards are probably very familiar. The city lord's mansion has a very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relationship with Biatang. I can't let them recognize me. Su Feng thought silently, and with a flash of inspiration, he took out the red-eyed bear corpse from the storage space. Put the bear carcass on your back, and then smear a little blood on your face, and no one will recognize it immediately. This is indeed the case. When the guard saw Su Feng, seeing the clothes on his body and the bear corpse on his back, he immediately regarded him as a member of the Biatang hunting group, and immediately looked away. Just enter the city. Although Wutong City can be called an isolated city, it has a large population. In addition, the level of the unlucky guy is too low, the circle is small, and there are very few people who know him. As long as I put on another disguise, it will definitely be difficult to be discovered. The corner of Su Feng's mouth curled up, and he walked directly to the left after entering the city with the bear corpse on his back. On the left is a very wide avenue. There are people coming and going on the street, and there are stalls filled with various items for sale, such as beast materials, treasures of heaven and earth, swords, guns and armor, etc. Finding a stall at random, Su Feng sold the bear corpse behind him for 4 gold coins. Immediately after, he spent another 10 silver coins to buy a few sets of clothes, and also bought a bamboo hat with a curtain. Because there are many mosquitoes in the forest, this kind of attire is normal for warriors who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme go out to hunt. Finding a deserted alley, Su Feng changed his clothes and put on a bamboo hat, and he looked completely new. Then he swaggered down the street and blended into the crowd. Although this outfit is a bit mysterious, it is not uncommon to see people dressed like this on the street. Because of this, Su Feng seemed more ordinary and popular. The sense of security is much stronger, so happy. Su Feng smiled happily, and walked towards an elixir shop in the distance. He didn't forget that he just got 3 bailing pills from Ma Chang. Entering the store, it is bustling with people. But most people come to buy cheap pills such as Big Adan. Any better mortal pill is a luxury for ordinary warriors. Su Feng glanced around, and soon saw a Bai Ling Dan in a transparent glass bottle on the shelf. Many people around stared at the pill with wandering eyes, their eyes full of longing light. Too bad none of them could afford it. The shopkeeper at the counter looked at these people with contempt in his eyes. A bunch of paupers, you can take a look too. At this time, a clear voice resounded through the shop. Boss, how do you sell the Bai Ling Dan here? This statement came out. There was a sudden silence in the shop. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes fell on Su Feng. I saw Su Feng standing in front of the Bai Ling pill sample with a calm face. This guy wanted to buy Bai Ling Dan just now. Bai Ling pill is not an ordinary mortal pill, he wants to buy it. Hiss, buy Bai Ling Dan. It's really enviable. The people around looked at Su Feng with envy and respect. Little brother, are you trying to sell Bai Ling Dan? The shopkeeper also frowned, and asked loudly in surprise. Just as Su Feng was about to nod, he suddenly heard a sneer. Whispering sound. Shopkeeper Lu, your eyesight is too bad. Just the clothes I bought at the street stall, it looks like a poor man, do you think he can afford it? Accompanied by an arrogant voice, a young man wearing an exquisite robe and a long sword around his waist walked in. It's the second young master of the Chen family, Chen Jian. What? Why don't you get out of the way quickly, you can't afford to mess with this one. The ordinary people around heard the young man's name, and immediately retreated to the two sides to open a passage. It turned out that it was young Master Chen who came to visit, but the younger one was not able to welcome him far away, so please forgive me. When shopkeeper Lu saw Chen Jian, he smiled at Chen Jian and bowed his hands in salute. As for Su Feng, shopkeeper Lu also looked down on him, and only asked out of his duty. At this time, a real big client came. Of course shopkeeper Lu immediately threw Su Feng aside. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Lu, I'm here today to buy Bai Ling Dan. Chen Jian walked directly to Su Feng's side, and looked at Su Feng contemptuously. Get out of the way, this elixir is mine. This statement came out. Most of the people around immediately cast pitying glances at Su Feng. But there were also people who sneered and folded their arms, looking like they were watching a good show. After all, Su Feng was the object of their admiration just now, but now Su Feng will be deflated in a blink of an eye, which is really refreshing. However, just when everyone thought Su Feng would leave in despair. Ha ha. There must be a first come, first served basis for everything. Su Feng looked at Chen Jian and sneered, I'll take this pill first, and I'll ask the price first. If you want to buy it, give it to me and wait. He had already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme the information about Chen Jian, and he was nothing more than a high-level warrior with middle-grade qualifications. Such a guy dares to be arrogant, Su Feng will not spoil him. But the passers-by around were shocked by Su Feng's move. How dare this guy hate young Master Chen? I'm afraid he doesn't know the origin of young Master Chen. This stupid young man is going to die. Yes, the Chen family is a family with warriors, and there is more than one warrior. The strongest is only one step away from a warrior. TSK, just watch, this idiot without self-knowledge will soon kneel in front of young Master Chen and beg for mercy. It's really pitiful, but this world is like this, the strong are respected. The onlookers talked and pointed at Su Feng. Everyone looked at Su Feng with sneers and contempt, as if Su Feng was dead. At the same time. What did you say? Do you know who I am? What are you? As poor as you are, how dare you snatch Bai Ling Dan from me? I'm afraid you can't even afford a bottle. Chen Jian also turned his head to stare at Su Feng, his eyes were full of anger and contempt. He can also be regarded as a well-known young master, and he knows everyone of some status in Wutong City. Although he didn't know someone like Su Feng, he knew at a glance that he was a pauper with a swollen face and a fat man. At this moment, Su Feng was furious. Chen Jiandun felt extremely ashamed and humiliated, wishing to beat Su Feng until he couldn't take care of himself. Ah! You say I'm poor and can't afford Bai Ling Dan. That's good, let's make a bet on whether I can afford it. Do you dare to accept it? The corner of Su Feng's mouth twitched, and he looked at Chen Jian provocatively, with a murderous intent flashing in his heart. Humph! Just you, dare to bet with me. Okay, I will bet with you for the sake of your courage, but the rules are up to me. There was a fierce look in Chen Jian's eyes, with a sneer on his face. Don't you think you are rich? Let's compare, who is richer? Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. A Bai-Ling pill, some ordinary warriors could still afford it after all their lives. Therefore, Chen Jian directly changed the game to a simple and crude one: who has more money? He came here today to buy pills for himself and his brothers, but he brought enough money. Therefore, he, Chen Jian, did not believe that he was no match for an unknown martial artist who was still wearing street clothes. And as soon as the bet was made, the passers-by around suddenly felt that the fun was over. Being richer than young Master Chen, how dare he? That is, even if you can afford a Bai-Ling pill, you are definitely not as rich as young Master Chen. Look, this guy is about to be cowardly. Yes, he dare not bet at all. The passers-by who were watching were discussing and looking at Su Feng with contempt. Shopkeeper Lu even planned to be a good person, and personally went to throw Su Feng out, which was regarded as giving him a step down. But something that stunned everyone happened. Okay. This bet is fair, I'll bet with you. Since you set the rules of the game, let me set the bet. Su Feng curled his lips, with a faint smile on his face. Whoever loses, all the wealth will belong to the other party, and you can't even keep your underwear. How dare you bet? Although Su Feng doesn't have much money, he has a clever plan to definitely win. And as soon as his words came out, the audience was so silent that one could almost hear a curl falling out. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Su Feng in disbelief. Followed by, once again, people couldn't help but whisper to each other. Hiss. Is this kid really rich? Impossible, who among the wealthy warriors would dress like this kid? That is, people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme cherish the gorgeous clothes made of fur, or wear armor with strong defense. How much money can they have in wearing a linen robe spread all over the floor? That's right, I think this guy is definitely swollen-faced to pretend to be fat, or he is talking fast and putting on airs, but he is actually very panicked. The passers-by who were watching around also recovered from their horror, and their contempt for Su Feng became more intense, as if they were looking at a stupid pig that had mingled into the crowd. Shopkeeper Lu looked at Su Feng in astonishment, and then a look of disgust and contempt appeared in his eyes. He has seen a lot of low-level people who are getting rich, and it is the first time he has seen someone as arrogant as Su Feng who dares to fight against a century-old family. It's not that no one thought that Su Feng might be a low-key person, but this possibility is too low. Because in this world, strength is everything, and the treatment a person gets is always linked to the strength he shows. A person will not hide his strength in a low-key manner unless he has to. However, if Su Feng really had no choice but to hide his financial resources, why didn't he continue to keep a low profile and swallow his anger? Instead, he proposed such a big gamble and exposed his financial resources. Isn't this contradictory? Therefore, including Chen Jian, Shopkeeper Lu and all passers-by, they were completely convinced that Su Feng was just a guy who made a small fortune, got drunk and got over his head. TSK. When I got a little money, I thought I was rich in the world. Chen Jian's face was full of contempt and disdain. In this case, I will take this bet and make you sober, you self-indulgent trash. It is good. There are so many people watching here. If you lose, don't play tricks. There was a sneer in Su Feng's eyes, and the smile on his face was not smiling. Otherwise, not only your face will be lost, but also the century-old reputation of the great Chen family. I will lose? It's ridiculous. Now I'm going to make you lose all your panties and get out of me naked. Chen Jian sneered fiercely, and immediately took out the money bag on his body, and put it heavily on the counter. Whoa! The sound of the impact was dense and tight, and one could tell that it was full of coins. Hiss! This bulging money bag definitely contains a huge sum of money that I have never seen in my life. Yes, I really envy young Master Chen. If only I could follow young Master Chen. Ha, that self-indulgent trash is doomed. Everyone was discussing, looking at Su Feng with disdain and playfulness, as if they had seen Su Feng lose the bet and take off his clothes in public to make a fool of himself. However, Su Feng didn't even care about the money bag. No matter how much money is in the purse, he will never lose. Come on, kid, let me count for you. Chen Jian opened the purse with arrogance, and took out the coins inside. 1, 2, 3. 92 gold coins. Gold coins were taken out of the purse one by one, the golden light shone, and the passers-by around were dazzled. Followed by Chen Jian took out spiritual coins that were like emeralds from inside. It's spirit coins. One spirit coin is equivalent to 100 gold coins. Here, 1, 2, 3, 9 spirit coins. Hiss. Add the 9 spirit coins to the previous gold coins, and it's almost 1,000 gold coins. Everyone looked at Chen Jian's spirit coins and gold coins, their eyes turned red with envy. Even shopkeeper Lu's eyes brightened, and he thought that today's deal is really the biggest deal of the year. At the same time, they were even more sure that Su Feng was doomed. This huge amount of money, ordinary warriors can't earn it in their lifetime. How about it, boy? I don't take advantage of you. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either slash phoneme. I don't say 1,000, but 992 gold coins. Hurry up and take out all your belongings, and let the big guy see how many coins you have on you. Chen Jian folded his arms and looked at Su Feng with a haughty face, and all the passers-by were also contemptuous and playful. Ha ha! Dare to show off such a small amount of money. I have 2 purses here, let me compare one of them with you. Su Feng gave a disdainful smile, put his hand into his chest, and after some groping, pulled out 2 bulging money bags. The money bag was obtained by killing the warriors of Biatang. It has been filled with 125 gold coins and 1 spirit coin by Su Feng using the system function fund deposit and withdrawal conversion. Because of the large number of coins, it looks bigger and more bloated than Chen Jian's money bag. Shopkeeper Lu and passers-by saw the 2 money bags, and the contempt and playfulness on their faces froze instantly. Chen Jian also frowned, his eyes were full of surprise. This, such a bulging purse? He also said, only use one of them to compare with young Master Chen Jian. Is this kid really richer than Master Chen Jian? Several low-level warriors opened their mouths wide and couldn't help but exclaim. 2 idiots. Go out without a brain? There must be copper coins and silver coins in it. You can't even tell if you only use a money bag to compare it with garlic. That's right, I don't believe that kid can really be richer than young Master Chen Jian. This is 1,000 gold coins. Passers-by around immediately refuted the previous warriors and smiled flatteringly at Chen Jian. Humph! Boy, why are you hiding it? Take out your coins. After hearing what the people around him said, Chen Jian felt relieved, and his expression immediately returned to his previous arrogance and disdain. Ha ha! I will satisfy your request. Now, keep your eyes wide open. See clearly, you can figure it out. The corner of Su Feng's mouth curled up, showing a sneer, and he put his hand into one of the money bags. Followed by in everyone's attention. Su Feng took out an emerald-like spirit coin from his purse, and waved it to everyone, showing it off. It's spirit coins. I didn't expect this guy to have spirit coins. It seems that there are a few small coins, but it is definitely not as good as young Master Chen. That's right, boy, keep taking it. Could it be that the rest of the money bag is really full of coins? Shopkeeper Lu and passers-by were startled, and then sneered again. Chen Jian looked at the confident Su Feng, the emerald-like spiritual coins and the bulging purse, and the arrogance and disdain on his face gradually subsided. Shut up for me. Did I tell you not to show it to you? Su Feng looked around at everyone, sneered and said angrily. Immediately afterwards, he put the spirit coin in his hand into the second money bag in front of everyone, and then took out a spirit coin from the first money bag again. But in fact, the first spirit coin has been deposited into the system, and then Su Feng took it out again, and put it into the first money bag through the system. However, this method of turning the left hand into the right hand is completely impeccable, and it is impossible for everyone to see it. It's another spirit coin, 2 spirit coins. What's your name? There are only 2, what a shame. That's right, even I can take out 2 spirit coins. There was a commotion among the crowd, most of them still looked at Su Feng with disdain. Chen Jian became expressionless, feeling a little lost in his heart. At this time, Su Feng showed the spirit coin in his hand again, put it into the second money bag, and then took out another spirit coin from the first money bag. The noisy voices of the crowd stopped. But before they could speak, Su Feng showed the spirit coin and put it into the second money bag again. The fourth spirit coin. A warrior couldn't help but whispered, "Is he really richer than Master Chen Jian?" There were a few cold snorts from around, but no one spoke. Chen Jian's face turned dark, his hands were slightly clenched into fists, and the feeling of something bad in his heart became stronger and stronger. The elixir shop became silent. The only sounds were the heavy breathing of the crowd, and the clatter of Su Feng taking out the spirit coins from the money bag. Immediately, under everyone's gaze and silent counting, Su Feng took out the ninth spirit coin from the first money bag. 9 spirit coins, 900 gold coins. It's not over yet, this guy is still taking it. Feel it carefully, there is a slight spiritual fluctuation in it, there may be spirit coins in this bag. Shopkeeper Lu and passers-by stared at Su Feng's hand with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. 9 spirit coins. How could this guy be so rich? The money to buy the pills on me was given by all the elders in the family, so there is so much. No, he won't be richer than me, and he will definitely not be able to take out the 10th spirit coin. I will not lose, I will never lose. Chen Jian was completely panicked, the pupils of his widened eyes shrank suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and his knuckles turned white. At this time, a golden light flashed, but Su Feng was holding a gold coin in his hand. Is it a gold coin? How could it be gold coins? This kid has no spirit coins. Shopkeeper Lu and the others looked at the gold coin with expressions of astonishment, relaxation, and doubt on their faces. Ha ha ha. Little bastard, you can't take out the spirit coins. Go ahead and take it, I want to see how many gold coins you can mix into this bag of copper. Chen Jian showed surprise and excitedly pointed at Su Feng and yelled. Oh. Sorry, I made a mistake, try again. Su Feng glanced at Chen Jian playfully. In fact, he did it on purpose, just to see the distressed look of that dude clutching at straws. And when he said that, Chen Jian's yelling disappeared instantly, and the expression on his face froze, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Immediately. Then in the surprised expressions of everyone, Su Feng took out a spirit coin from the money bag again and put it into the second money bag. This is not over yet, he continued to repeat the above actions, and took out 5 spirit coins again. 15 spirit coins. He actually took out 15 spirit coins. Hey, don't forget, he only took out part of one of the purses, and his real wealth is definitely far more than 15 spirit coins. Oh my god, I've seen it. It's unbelievable that a martial artist who wears street stalls can really spend so much money. What is the identity of this lord? He has so much money. Passers-by were horrified and gasped in amazement. The look at Su Feng no longer had any disdain, but was replaced by envy and awe. This is impossible. This is not true, how could I lose, how is it possible? Chen Jian stood there in a daze, unable to accept the facts at all. Su Feng took out the gold coin on purpose before, gave him a glimmer of hope, and then ruthlessly crushed the hope, which dealt him the most thorough blow. He felt that his heart was really hurting, it was so painful that he was almost autistic. Master Chen, you lost. Now fulfill the bet, I will accept your money. Su Feng put away his 2 purses calmly, and then reached out to take Chen Jian's purse. No. You can't take my money. Chen Jian was shocked, and immediately blocked Su Feng's advance, with a hideous expression on his face. He had begged for this huge sum of money for a long time, and it was only given by the elders in the family. It was the support of the whole family to their brothers, and it was the guarantee for their brothers to break through to the top warriors and even be promoted to warriors. After losing this money, he has no idea how to explain it. Master Chen. We said it well before, no one is allowed to renege on the debt, now you have to go back on your word. You know, you have not only lost your face, but also damaged the reputation of your Chen family. The loss of reputation is the most serious. If your Chen family is considered a family that does not speak integrity, who will do business with you? At that time, your Chen family's losses will not be limited to the less than 1,000 gold coins. Su Feng raised his eyebrows, put his hands behind his back, and said in a calm tone. I. Hearing Su Feng's quite reasonable words, Chen Jian trembled slightly, hesitating. He looked around, those passers-by who had complimented him before also avoided his sight at this time, and some even had hidden contempt in their eyes. How about this? I only take coins. Taking off your clothes and losing your underwear will have a bad effect on your Chen family's reputation, so forget it. Su Feng stood in front of Chen Jian with his hands behind his back, his voice was warm, and his whole body was full of convincing temperament. It's, well. When Chen Jian thought that he didn't have to lose his underwear and preserved his family's reputation, he immediately felt that it was acceptable. Some people, if you want to smash walls and open windows, they will definitely not agree. But if you want to lift the roof, they will agree to compromise and open a window. The Chen family really keeps their word. Su Feng smiled, then suppressed his excitement and put away Chen Jian's money bag. After finishing all this, he walked straight out of the shop, and the passers-by automatically gave way. Expensive, honored guest, wait a moment. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly stretched out his hand and shouted, the Bai Ling Dan you want. Ha ha. Su Feng paused, and said without turning his head, Shopkeeper Lu, I have a word for you, people are not judged by their appearance, and sea water cannot be measured. Oh, learned. Shopkeeper Lu showed remorse and hated himself to death. If he didn't have the dog's eyes to look down on people, he wouldn't have lost such a big client. Oh no, it's 2 big customers, and Chen Jian, that's 1,000 gold coin business. Thought here. Shopkeeper Lu slumped on the chair, he didn't even want to do business. And Chen Jian stood there completely empty, his whole body was lost, and he also hated himself to death. The other side. Oh ho 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 ho. Wahahaha. He. Su Feng walked briskly on the street, his eyes glowed golden under the bamboo hat, and he was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. He never expected that not only did he keep the elixir in his hand during this trip, he actually earned a whole 1,000 gold coins with nothing but white wolf blood. 1,000 gold coins. How many Ma Chang have to be killed to get it? I can't bear it. System, quickly deposit these gold coins and spirit coins into the balance. Su Feng mixed into the noisy crowd while giving instructions to the system. Ding! Storage is complete, the balance is 1,442 gold coins. Ha ha! Su Feng was so excited that he couldn't help shaking his legs. Quickly upgrade the 1-key cultivation function for me. Ding! Consume 1,000 gold coins, the 1-click training function will be upgraded to level 4, and the current training speed is 16 times the basic training speed. When the system prompts, the training speed is doubled directly, reaching 16 times the basic training speed. If compared with top-rank qualified warriors of the same level, that is 960 times. Awesome! I practice for 1 hour, which is equivalent to the same level of high-grade qualification fighters practicing for 40 days without eating, drinking, sleeping, and resting. Su Feng was so excited that he was about to fly. At this time, another system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded the 1-key training function to level 4. You have obtained the unlocking authority of the new main function 1-key martial arts function, which can be unlocked by spending 1 gold coin. What? It actually got a new main system function. The main function of the same level as the 1-key training function, 1-key martial arts training function. Su Feng, who was already very excited, was shocked instantly, his eyes widened, and the ecstasy in his heart was like a stormy sea. 1-click martial arts training function, it looks like a function related to martial arts training. Its degree of abnormality is definitely not weaker than the 1-key cultivation function. Shocked and sluggish on the spot for a few breaths, he just remembered what he should do. System, immediately unlock the 1-key martial arts training function. Su Feng took a deep breath and gave instructions to the system. Ding! Consume 1 gold coin to unlock the 1-click martial arts training function. The current level is 1, and the martial arts training speed is twice the base speed. Ding! The martial arts pool has been opened, the function description has been issued, the gift package of the exercises has been issued, and the main function unlock gift package has been issued. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the branch function Unlimited Martial Arts function. A series of system prompts resounded in my mind, like the most pleasing fairy music. Immediately, Su Feng felt a tremor in his mind. He closed his eyes, and the boundless white space appeared in front of his eyes. Next to the training pool, there was a martial arts pool. The martial arts pool was light red, and there was also a villain who was exactly like Su Feng sitting in it. However, this villain was wearing a black robe, in stark contrast to the white robe of the cultivating villain. At the same time, a lot of information about the functions of the new system flooded into Su Feng's mind. The main function of the one-key martial arts training function is to automatically practice minor skills and martial arts skills. Like one-key training, one-key martial arts can also be turned on and off at will. After turning on the one-key martial arts practice, the martial arts villain will automatically comprehend and practice the specified exercises. During this process, skill points similar to cultivation points will be generated. Using skill points can increase the proficiency of the corresponding exercises. Minor skills and martial arts skills are divided into beginners, minor successes, major successes, and consummation according to the progress of practice. If you have enough skill points, you can directly increase your skill proficiency to the perfection level. The basic speed of the one-click martial arts function is linked to the qualification. With Su Feng's top-grade aptitude, the speed of practicing minor skills and martial arts skills is naturally many times faster than top-grade and other lower aptitudes. Moreover, the one-key martial arts training function is not affected by the concentration of spiritual energy, and can maintain the highest speed of martial arts training at any time. When the skill points fill up the martial arts pool, you can upgrade the corresponding martial arts to the entry level. If it is filled again, it can be promoted to the Xiaocheng level, and so on, until it reaches the consummation level. In addition, the function of the branch function Unlimited Martial Arts function is also extremely abnormal. There are many exercises in this world. But many exercises have restrictions. The most common ones are the restrictions of blood and special consumables. Moreover, many exercises are incompatible. If a martial artist cultivates incompatible skills, he will go mad at the slightest and disappear at the worst. But with Su Feng's Unlimited Martial Arts function, he can practice any kung fu at will without any restrictions. Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome. From now on, I can not only cultivate automatically, but also practice martial arts automatically, without any restrictions. Su Feng was so excited that he couldn't help but let out a low laugh, and his whole body trembled slightly with the laughter. Are you crazy? A few people walked by and looked at Su Feng with disgust. Cut. A bunch of idiots, you can't even imagine my happiness, huh? Su Feng rolled his eyes, and immediately returned to his excited state. He did not forget. I still have 440 gold coins, which is useless. System, quickly upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. Su Feng ordered arrogantly in his heart, just give me 2 consecutive upgrades. Ding. Consume 10 gold coins, the one-click martial arts training function will be upgraded to level 2, and the current martial arts training speed will be 4 times the base speed. Ding. Consume 100 gold coins, the one-click martial arts training function will be upgraded to level 3, and the current martial arts training speed will be 8 times the base speed. Hey, having money is fun. Now it's time to practice the exercises. With bright eyes, Su Feng took out a few exercises from the storage space. These are the trophies obtained by killing Ma Chang and other enemies. They are the intermediate level minor skill Iron Sand Body Forging Ju, the ordinary level martial arts skills Broken Gate Fist, Beast Roar Fist, and Xianfeng Kill. Originally, Su Feng planned to take the time to practice these skills, but it would definitely not work to always rely on brute force. With martial skills in his body, his combat power would definitely increase greatly. But now, he no longer has to work hard, spend time, and work hard to practice martial arts like other hard-working warriors. Looking at the 4 exercises in front of him, Su Feng was a little confused. Which one should he practice? The higher the level of majoring in exercises, the more stable and faster the promotion will be. And the higher the level of minor skills and martial arts skills, the more difficult it is to practice. An ordinary martial artist with poor aptitude phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often slash phoneme needs more than 10 or 20 years to practice ordinary martial arts skills to the perfect level. My aptitude is top-notch, and my martial arts speed has been increased by 8 times. I will be able to completely practice a book of mortal level exercises in a short period of time. After thinking about it for a while, Su Feng decided to try to practice whirling front kill. This is a book of mortal high-grade weapon martial arts, which is more precious than the other 2 books of mortal skills system. Activate the one-click martial arts training function, and practice the designated martial arts swirl front kill. Su Feng put the other skills into the storage space, held swirling front kill, and gave instructions in his heart. Ding! The one-click martial arts training function is activated, and you can start practicing the designated martial art swirling front kill. Following the appearance of the system prompt, Su Feng immediately found a phantom of a flipping booklet in front of the black-robed villain in the martial arts pool. From the looks of it, this booklet is exactly whirling front kill. Followed by an illusory dagger appeared in the hands of the villain in black robe. It occasionally closes its eyes and meditates, and occasionally makes various difficult movements. As the black-robed villain continued to comprehend and practice, white fluorescent lights appeared in the martial arts pool one by one. This white fluorescent light is the skill point of Whirlwind Killer. Hiss. The speed is not slow. This has already laid a layer on the bottom of the martial arts pool. Su Feng looked at the martial arts pool excitedly. It is estimated that he will not be able to use it for half a day, and he will be able to practice this technique to the entry level. Su Feng was even more excited when he thought that he would be able to play with the dagger very quickly. Correct. Starting to practice martial arts, I can't let my cultivation fall. I must find a place to start practicing immediately. Su Feng was startled suddenly, patted his head, and then began to think about a suitable foothold. Unlucky Egg must not go to his previous residence. There are some people who know him over there, which is too inconvenient. Buying a house is too troublesome and expensive, so give up. After some analysis, Su Feng decided to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live live slash phoneme in the Tingfeng Inn near the rich area. Although there are very few outsiders in Wutong City, inns are not uncommon, and staying in an inn is not eye-catching. Because people inside Wutong City also have a need to open a house, you know. In addition, the reason for choosing Tingfeng Inn instead of other places is because Tingfeng Inn is very tall. If you phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live slash phoneme on a high floor, you can overlook a small part of the wealthy area of Wutong City. And the luxurious house where Shangwan Yuer and others stayed is in it. Su Feng didn't want to make himself too passive, at least, he had to know more about the enemy's whereabouts. After making up your mind, Su Feng quickened his pace and walked towards Tingfeng Inn. At this time, a group of warriors walked past in front, wearing the costumes of Biotang. The most important thing is that this team of warriors carried 2 corpses, and the clothes worn by the corpses were particularly eye-catching in Su Feng's eyes. It is the costume of the boy who collects herbs from Biotang. 2 boy picking herbs died? Su Feng took a closer look, and gradually frowned. These 2 herb-picking boys were the rare friends of Unlucky Dan during his lifetime. Biotang's punishment for the boy picking herbs is very heavy, but they will not be killed, because Biotang will continue to exploit these poor people. And now, 2 of them died unexpectedly, and they were all unlucky friends. If it is a coincidence, Su Feng absolutely does not believe it. Su Feng was not the only one watching. Immediately, someone started talking in a low voice. 100 Medicine Hall actually killed the medicine boy, how strange. My friend from Biotang, it is said that he was beaten to death after asking them for questioning. Ask them? What can they know? Ask them. Could it be that the treasures of heaven, material and earth were found and refused to be handed in? It's possible. The 2 passers-by discussed in confusion. But Su Feng could roughly guess what these 2 unlucky friends were asked. Yuan San and the others could analyze before that Biotang mistakenly thought that someone rescued him. These 2 drug-picking boys must have been arrested and tortured as accomplices. Unfortunately, they really didn't know anything, so they were killed in the end. Do not worry. I will avenge you. Su Feng's slightly squinted eyes revealed a cold light, and immediately left the crowd calmly and rushed to Tingfeng Inn. Soon. Story wooden tall building appeared in front of my eyes. It was Tingfeng Building. This Tingfeng Tower soars into the sky, with unrefined corridors, high eaves and teeth, and carved beams and painted buildings. It is not inferior to the buildings on the earth at all. However, Su Feng was not surprised. Because warriors are powerful and their productivity far exceeds that of ordinary people, building such a tall building is a piece of cake. Tingfeng Building is not the tallest building in Wutong City. Many tall buildings are taller than it, and the height of the city wall of Wutong City is more than 3 times that of it. Walk into the Tingfeng Tower. It is a resplendent hall, where people come and go, and it is very lively. Tingfeng Inn is just one of the business projects of Tingfenglu. There are also restaurants, training rooms, and even Fengyue places here. Tisk. There is such a bustling place in a small corner town. Although the warrior's world has no technology, it is more prosperous than the earth. Su Feng clicked his tongue in amazement, and immediately went straight to his destination, came to the counter of Tingfeng Inn, and opened a room closest to the mansion where Shang Wan's family stayed. System, turn on the one-click training function. As soon as he entered the room, Su Feng immediately gave an order. Ding! The one-click training function is activated. When the system prompt came, the little white man in the training pool immediately started to exercise. Immediately, a large amount of spiritual energy swarmed from the surroundings, turning into golden cultivation points in the training pool. 16 times the training speed is really awesome. Su Feng closed his eyes, stared at the cultivation pool, and found that the cultivation points were springing up like a steady stream of water. At this speed, it won't take long for him to break through to the warrior level. Warrior, you can release your spiritual power and use many mysterious methods. Entering this realm is truly stepping into the ranks of the extraordinary. Su Feng opened his eyes, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Immediately, he walked to the window, looked down, and an independent enclosed luxury house appeared in his vision. Many familiar memories suddenly flooded out of my mind. The unlucky guy rescued Shangguan Yuer in the wild, and lived in this luxurious house named Quan Ting Yuan soon after, and had a lot of love with Shangguan Yuer. But just when the unlucky guy thought he was going to marry Bai Fu Mei and reach the pinnacle of his life, he was very excited. Shangguan Yuer's recurrence of old injuries and the end of life soon. Biatang Luo opened the diagnosis, and the reason was that the unlucky guy's poor healing methods caused a catastrophe. The unfathomable old man next to Shangguan Yuer proposed the only cure, which was to use special blood for treatment. Immediately, even after searching all over the city, they couldn't find the blood, and at the last moment they found it on the hapless guy. However, the transfer of the bloodline requires the original owner to be completely voluntary, without any resistance. The poor unlucky guy was full of surprises. He really thought he had hurt Shangguan Yuer, and blamed himself, so he readily agreed. Next, the bloodline was successfully transferred, and this outright deception came to an end. Shangguan Yuer, you have really worked hard. It's a pity, you who got the blood of Gingyue Qinglian won't be able to enjoy it for long. Su Feng experienced the heart-piercing heartache and despair of the hapless man, and a trace of determination and killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this time, in the spring garden, 2 figures appeared together in the courtyard. These 2 people are exactly Luo Kai and Kai Dang. Luo Kai and Kai Dang are together? And it's early in the morning. It seems that Luo Kai has stayed in this spring garden for one night. It stands to reason that this is Shangguan Yuer's residence, and it is impossible for Luo Kai to stay overnight. Su Feng raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Shangguan Yuer has already left Wutong City? Through a little detail, Su Feng noticed some clues. If Shangguan Yuer really left Wutong City, the mysterious old man would definitely escort her. In other words, Kai Dang is probably the only one remaining in Wutong City from the Shangguan family. The main enemy that Su Feng has to face now is Biatang. This is really good news. However, we need to confirm again. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Su Feng's mouth. While leisurely accumulating cultivation points, he was always monitoring the movement in the spring garden. Simultaneously, The one-click insight function was activated, and the detailed information of Luo Kai and Kai Deng appeared in front of him. Name Chai Deng, qualification, Zhongping qualification, boundary level, senior samurai, attack level, advanced warrior plus, defense level, advanced warrior agility level, advanced warrior plus, endurance level, senior samurai, soul level, mortal soul, major cultivation method, Goyuanzhou Tianjuat, advanced, minor training method, Jinhu body training formula, intermediate level, small success, martial arts and skills, ghost phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme saber technique. Intermediate level, small achievement, Yuhua footwork, ordinary level, great achievement, Duanmen fist, ordinary level, great achievement, main equipment, white wave knife, intermediate, ultimate. Looking at Luo Kai's information again, he is a mid-level martial artist with mediocre combat power, who masters Lu Feng swordsmanship. With my current cultivation speed, Kai Deng will be slaughtered in a few days. Su Feng squinted his eyes. Intermediate martial artist Luo Kai, maybe I can fight against him. At this time, Luo Kai and Kai Deng walked into a pavilion in the courtyard, sat opposite each other, and started talking. From Su Feng's angle, his sight happened to see Luo Kai's face. Followed by Brother Kai. Brother, you really yearns for such a giant city as Feiyun City. I don't know if I can go to Feiyun City and pay a visit to Shangguan's family in my lifetime. Luo Kai lit the small red clay stove on the table, put on the purple clay pot filled with spring water. His face was full of longing. But Su Feng actually understood his 3 sentences. What the hell? I have mastered lip language. Damn it! As expected of a system, the language proficiency function can still play like this. Su Feng looked surprised, feeling that the surprise came too suddenly. In this way, he can clearly see every word Luo Kai said and get more information. In the spring garden below. Kai Deng answered Luo Kai's words, and it was Luo Kai's turn to speak again. Ha ha. When we see Miss Shangguan again, I'm afraid she has already cultivated to the realm of martial arts. Luo Kai laughed. I'm an ordinary person, and I can't compare with Miss Shangguan, who is the pride of heaven. Su Feng's eyes lit up when he understood this sentence. Humph. Shangguan, you are really left. Su Feng raised his eyebrows, and immediately continued to monitor Luo Kai and Kai Deng. Luo Kai and Kai Deng continued to chat, waiting for the good news from their subordinates. But they didn't know at all that Ma Chang was already dead, and even his every word and deed fell into Su Feng's eyes. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, one morning passed. Su Feng did not get any valuable information. However, he was in a very good mood, because the training pool was filled up again soon. Ding! The cultivation base pool is full, do you want a breakthrough? System prompts resounded in my mind. Breakthrough now! With an incomparably bright smile on Su Feng's face, he gave the order directly. Ding! Breakthrough! As soon as the system prompts, a large amount of cultivation points poured into Su Feng's body. For a warrior to break through from the realm of a warrior to the realm of a warrior, he needs to condense a whirl of spiritual energy in his dantian. With the aura cyclone as the center, the aura flows through the whole body, greatly improving the strength of the body, and can be released to hurt the enemy. At this moment, a large number of cultivation points poured into Su Feng's dantian, gradually turning into a small golden vortex. Followed by a trace of aura spread out from the vortex along the veins all over the body. When the aura completely fills the whole body, a very slight breakthrough wave came, and Su Feng officially broke through to the level of a junior warrior. The realm of the samurai. Su Feng only felt streams of active aura circulating in his body, constantly nourishing his body. His physical strength has been greatly improved immediately, and his sensory abilities have also been greatly enhanced, making his eyes and ears sharper. The most important thing is that he can release his aura now. Not only can it hurt people in the air at a short distance, but it can also be attached to weapons to enhance the attack power. Also, the realm breaks through to junior samurai. Su Feng felt that his speed of absorbing spiritual energy had also increased a lot. The basic training speed has increased. Su Feng licked his lips excitedly. 1 day of my practice is equivalent to 960 days of cultivation for a warrior of the same level with top-grade qualifications. He couldn't help but looked at the training pool again. But I saw grains of golden fluorescent light appearing continuously, extremely bright. Looking at the martial arts pool again, the inside has been half filled with white fluorescent light, and you must be able to enter before tonight. The practice of martial arts is completely automated, so you don't need to worry about it at all. Su Feng was very happy. The light in his eyes was as bright as a small light bulb. This feeling is really cool. At this time, Su Feng suddenly felt that Ma Chang's messenger jade card had moved. Hey, after waiting all morning, finally can't sit still? Su Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth and looked at Quan Ting Yuan, and found that Luo Kai and Kai Dang were indeed frowning, with impatient expressions on their faces. Taking out Ma Chang's summons jade badge, he was full of angry questions. Ma Chang, why haven't you caught anyone yet, you trash? Didn't you say that you have found the trace of the escaped person? I sent people from the second-level stronghold to help you, but you haven't caught anyone yet. Do you want to die? You bastard Ma Chang, thanks to how optimistic I am about you, I can't do this little thing well. If there is no good news within half an hour, I will help you take care of your wife and children. Poor Ma Chang, it's really miserable to be greeted by his boss before he dies. TSK, you were so angry, I am so happy. Unexpectedly, I, who was chased and killed by you, was looking at you leisurely upstairs. Su Feng looked at Luo Kai and Kai Dang, who were anxious and angry below, and felt very happy. However, he also understands. Luo Kai should soon learn of the death of Ma Chang and others. Because Luo Kai mobilized the manpower of the second-level hunting base to surround and kill it. It won't be long before these people will find the bodies of Ma Chang and others. Of course, it will take a while to delay. Su Feng took the messenger jade tablet and wrote it word by word. Hallmaster, calm down, we have already caught up with the murderer in Su Feng. But unfortunately Su Feng died during the battle, and the murderer tried his best to escape to the west, and we are chasing him. After finishing writing, Su Feng sent the message, and then stood at the window waiting for Luo Kai's performance. Really? After Luo Kai received the good news, the rainy weather suddenly turned sunny, his frowning brows relaxed, and his face was covered with a relaxed and refreshing smile. But then, his face was full of apology again, and his expression management ability was astonishing. Brother Kai, the murderer has been found. It's a pity that Su Feng died in the battle and was not caught alive. But Luo Kai stood up and apologized to Kai Dang. Oh, those trash, what can they do? Eat number one. Not caught alive. A group of warriors chased and killed an ordinary person, but they didn't catch him alive? Kai Dang's eyes widened, bloodshot eyes gradually filled his eyes, and his whole body trembled with anger. His little brothers died so miserably, he had to use all kinds of tortures and tortured Su Feng to death with his own hands to express his anger. But now, Su Feng actually died like this. It's too cheap for him, this is too cheap for him. Kai Dang clenched his fists and stood up abruptly, walking around the pavilion anxiously, making growl-like sounds. He had no idea that his own beauty was appreciated by Su Feng, who was above the tall building. Hey. I just like to see how angry you are. A smile was drawn on the corner of Su Feng's mouth, and he kept nodding with great satisfaction. Brother Kai, calm down. When those bastards come back, I will punish them severely and make them kneel down and make amends to Brother Kai. Also, I asked them to bring Su Feng's body with them. After capturing the murderer, they will bring them back together. It's all up to Brother Kai to deal with it. Seeing that Kai Dang was about to vomit blood in anger, Luo Kai immediately comforted him with empathy. It is good. Let them bring back Su Feng's body. Kai Dang paused, with a cruel expression on his face. I'm going to chop it up alive and feed it to the dogs. I will pass on the order. Luo Kai nodded solemnly, and then immediately sent the message with the jade messenger plaque. Sleeping noise. You, Kai Dang, are so cruel and perverted that you don't even spare corpses. Su Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, unfortunately, you will never want to say such a thing in your life. Followed by. Because of the news that Su Feng is dead and the murderer is being hunted down, Luo Kai quickly issued an order to his subordinates in the city, telling them not to waste their energy hunting around. Those who went to surround the murderer in the second-level hunting base in the forest also chased towards the west, chasing and killing the murderer together with Ma Chang and others who no longer existed. And this is exactly what Su Feng wants. He will not aim at nothing. In the spring garden, Kai Deng and Luo Kai sat down again, chatting from time to time. While Su Feng was leisurely accumulating cultivation points and skill points, he continued to monitor the two people in Quantinjuan. At the same time, on the other side of Wutong City, in a vast courtyard, there were bursts of cursing and screaming. Ah! Dad, stop beating. You little bastard, if you say you lose 1,000 gold coins, you will lose. I will beat you to death today. Ah! Mother, please persuade father. You still dare to call me? I'm going to kill you too. Ah! Grandpa, save me, save me. Smash this grandson to death. 1,000 gold coins, the money that our entire Chen family has saved for 5 years. Ah! I know I was wrong, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Keep fighting. It turned out that the one who was beaten was Chen Jian, who lost 1,000 gold coins to Su Feng in the elixir shop. Chen Jian was so humiliated in the elixir shop, and after a moment of despair, he could only return home trembling. Immediately afterwards, he attracted a storm of mixed beatings by the whole family. Whoa woo! I didn't know that man had so much money. That man was dressed all over the floor, and he was also just a warrior. I can guarantee that he is definitely not from a rich family in the city. Grandpa, although I lost the money, I have preserved the reputation of our Chen family. Please forgive me. Ah! I was wrong, I won't quibble, I will recover the money now. Chen Jian was lying in the middle of the living room of Chen's house. His buttocks had been pumped to a bloody mess, screaming and occasionally speaking incoherently. Get that money back? Did you get beaten, stupid? Do you know that bastard or something? How do you chase after him? Even if you know each other, so what? If you can ask for it, don't you want the reputation of our Chen family? Chen Jian's grandfather, Chen Wenwu, the head of the Chen family, gritted his teeth, his face full of hatred. The rest of the Chen family were also full of anger. In addition to dissatisfaction with Chen Jian, there is naturally endless resentment towards Su Feng. However, they didn't know Su Feng at all, and even if they wanted to ask for money, they couldn't find anyone. One breath of bad breath can only be half held in the heart and half vented on Chen Jian. And right now, Master Patriarch, someone outside is asking to see you. It's about the 1,000 gold coins lost by young Master Chen Jian. A warrior rushed to the door from the outside, panting to report. Who is it? Chen Wenwu's expression changed, revealing a trace of eagerness. Quick, call him in. What? Chen Jian was stunned and confused. But he felt that he seemed to have ushered in a turning point. A dozen breaths. The servant brought in a middle-aged man from outside. This middle-aged man is a senior warrior. If Su Feng sees him, he will definitely feel familiar. Because when Su Feng and Chen Jian made a bet, this person was there. Little Wanggu, I have met the patriarch of the Chen family. I have met all the adults of the Chen family, and Master Chen Jian. The middle-aged man named Wanggu saluted everyone in the Chen family with a flattering face. Yes, it's you. Chen Jian also recognized the middle-aged man, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You were at the scene before, right? Tell me quickly, what can you do? Correct. Come on, what can you do? Chen Jian's father, Chen Yang, said eagerly. His son lost the entire De Chen family's money, and as a father, he was extremely anxious. Is such that the little one was at young Master Chen's betting site before. The person who bet with the young master is wearing a curtain hat, covering his face. However, when he turned his head once, I saw his face through the gap in the curtain. Later, when he left, I secretly followed him for a distance, and found that he had entered Tingfeng building. Then the younger one asked an uninformed friend to help watch, and the younger one rushed over immediately. We just need to continue to monitor and track him, and when he leaves Wutong City, we can shoot and kill him. Wang Gu showed a flattering smile, but he spoke clearly. In this way, we can not only get back the 1,000 gold coins, but also avenge our revenge and preserve the reputation of the Chen family. This statement came out The eyes of everyone in the Chen family lit up. It is good. What a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Chen Wenwu's gloomy face unfolded. Wang Gu, what reward do you want? Money? Beauty? No. Wang Gu looked serious. I hope I can join the Chen family and work for the Chen family. Okay. I promise you. Chen Wenwu nodded and said, from today onwards, you will be my Chen family's apprentice, Chen Jian's entourage. Little one, thank you, patriarch. Thank you, adults in the family. Wang Gu was really overjoyed, and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Chen Wenwu. Get up. It's not too late. It will be difficult to find that person if he leaves Tingfeng Tower. Chen Wenwu folded his hands behind his back. With a dignified expression, Chen Yang immediately asked someone to monitor that person with Wang Gu. Yes, father. Chen Yang showed killing intent. I promise to kill that person and get back the money. Grandpa, father. I'm going too. Chen Jian suddenly raised his head, looked at Chen Wenwu and Chen Yang. I want to avenge myself. You want to go? Chen Yang shook his head and said, you just finished receiving the family law, so don't get involved. No. I can hold on. It's just surveillance anyway. Chen Jian gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment towards Su Feng. In that case, you can go too. Chen Wenwu glanced at Chen Jian and nodded, shut up so hard, don't leave a shadow in your heart. Yes, Grandpa. Chen Jian gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, trembling all over. Wang Gu immediately stepped forward to help. Next. Chen Jian took Wang Gu and 2 servants to the vicinity of Tingfeng Tower to monitor Su Feng's whereabouts. But Su Feng didn't know about it. He was still in the inn room to watch Luo Kai and the 2 leisurely, paying attention to the Xiuwei pool and the martial arts pool from time to time. Time flies by like a horse. Noon turned into afternoon, and the martial arts pool was finally completely filled with white skill points. Ding! The martial arts pool is full. Do you want to raise the proficiency of Whirlwind Kill to the entry level? Finally full. System immediately increased the proficiency of Whirlwind Killer. Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he gave the order directly. He had waited too long for this moment. Following the order, the white fluorescent light in the martial arts pool disappeared instantly, and directly merged into Su Feng's body and brain. Oh, cool. Su Feng only felt a warm current flow in his limbs and mind, and melted into it. Immediately afterwards, he naturally mastered a lot of dagger assassination skills. Moreover, the body muscles also automatically formed memory, as if they had practiced hard for a long time. Shussle. Su Feng couldn't help but took out the dagger, and with a wave of his hand, there were 3 snow-white startled lights. Its speed is so fast that ordinary people's naked eyes can hardly catch it. The most important thing is that Su Feng has been able to stab the target very accurately. If it was before, he would not be able to cut the tree accurately with an axe. This dagger is like an extension of my limbs, wonderful. Su Feng flipped his wrist, pulled a dagger, and put the dagger into the storage space. Now he found out. Storage space is also extremely useful for fighting. It can not only hold all kinds of weapons, but also can be pulled out in an instant. Unexpectedly, attacking the unprepared, the enemy will be finished if he is careless. TSK. Am I on the path of an assassin? Su Feng hooked his lips, and then looked at the white space again. In the martial arts pool, the martial arts villain is continuing to practice whirling front kill. In the training pool, the small cultivators are also running their kung fu quickly, transforming their cultivation into points. However, after reaching the warrior level, the filling progress of the repair pool is obviously much slower. An hour's time is only filled with 1/10. It takes 20 hours to go from a junior samurai to an intermediate samurai? This time is a bit long, and from intermediate to advanced, I'm afraid it will take longer. Su Feng frowned slightly. It seems that I have to find a way to continue to improve the one-key practice function. The current one-click practice function has reached level 4, and if you want to continue to improve, you need to spend 10,000 gold coins. This is an absolute fortune. Even a samurai family like the Chen family needs several generations to spend decades together to accumulate it. 10,000 gold coins. This is going to be difficult. How can I quickly get gold coins? It's impossible to work part-time. It's impossible to get gold coins after working for a lifetime. Su Feng frowned, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Biatang runs a casino in the city. Isn't gambling the best way to get rich overnight or go bankrupt? Of course, Su Feng didn't want to go bankrupt. But with unlimited storage space, it is not easy to come up with tricks in some gameplays. Su Feng first brought cups and coins, and simulated the game of throwing dice, and it turned out that he could definitely cheat. While Luo Kai and the others were being led by the nose, I tricked them into a dead end. Before they react, I can definitely mess with them. When Su Feng thought of those chips on the gaming table, his eyes immediately brightened up, like two little stars. Time is precious, just do it. Su Feng temporarily turned off the one-click cultivation function, left Tingfenglu, and rushed towards the casino of Biatang. It's him! He appeared. He left Tingfeng building. On the opposite side of the Tingfeng building, after Wang Gu and Chen Jian saw Su Feng, their faces were as red as a monkey's but with excitement. But the two of them were not stupid. They didn't show up, but asked two servants to follow. Soon, a servant ran back and said that Su Feng had entered the casino of Biatang. Didn't you go outside the city? Chen Jian was extremely disappointed. He was looking forward to the stars and the moon, and he was looking forward to Su Feng leaving the city. Then the subordinates will continue to monitor. The servant nodded and bowed, turned around and was about to leave, and many more. Chen Jian called the servant. A trace of unwillingness appeared in his heart. After finally waiting for the enemy, just watch him walk by? Just stare a few more times to relieve your anger. 100 Medicine Hall Casino? That's one of the biggest casinos in Wutong City, with the most people. Even if we follow up, he won't see us, and even if he sees us, he won't doubt it. Who can't go to the casino? Chen Jian's eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth and said, let's go to Biatang Casino too. Where did Wang Gu and the others dare to say anything? They had to let Chen Jian go. The other side. Su Feng has entered the casino of Biatang. The casino is so big, so crowded, the noise is deafening. The unlucky guy has been here before, so he is familiar with it. Su Feng entered the gate and walked directly to the right. There is a counter where you can exchange coins and borrow money. Yes, borrow money directly from the casino. Hey. Since you are here to set up Biatang, naturally you can't spend your own money. Su Feng thought to himself, and came to the counter with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Borrow 200 gold coins. 200 gold coins? Sorry, we can't borrow 200 here. The person who received Su Feng was a woman with heavy makeup. Seeing Su Feng's street clothes, she felt a little disdainful. People who wear this kind of clothes, can they afford 200 if they lose all? Ha ha. The rule here is that warriors can borrow 200 gold coins. Su Feng smiled coldly. Don't you dare to break the rules of this casino, talking. He dissipated the aura fluctuations in his body. When a warrior has cultivated to the level of a warrior, he will unintentionally emit some spiritual energy fluctuations, and he can also actively disperse them to show his strength. At this moment, Su Feng took the initiative to unleash the wave of spiritual energy. No matter how slow the woman was, she understood that Su Feng was a warrior. Not only the woman with heavy makeup, but also the gamblers and staff around them put down what they were doing, and cast surprised and awe-inspiring gazes at Su Feng. In Wutong City, samurai are already very prestigious people. Sorry. It's the little one who is blind, so I'll go through the formalities for you. The woman with heavy makeup trembled all over, her complexion turned pale. She immediately apologized to Su Feng and went through the formalities. Soon, Su Feng got 200 gold coins. The woman with heavy makeup also followed Su Feng as an escort. In fact, she was afraid that Su Feng would run away with the money, so she had to follow the whole process. Grown-ups. The woman with heavy makeup pretended to be weak and asked, "What do you want to play?" Hearing that pretentious voice, Su Feng felt like throwing up. play a simple one, roll the dice and compare the size. Su Feng frowned slightly. You don't have to be so tight with me, I don't know how to run. Yes. The dice roll is here, please follow me. The woman with heavy makeup nodded and bowed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way ahead, feeling very annoyed in her heart. The people who roll the dice in our casino are all masters. Wait until you lose the shit, let's see how proud you are. Amidst the dark curses of the woman with heavy makeup, Su Feng came to the table where the dice were rolled. The game of rolling the dice here is very simple. In teams of 2, you can choose to gamble with other gamblers, or you can choose to gamble with the casino. The 2 use the same dice and dice cup to roll the dice, whoever has the highest number wins. Unlike on Earth, the dice here are dodecahedrons, with numbers from 1 to 12 on each face. At this moment, on the long table, gamblers stood facing each other. They shook the dice cup in their hands, and from time to time they slapped the dice cup on the table with a bang and opened it, and then there was a miserable howl or scream. At the head of the table on the far left stood a man in a casino uniform. He looked at the gamblers occasionally with disdain, as if he was looking at a pig. This person is exactly the dice master stationed here by Biatang, Shu Yong. Shu Yong is very free now. No one at the whole table dared to play the dice with him, because those who dare have already lost their underwear. But right now, it's just you. A deep, magnetic, hoarse, and somewhat lazy voice came into Chu Yong's ears. He looked up and saw a man wearing a curtain hat and ordinary clothes pointing at him. Followed by gamblers gathered around, watching the show with excitement on their faces. Look! Someone dares to play dice with Chu Yong. Playing with Chu Yong? Isn't this courting death? No amount of money is enough for him to lose. That's right, I once saw a foreign businessman lose more than 1,000 gold coins in his hands. TSK, this guy looks mysterious, maybe he has 2 brushes? He has 2 brushes, Chu Yong has 3. The gamblers talked a lot, making Chu Yong understand what happened. This is someone asking him to bet. And the person looking for him is of course Su Feng. Su Feng came here to set up Biatang, so he naturally wanted to find people from Biatang. Not long ago, accompanied by Chai Ji and others, the unlucky guy came to play with Shangguan Yuer's soft meal money. As a result, Shu Yong lost a lot of gold coins, and finally got out of the casino in disgrace. Today, Su Feng found him, just in time to avenge him. Can't hear the words or what? Seeing that Chu Yong was stunned, Su Feng asked lightly. You want to bet with me? Have you heard what those gamblers said? It's too late for you to regret it now. Chu Yong didn't recognize Su Feng, his eyes turned cold and he was very upset. Who bet with him that he didn't put up all his energy? This person actually looked indifferent. Who did he look down on? Ha ha! A group of frogs at the bottom of the well, seeing the sky as big as the mouth of the well, think that the whole sky is only that big. Su Feng glanced at those gamblers with disdain. He really looked down on these rotten gamblers. Humph! What a big breath! Be careful to flash your tongue when you speak big words. It seems that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sky. Brothers, watch out, he's so arrogant now, he won't be able to cry later. Enraged by Su Feng's words, the bad gamblers around were filled with righteous indignation and shared the same hatred. At this time, the woman with heavy makeup came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Chu Yong's ear and whispered, Brother Chu, that man is a warrior, please be careful. Warrior? Oomph, what about the samurai? Chu Yong glared at the woman with heavy makeup. There are at least 100 warriors who lost to me. So he's a warrior. A samurai has a much better command of power. So what, compared to gambling skills, of course Brother Chu is better. That's right, didn't you hear what Brother Chu said? The warriors who lost to him said less than 100. After listening to Chu Yong's words, the bad gamblers around were silent for a moment, and then began to whisper to each other again, looking at Su Feng as if they were looking at a silly roe deer. Since you think I will definitely lose, then let's just gamble together, and bet against my win or loss. The winner takes all, dare you? With a flash of inspiration, Su Feng said to the bad gamblers around him. Anyway, he won't lose. The more people bet with him, the more he wins, and the faster he wins. It is good. We bet you. Just bet, come on guys, let's carry sacks and pick up money. Some gamblers were angered and immediately agreed. They yelled and yelled, attracting more gamblers, and soon the surroundings were crowded. Chen Jian and the others also mixed in the crowd. Looking at Su Feng, who was all the attention, they looked at each other in amazement. My guest, you are determined to bet with me. Xu Yong looked at Su Feng and sneered in his heart, you must know that you will be merciless when you go to the gambling table, please be mentally prepared. I don't need any preparations to deal with you. Su Feng was calm, as stable as Mount Tai. Arrogant. Xu Yong snorted coldly. Su Feng's arrogance had completely angered him. He swore that he must win all of Su Feng's underpants today, and asked Su Feng to borrow more money to lose together. Next. The casino side will be ready soon. The gambling table, dice, and dice cup where Su Feng and Xu Yong gambled against each other, as well as the game between Su Feng and the gamblers were also presided over. After the two parties confirm that there is no problem with the gambling equipment, and verify each other that there is no possibility of gambling. A dice cup was placed between Su Feng and Xu Yong, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. How big is the bet? Xu Yong looked at Su Feng and asked in a cold voice. Let's have an appetizer first, 200 gold coins. Su Feng casually poured the gold coins on the table. It was the money borrowed from Biatang gambling shop. It's quite courageous. Xu Yong smiled coldly, and the waiter next to him brought 2 spirit coins and put them on the table. Place your bets. I bet Brother Chu to win, 10 gold coins. Me too, I bet Brother Chu to win, 20 gold coins. So you can't place too little, or we won't have enough points. The rotten gamblers placed their bets in a bustling crowd, and then all stared at Su Feng, clamoring for him to place bets. 300 gold coins. Su Feng glanced at the gamblers, calmly took out 3 spirit coins from the system balance, and put them on the table. 300 gold coins. This man is really a fool with a lot of money. Brothers, we are developed. When the gamblers saw the spirit coin that Su Feng took out, their eyes lit up, as if the spirit coin already belonged to them. He has money. Then why did he borrow money from our casino? Could it be that he is really sure that he can win? This person is so arrogant. Seeing that Su Feng took out so many gold coins, the woman with heavy makeup was extremely surprised. But she still didn't think Su Feng could win, because all those who gambled with Xu Yong lost 9 out of 10 bets. Clang, clang, clang. A waiter picked up the bell and rang it for a while, and everyone around fell silent. He who comes is a guest, you go first. Xu Yong glanced at Su Feng, with a hint of contempt in his words. I'm worried that you're too scared to gamble. Su Feng said lightly, so, you go first. Insanity. Today, I will let you have a long memory. Xu Yong's voice was cold, and he stretched out his hand to hold down the dice cup. The game has officially begun. Crackling. But Xu Yong held down the dice cup, picked up the dice, and shook it quickly. After a dozen breaths. Bang! Xu Yong buckled the dice cup heavily on the table and opened it. 11 o'clock. Unless that guy rolls 12 points, he will definitely lose. Those 300 gold coins are ours, prepare to divide the money. The bad gamblers were very excited when they reported the points Xu Yongyao got. 11 o'clock is indeed a very difficult number to roll, after all, the dice are dodecahedrons. It's your turn. Xu Yong looked at Su Feng with disdain on his face. Whoa! Su Feng didn't speak. He held the dice cup in his hand, shook it up and down, left and right, and immediately put it on the table. And at this moment, Su Feng had already put the dice into the storage space, arranged the points, and put them back into the dice cup. Open! Open! Amidst the booing of the crowd, the dice cup was opened. The numbers on the dice were revealed, making the audience instantly silent. 12 o'clock. Sorry, I won. A faint smile was drawn on the corner of Su Feng's mouth, and he accepted Xu Yong's 2 spiritual coins and the hundreds of gold coins bet by all the gamblers. At this time, the crowd reacted, bursting out bursts of unbelievable exclamations. 12 o'clock. He turned 12 o'clock. This shit luck is too strong, I lost 30 gold coins. The gamblers exclaimed, and those who lost money wailed loudly. Shu Yong's face was livid, he never expected that he would lose at the beginning. This is simply a disgrace to him. Look, it's you who needs to be mentally prepared. Su Feng's faint laughter reached Shu Yong's ears. Slow down, let's start the next game slowly. Humph. You're just lucky. Shu Yong took a deep breath, picked up the dice cup again. I bet, gold coins in this game, I will definitely win you. As he spoke, he asked the waiter to bring 3 spirit coins and put them on the gaming table. Okay. Su Feng moved his fingers and drew out 3 spiritual coins lightly, quite like a gambler. This time he will lose. Play more, we want to win back what we lost. Hurry up, place your bets, his bad luck is about to begin. The rotten gamblers also talked and started betting again. Clang clang clang. The waiter rings the bell, and the second game begins. Shu Yong began to shake the dice cup crazily, buckled it on the table, uncovered it. 12 o'clock. Ha ha. 12 o'clock, we won't lose now. Brothers, prepare to split the money. Seeing this scene, all the rotten gamblers exclaimed excitedly. Immediately afterwards, the points drawn by Su Feng made them even more excited. Because Su Feng only rolled out 9 points. Sure enough, his luck has run out. Hurry up, share the money, ha ha ha, a lot of money. The rotten gamblers were so excited that they divided up all of Su Feng's bets and showed disdain. Among the crowd, Chen Jian and the other side, regretting that they did not follow the bet. However, they didn't even know that all of this was done on purpose by Su Feng. What is Su Feng's goal this time? To get at least, gold coins. If he wins in a row, Shu Yong will not dare to gamble after a few hands. As the saying goes, winning the first hand is the beginning of the tragedy of a gambler's life. Therefore, only if Shu Yong and the bad gamblers win once or twice and taste the sweetness, they will keep gambling. Humph. I don't believe it anymore. Su Feng pretended to be exasperated, add a dice to this game, and bet, gold coins. Okay, I'll accompany you. Shu Yong laughed loudly. In his opinion, Su Feng was no longer threatening. The waiter added the dice that had been tested by both parties, and Shu Yong began to shake them. Whoa! Boom! Uncover, 21 o'clock. 2 dice, the biggest number is 24 points, 21 points is already very big. Ha, we're sure to win again. It's time to divide the money again, today's luck is really good. If I meet such a fool a few more times, I will be prosperous. The rotten gamblers were extremely excited, looking at Su Feng as if they were looking at a fat, stupid roe deer. Humph! A bunch of idiots. Su Feng sneered, grabbed the dice cup and kept shaking it, then put it on the table. Uncover, 11 points, a total of 22 points. In an instant, the scene was so quiet that you could even hear a needle drop. How is this possible? 22 o'clock, how did this happen? Luck, this must be luck again, otherwise how could it be just a little more than Brother Chu? Oh my god, this dog shit luck is simply against the sky. A moment later, the unbelievable exclamations and howls of the gamblers erupted. Shu Yong was also stunned. He thought he would win, but he didn't expect to lose again. However, this time he was in a much better mood. Because from the bottom of his heart, he thought that Su Feng was completely relying on luck, and it was normal to win 1 or 2 occasionally. As long as the bet continued for a long time, the other party would lose even his pants. This is the truth that long-term bets will lose. Ha ha ha. I won. Su Feng pretended to be surprised, which made Shu Yong more determined. But Shu Yong didn't know that Su Feng's surprise was fake, but his joy was real. In this round, Su Feng won, gold coins from Shu Yong and the gamblers, making a total of, gold coins. Yes. Shu Yong smiled and said, next, how big is the bet? 500 gold coins. Su Feng waved his hand very arrogantly, it is good. Chu Yong agreed on the spot and placed a bet of 5 spirit coins. Seeing that Chu Yong was confident, the bad gamblers also bet one after another. They actually collected 1,000 gold coins this time, obviously wanting to eat all of Su Feng's money. Chen Jian couldn't hold back anymore, and sent a servant back to Chen's house to ask for money. Sleeping noise. I plan to lose this time, but it seems that I can't. If you lose this one, you won't have the capital to continue gambling. Su Feng pouted secretly, but decided to win this round. Then, the 4th round begins. Chu Yong rolled out 22 o'clock and looked at Su Feng with a sneer on his face. 22 points, this number is almost sure to win, right? All the gamblers also sneered, their eyes were brilliant, looking at Su Feng as if they were looking at a slaughtered fat sheep. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. Crackling. Boom. Su Feng put a cup on the table, opened it, it's 23 o'clock. Do not. This is impossible. My eyes are broken, how could it be 23 o'clock? This guy's luck is so against the sky? How is it possible? The gamblers were crying, unable to believe it was true. This. Chu Yong's complexion changed drastically. It was obvious that he never expected to lose in a game that must be won. Moreover, from the beginning to the present, he has lost 3 times, a total of gold coins. This is not a small number, he has to bear the responsibility, and the consequences are very serious. Ha ha. Ha ha, let's make a deal. Su Feng was trembling with excitement, and took all the bets as his own, and the gold coins on his body had reached no. I have to win my money back. Luck alone will lose a long bet, and this guy will never win in the next bet. Chu Yong's mind was full of thoughts, and his heart began to beat faster. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Followed by. He took a deep breath again, and asked Su Feng, how big is your next bet? Su Feng pretended to be hesitant, bet 200 gold coins. This hesitant look immediately showed that he lacked confidence and was about to retreat. I guessed right, he was still relying on luck just now. Chu Yong's eyes lit up instantly, his heart was settled, and then he said with a smile, everyone can only bet big, not small, 200 is too little. That's right, if you want to bet big. The shouts of gamblers were also heard from the crowd. Obviously, many gamblers were not reconciled and wanted to win back. Then, how much do you think the bet is appropriate? Su Feng hesitated for a moment, his voice flickering. 1,000 gold coins. Chu Yong clenched his teeth, and these 4 words popped out of his mouth. Immediately, the gamblers around exclaimed, the family offered 1,000 gold coins, this is an absolute gamble. 1,000 gold coins? Su Feng looked down at a large pile of gold coins and spiritual coins in front of him, and said coldly, okay, isn't it just 1,000 gold coins? It's a bet, but add another one to the dice. The more dice, the more luck. After hearing Su Feng's conditions, Chu Yong was not worried but happy, because his gambling skills are absolutely excellent. Bet 1,000 gold coins. I haven't experienced such a big gamble before. Bet, brother Chu will win, and I will bet half my life savings. Yes, place a bet, that kid obviously wants to win by luck, it's ridiculous. Bet, down to 2,000 gold coins, let him spit out all the money in one go. The bad gamblers around have already turned red-eyed, and the almost absolute chance of winning made them unable to extricate themselves from the serious gambler mentality. Chen Jian and the others were anxiously mixed in the crowd, his family hadn't sent anyone to bring the money yet. If you don't participate in this kind of gamble, you're just throwing away money for nothing. Ha ha. Be brave, come. Chu Yong laughed, his face was flushed, and he looked a little bit hot. Clang clang clang. The waiter rings the bell, and the 5th inning begins. 6 dice, the maximum is 36 points, Chu Yong rolls out 33 points. This. Su Feng trembled all over, his fingers trembled, and he looked very desperate. Please. Chu Yong personally handed the dice and the dice cup to Su Feng, and the smile on his face almost reached his ears. Ugh. Su Feng sighed resignedly, then shook his hand perfunctorily, and let go of his hand. Ha ha. I'll untie it for you. Shu Yong laughed, and while uncovering the dice cup, he said with a smile, "Oh, it doesn't matter, just win the next game, however." However, he suddenly discovered that the entire casino was completely silent and completely silent. All the gamblers were stunned, their mouths wide enough to hold a fist. What happened? Shu Yong had a bad feeling in his heart, only felt that there was a big word danger on the top of his head. Followed by 3:35 o'clock. Ha 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 ha. Su Feng got up suddenly, looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, as if he was so surprised that he was about to faint. This acting skill is simply a slap in the face. 35 points. My God, 35 o'clock. What kind of bad luck is this? I've used up all the good luck in my life. My money, I got this money by selling the house, I regret it so much. The gamblers beat their chests and stomped their feet, screaming, and many of them had tears and snot all over their faces. How can that be? Shu Yong reacted, stood up suddenly and saw the dice clearly, then sat down on the chair again, making a dull sound. Emotions of disbelief, shock, and fear and despair came to him. Lost. He lost another 1,000 gold coins, adding up to 1,800 gold coins. These gold coins are the money of Baiyatang Casino, not his own money. Shu Yong had no idea how he should explain to his superiors, and it was hard for him to imagine the punishment he would suffer. Sorry, I won, ahaha. Su Feng laughed out loud, and then accepted Shu Yong's 1,000 gold coins and the bad gambler's 2,000 gold coins. So far, he has won nearly, gold coins. Take good money. Su Feng immediately asked the casino staff to exchange it into spirit coins, pretending to want to leave. What? This kid doesn't dare to gamble. This kid, he doesn't have any gambling items. If he wins, he wants to run away. No, you can't just let him go, stop him, stop him. When the bad gamblers saw that Su Feng wanted to run away, their teeth itched with hatred, they rushed up and surrounded Su Feng tightly. Although the rule of the casino is that everything is voluntary, Su Feng is unwilling to continue to gamble, and they can't interfere. But this time they lost too much money and couldn't accept the result at all. Standing in the crowd, Chen Jian and the others felt very lucky. Their family just sent money, but before they had time to place a bet, they escaped a catastrophe. Suddenly. Hold on, honored guest. Shu Yong's hoarse voice came, as if the vocal cords were torn. How? I'm not allowed to go? You are only allowed to win the gambler's money in your casino, and not the gamblers to win the casino's money, right? Su Feng stared at Shu Yong, his voice was cold. You do this, how will you do business in the future? Do not. It's not that I won't let you go. The rules of our Baiyatang Casino have never been broken, and we will never smash the signboard. Shu Yong's eyes were bloodshot and extremely red. I just want to bet with you for the last round. Just one round. He is really not reconciled. Whether it was the biggest failure in his life this time, or the serious consequences of losing so much money, he couldn't accept it. And in the previous round, Su Feng obviously won by luck. Therefore, Shu Yong wants to gamble again, win everything back in one go, and get back all his reputation and money. Correct. One more game. Another game. In the last round, the winners and losers are at their own risk. No one can make any more demands after the bet is over. The rotten gamblers surrounded Su Feng, booing one after another. Their red eyes had already lost most of their sanity. Like Shu Yong, they were completely manipulated by gamblers. Well, I bet. Su Feng pretended to be gnashing his teeth, but for this game, add another dice. It is good. Shu Yong's face brightened, as if he had been brought back to life. This game, bet 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins. The woman with heavy makeup opened her mouth wide, revealing her throat. Brother Chu. The waiter who rang the bell was also horrified. This is the highest limit you can use, once you lose. I won't lose, just bet 3,000. Shu Yong obviously risked everything, his eyes fixed on Su Feng. 3,000 gold coins. Su Feng pretended to be horrified and unable to accept it. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. Just bet, gold coins, hurry up and help the distinguished guests bet. Some crazy gamblers coaxed and pushed Su Feng, pushing him to the edge of the table, and 30 spirit coins were also placed on the gaming table. In fact, with Su Feng's strength, he could easily squeeze these people away. But he didn't because that's exactly what he wanted. After all, when forced to win money, no one can say much. Bet. With a yell like a mad dog, Chu Yong's bet was also placed on the table. The gamblers also began to bet continuously, and within a short period of time, the table was filled with bets worth more than 1 gold coins. How much did we bet? Among the crowd, Chen Jian asked excitedly. 300 gold coins. Wang Gu was short of breath, as if he was short of oxygen. All the money I brought is gone. It's not bad. You can earn 200 to 300 gold coins. Chen Jian blushed with excitement. This is the money for that bastard, what a relief. Immediately, he looked at the center of the crowd. This terrifying gamble was ready. On both sides of the gaming table, Su Feng and Chu Yong stood facing each other, with 4 dice and a dice cup placed in the middle. Not only Su Feng and Chu Yong checked these gambling equipment, but even the gamblers checked it one after another. Clang, clang, clang. As the waiter rang the bell, the 6th inning began. With 4 dice, I can definitely roll more than 45 points. Chu Yong took a deep breath, then grabbed the dice cup and started shaking it. Crackling. The 4 dice hit each other and rotated in the cup, and the numbers kept flashing. This time, he shook for a full 3 minutes, trying his best to shake, feel, and listen, and he must shake to get the maximum points. At the same time, this can also bring strong psychological pressure to the opponent. Followed by. In the midst of everyone's attention, Chu Yong put the dice cup on the table with a bang. With trembling hands, he opened the dice cup. A 12 o'clock. 2 12 o'clock. 3 12 o'clock. There is another 11 o'clock, a total of 47 o'clock. All the rotten gamblers reported the number one after another, excited, and felt that this game was completely stable. Great! Now I can not only restore my reputation, but also earn more than 1,000 gold coins, and avoid punishment in the hall. Chu Yong also breathed a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with this point. And if Su Feng wants to win him, he has to roll out 4 12 points, the probability of that is less than 1 in, dash. It can be said that this time it is really a sure win. It's your turn. Our respected big gambler, roll the dice. Hurry up, don't be dazed, roll the dice, you are not afraid. The bad gamblers around urged Su Feng one after another. Don't push me. Su Feng snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy fluctuated all over his body. Immediately, each of the warriors felt a strong spiritual pressure, their chests felt tight and they closed their mouths. What? He turned out to be a warrior. Chen Jian was very surprised. He always thought that the other party was just a warrior. At this moment, this is a casino, not a battlefield. A warrior who placed a heavy bet said coldly, Your Excellency, don't procrastinate, roll the dice quickly. The surrounding casino personnel also surrounded Su Feng, watching Su Feng tightly. Humph. The big deal is to lose to you guys. A manly man, come back after all the money is gone, what is there to be afraid of? Su Feng snorted coldly, grabbed the dice cup with one hand, and kept shaking it. He shook it for a full 5 minutes, because the knuckles of the hand holding the dice cup turned white because he acted so hard. Whispering sound. It's useless to shake it for a long time, hurry up. The gamblers around booed disdainfully. Boom. Su Feng finally put the dice cup on the table, and then opened it directly. In an instant, everyone's expressions froze, their voices disappeared, and their bodies froze. It's like time has stopped. Followed by. It was as if a stone had been thrown on the still water. The scene in the casino became lively, and everyone became even more noisy. What? 4:12 o'clock. My God, 48 o'clock, it's 48 o'clock. I can't do it. It's over, now I have lost the money of the first half of my life and the money of the second half of my life, what should I do? With the sound of thud thud thud, the rotten gamblers fell straight down one by one. Chen Jian and the others were also about to stare out their eyes, and couldn't believe the scene in front of them at all. He is really in pain. After the 1,000 gold coins, he actually sent another 300 gold coins to Su Feng. I'm afraid he will be punished again when he goes back now. No. This is not true. How could I lose? How could he roll out 48 points? Chu Yong, who was betting against Su Feng, sat paralyzed on the chair, his eyes trembling non-stop, as if he was sick. Lost. He completely lost. The loss of gold coins is enough to cause him to die 10 times in great pain. Ha 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 ha. It's all God's will, it's all God's will. God wants me to win, I can't lose no matter what, I'm so sorry. Su Feng laughed loudly, then stuffed all the spirit coins into his chest collar, and wrapped the gold coins in the clothes he took off. Soon, he packed all the coins and put the 200 gold coins borrowed from Biatang on the table. Immediately. Except, let go. Su Feng bowed his hands to the bad gamblers, and walked out quickly. The rotten gamblers seemed to have been drained of strength, and there was no way to stop him. The few people who did not place a bet and the casino staff hesitated, because Su Feng was forced to gamble in this round. If you stop them under such circumstances, then the casino's reputation will be lost at all. But just because you can't intercept, doesn't mean you can't follow. Some people with ulterior motives immediately followed Su Feng secretly and left the gambling house. Chen Jian's followers are part of them. Wow, you actually followed me. Su Feng's eyes turned cold, and he quickly rushed into the crowd. He is now at the level of a samurai, and his speed is at full strength, faster than a cheetah. Chen Jian's followers were lost in an instant, and only a few warriors could still see Su Feng's back. However, when the warriors came back to their senses and quickly chased after him, they saw that Su Feng had already turned into an alley by the side of the road. They quickly chased after them. When entering the alley, he passed by a young and handsome warrior from Baiyao Hall with a surprised expression on his face. No one discovered that this warrior from the 100 Medicine Hall was the goal they were looking for. It turned out that after Su Feng turned into the alley, he immediately threw the large bag of coins and bamboo hats into the storage space, and took out the clothes of the Biatang hunting group to put them on. In just 1 second, he completed the cross-dressing. But in the eyes of the pursuers, the fleeing man was holding a large bag of gold coins and wearing a bamboo hat, which was completely different from a warrior of Biatang. Therefore, without any doubt, they continued to chase deep into the alley. TSK, a bunch of idiots. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Su Feng's mouth. Immediately afterwards, he completely mixed into the crowd, like a drop of water entering a big river. At the same time, in the spring garden. Trash. Luo Kai got up suddenly, clenched his fists and let out a low growl. The anger in it was hard to hide. Brother Luo. What happened here? Kai Dang was stunned. Just now Luo Kai looked at the communication jade tablet, and suddenly became angry, which made him confused. Original family ugliness should not be publicized, but since it is Brother Kai, Yuo. My subordinates in the casino actually lost nearly gold coins to me. This is the net profit of my casino for half a year, and a large part of it is to contribute to the city lord's mansion. Luo Kai was furious, the veins on his forehead were swollen and almost turned purple. What? 5,000 gold coins, that's not a small sum. Kai Dang was dumbfounded. Where is the guy who won the money? Why is he so arrogant that he dares to play wild in Brother Luo's casino? Do not know. Only known as a samurai. The samurai won more than 1,000 gold coins from my casino and was about to leave. But that useless subordinate in my casino insisted on betting the last game with someone, and lost 3,000 gold coins. The samurai has left the casino now, and the casino has sent someone to track him down. The samurai ran away after winning the money. He probably has no backer. After I catch him, I will smash him to pieces. There is also that useless subordinate, who will be executed by torture now. Luo Kai gritted his teeth, his face was ferocious, he was almost so angry that he spurted blood. Brother Luo, calm down. Kai Deng immediately relieved. Angry is not good for your health. This kind of thing will soon have a satisfactory result for Brother Luo. Thank you, Brother Kai. Luo Kai's chest rose and fell, and he took a few deep breaths, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. The other side. Su Feng, who mixed into the crowd, bought some clothes, bamboo hats, and even masks again. After finding a place to put it on, he became an impenetrable, mysterious man again. Followed by Su Feng hurried to Tingfeng Inn. Luo Kai and Kai Deng had been out of his sight for a while, so he had to hurry back and continue monitoring. Of course, Su Feng didn't forget the huge sum of more than 1 yuan he just received. Never forgetting your fundamental purpose, upgrade the system, cultivate to a higher level faster, and gain stronger power to deal with the crisis from Biotang. System. Immediately deposit all the coins in the storage space into the balance. While walking briskly, Su Feng gave the order very excitedly. Ding! Storage is complete. The balance is 11,662 gold coins. So much. Ha 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 ha. Hurry up, upgrade the 1-key training function and 1-key martial arts function. Su Feng's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he had eaten Xianmai. He couldn't stop laughing at all. Ding! Consume 10,000 gold coins. The 1-click training function will be upgraded to level 5, and the current training speed is 32 times the basic training speed. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded the 1-key training function to level 5. You have obtained the branch function's speed multiplication, and the current training speed has been increased to 64 times the basic training speed. Ding! Consume 1,000 gold coins. The 1-click martial arts training function will be upgraded to level 4, and the current martial arts training speed will be 16 times the base speed. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the 1-key martial arts function to level 4. You have obtained the unlocking authority of the new main function 1-key clone function, which can be unlocked by spending 1,000 gold coins. The system prompts sounded one after another, and the more Su Feng listened, the more excited he became. Branch function speed multiplier. There is also a new main system function. 1-click avatar function to unlock permissions. Wow, you need to spend gold coins to unlock it. This function is absolutely awesome. It's a pity that I am short of several hundred gold coins, otherwise I can activate it now. Su Feng's eyes flashed with an extremely excited light, but he still planned to go back and see if there was any change between Luo Kai and the two before trying to find a way to make money. After all, a few hundred gold coins is not a small amount of money, and it is not easy to get it in a short time. While speeding up his pace, Su Feng observed the training pool and martial arts pool in the white space. The 1-key practice function is temporarily closed, and it is not yet possible to feel the new changes. But you don't need to think about it, the speed of cultivation has been increased by 4 times, and the effect is absolutely heaven-defying. The 1-button martial arts training function is always on, and when you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme your eyes, you can see the skill points pouring out of the martial arts pool. It is estimated that within today, Whirlwind Kill will be able to upgrade to Xiaocheng level. A delighted smile was drawn on the corner of Su Feng's mouth, and he hurried towards Tingfeng Inn. Not only did he have to go back to monitor Luo Kai and the two of them immediately, but he also had to activate the 1-key cultivation function as soon as possible. Otherwise, wasting 1 minute is a huge loss. At the same time, in Biotang Casino, he must be a master. I bet against him, and I fell into his game completely. Hey, I'm so ridiculous, I always think that other people are the prey, but I don't know that I am the prey. Chu Yong sat slumped on the chair, breathing weakly, and his face was full of lifelessness. Amid endless regret and fear, he finally sobered up, but it was too late. Brother Chu, I'm sorry to see you, the hall master. 2 waiters picked up Chu Yong and dragged him away from the gambling table. Among the crowd. How to do? I lost another 300 gold coins, what should I do? I got this money because I promised my grandpa that I would win. You too trash, you can't do anything well, and you can chase someone away. It's over, this time I go back, I will definitely be beaten until I can't get out of bed for several months. Chen Jian stood there with ashes on his face, staggering. If not for the support of his servants, he would not be able to stand at all. The two domestic servants also looked desperate, in a trance. Second, young Master Chen lost 300 gold coins again, and they are also responsible for their ineffective supervision. Even if they are beaten to death, it is possible. At this time, Master, don't worry. Wang Gu came over and said mysteriously, I have another way. Any solution? Quick, tell me. When Chen Jian heard Wang Gu's words, he immediately became excited as if he had grasped at straws. Don't get excited, young master, this matter cannot be publicized. Wang Gu looked around and was relieved when he found that no one was paying attention. Go, let's go out and talk. It is good. Go, let's go. Hold on, you two trash, my legs are weak. Chen Jian slapped two domestic servants who were also weak-legged, and they came outside the casino together. Wang Gu, tell me quickly, what can I do? There were fewer people around, Chen Jian asked impatiently. Okay. I'll say it. Wang Gu nodded solemnly. Chen Jian and the two servants immediately held their breath and raised their ears. Master. Do you think the person who won your money didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the Tingfeng Inn? He has escaped the hunt now, but it is very likely that he will return to Tingfeng Inn. We can continue to implement the previous plan, monitor him outside the Tingfeng building, wait for him to leave the city, and click him. Wang Gu moved closer to Chen Jian's ear, lowered his voice, and quickly finished speaking. Yes. Why didn't I expect that Wang Gu really has you? After hearing Wang Gu's words, Chen Jian's eyes lit up immediately. But besides us, there are others chasing that samurai. A domestic servant questioned, if he can escape, he will definitely change into a different outfit. We don't know anyone at all. Yes. The light in Chen Jian's eyes dimmed. If that person changes his outfit, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Don't worry, master. Small eyes that know people are vicious. Wang Gu showed a confident smile. I'm already familiar with that person's height, figure, posture and habits, and custodian can recognize him. I see. The servant continued to question, but what if he was caught up by those warriors and couldn't escape? Humph. If that person is smart enough, there will be a lot of commotion after being surrounded, saying that he won money in Biatang and was hunted down. Looking at the servant, Wang Gu sneered, we'll send someone to keep an eye on it. Wonderful. It's wonderful. Wang Gu, from now on you will be my #1 personal entourage, you will be there wherever I am. After the plan is successful, you, a great hero, will also be rewarded. I am the master, and I will reward you with 100 gold coins first. Chen Jian felt that he saw hope again, and immediately smiled with joy. Thank you, young master, for your promotion. Wang Gu smiled obsequiously, the little one must continue to work hard and work for the young master. Followed by one of the 4 people went to pay attention to whether there was any big movement. Chen Jian brought Wang Gu and another servant to the opposite side of Tingfeng Tower as quickly as possible. Not long after, a slender man wearing a black cloak robe and a black curtain hat, covering his face, entered the line of sight. It's him. Wang Gu's eyes lit up, and he said to the extremely anxious Chen Jian, You sure? Chen Jian was shocked all over, ecstatically surprised. Sure. 100% sure. Wang Gu patted his chest and said, If you admit your mistake, young master, cut off my head. I'm relieved with your words. I'm going to ask my father to come over and keep an eye on him now. As long as we can kill that person, we can not only get our own money back, but also make a net profit of more than 1 gold coins. Chen Jian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could keep an eye on the other party, with the strength of the Chen family, he would always find an opportunity to kill the other party. Wang Gu did not admit his mistake. The person wearing a black cloak and a black hat covering his face was Su Feng, finally reached. Hurry up and go upstairs. I hope Luo Kai and Kai Dang haven't found out about the death of Ma Chang and others. Su Feng muttered in his heart, quickly went upstairs and entered the room, and locked the door. System, turn on the one-click training function. While walking towards the window, Su Feng gave instructions. Ding. The one-click training function is on. As the system prompts, the little cultivator immediately runs the exercises. Crash. A large amount of spiritual energy swarmed in, quickly poured into the cultivation base pool, and turned into cultivation base points, 64 times the base speed. 3,840 times the speed of a martial artist of the same level as a top-ranked qualification. With this speed of cultivation, we will definitely be able to break through again tonight. A smile was drawn on the corner of Su Feng's mouth, and he was already at the window. Immediately, the figures of Luo Kai and Kai Deng appeared in the field of vision. The two were still sitting opposite each other in the pavilion, chatting occasionally. It seems that they haven't found out about Ma Chang's death yet, this is really great. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then poured a cup of tea in a leisurely manner, and began to watch leisurely. At this time, the gate of Quan Ting Yuan suddenly opened. Someone is coming? Su Feng put down the teacup in his hand, his face gradually became serious. But then, when he saw the person coming, he couldn't help but grin. Chu Yong. It turned out to be this guy. I didn't expect to leave the casino on the front foot, and saw this guy again on the back foot. With a surprised and playful smile on Su Feng's face, he watched the show leisurely. In the spring garden, people brought it. When Luo Kai saw the person coming, the originally suppressed anger instantly burst out like a volcanic eruption. Hallmaster, the villain knows it's wrong. I beg you, for the villain's sake of making money for the casino over the years, give this little one a chance. Chu Yang was trembling all over, kneeling in front of Luo Kai with tears running down his cheeks, begging for mercy pitifully. Give you a chance. That's 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 gold coins. Luo Kai's eyes were bloodshot, his beard and hair were all stretched out, and he kicked Chu Yong's leg directly. Crack! The tooth-piercing sound of bone cracking resounded immediately. What? Hall Master! I will help you earn it back. I beg you to spare me. Chu Yong let out a shrill scream, his body convulsed with pain, but he still did not forget to beg for mercy. Upstairs by the window. Ouch, good kick, great kick. Su Feng looked at Luo Kai, who was about to be furious, and Chu Yong, who was extremely miserable, and his eyebrows beamed with joy. I don't know, if Luo Kai knew that the money in his gambling shop was won by the already dead Su Feng, and Su Feng was still upstairs watching the dog-eat-dog show, would he be so angry that he would burst open? In the spring garden. Earn it back. Can you earn it back for me? You only earned me 2,000 in this half of your life, and 5,000 in the second half of your life? You are dreaming. After hearing Chu Yong's words, Luo Kai became even more angry, and kicked Chu Yong's other leg again. Crack! The terrifying sound of bone cracking sounded again. However, Chu Yong's leg was completely broken, and the bones and flesh were exposed to the air, which was extremely tragic. Aha! No, no! My lord, the little one only made a mistake once, please give me a way to survive. Chu Yong was in pain like a lobster being scalded with boiling water. He twitched and bounced frantically on the ground, blood smearing the ground all over. At this time, Luo Kai's messenger jade token on the table suddenly moved. Humph! It seems that they recovered the money in time. For the sake of your hard work, I will forgive you once. Luo Kai snorted coldly, then went to get the summons jade token. In his opinion, it is not too easy for his own people to deal with a samurai who has no background. The lost 5,000 gold coins must have been recovered. Maybe it even swallowed up the gambling money lost by those gamblers. Thinking of this, Luo Kai's expression turned pale. However, when he saw clearly the message on the jade messenger card, his blood vessels all over his body swelled, and his complexion immediately turned purple. Brother Luo! What happened to you? Kai Deng, who had been silent by the side, changed his expression and stood up. Ah! Trash, trash, trash! Luo Kai hissed and roared, the messenger jade token slipped from his hand, and his whole body trembled crazily, looking like chaff. His voice was so loud that even Su Feng upstairs could hear it. Ha 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 ha! I can't kill you for revenge now, but it's just as cool to blow you up. Su Feng laughed, and while holding a sip of tea, he watched the show condescendingly while shaking his legs. Lost? I lost it. Trash, it's all trash. Luo Kai gritted his teeth, with a ferocious expression on his face. He walked up to Chu Yong and stomped wildly, "Die to me, die to me, die to me." In the realm of a martial artist, trampling on a martial apprentice crazily, Chu Yong's bones continued to break, and his internal organs quickly shattered. Do not! Luo Kai, you bastard, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Chu Yong completely lost hope, and strong resentment burst out in his eyes, but he was trampled to death without even saying a word. Damn it! Luo Kai didn't even spare the corpse, stomping Chu Yong so badly that even his own legs were covered in blood and pieces of flesh. Damn it, it's cruel and perverted. Su Feng shook his head and curled his lips. I lost all interest in drinking tea. Brother Luo, calm down, brother Luo, calm down. Seeing that Luo Kai was going to be furious, Kai Deng hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. It's not a big deal, it's money, just make money if you lose it. Die. Luo Kai ruthlessly kicked Chu Yong's tattered body away, and then sat down on the stone bench. Come, drink some water to appease your anger. Kai Deng poured Luo Kai a cup of tea. Brother Luo, you don't have to worry about the city lord's mansion, I can talk to you. Okay, thank you brother Kai. Luo Kai took the tea and drank it down. It seemed that his anger had not been vented yet, and his mood was not stable. Oh, the good show is over now? Upstairs listening to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, Su Feng raised his eyebrows, a little unsatisfactory. He suddenly wanted to impersonate Ma Chang with the summons jade card, saying that he had caught up with the murderer, and then said that the murderer had escaped, so as to tease Luo Kai for a while, and then enjoy himself. But this is a bit superfluous, and it is easy to arouse Luo Kai's suspicion, so Su Feng still held back. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was getting dark. After Luo Kai dealt with Chu Yong, he accompanied Kai Deng to wait for Ma Chang's news. It has been more than 2 hours now. They are already very impatient. Do you want to send a message to delay them? Upstairs Tingfeng, Su Feng, who was watching the two of them all the time, frowned. And right now, Luo Kai's messenger jade token has moved. There is news. Luo Kai's complexion changed. The previous news made him so angry that he was a little shadowed now. Should there be progress in hunting down the murderer? Kai Deng's eyes also brightened, and he smiled slightly. Let's take a look, and you'll know. Okay. Brother Kai should guess right. It's been so long over there, even 10 murderers should be caught. Luo Kai nodded with a relaxed expression, then picked up the jade tablet and looked at it. As a result, when he saw this, he instantly felt dizzy, his eyes went dark, and he almost fell off the chair. Brother Luo! Brother Luo! You, what's wrong with you? Kai Deng was astonished, and immediately rushed over to help Luo Kai. Ah! Waste! It's all trash, none of it is useful. Put! Luo Kai trembled violently all over his body, his eyes were tearing and his face was distorted. After roaring a few times, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What happened? Kai Deng couldn't believe it. A piece of news could make Luo Kai so angry that he vomited blood. He took a look at the messenger jade token in Luo Kai's hand, and his complexion suddenly changed, as ugly as eating shit. But I saw the message on the jade tablet that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme hallmaster. Something is wrong. Ma Chang and others have already been wiped out near the Red Leaf Valley. We have been completely tricked. How can that be? How could an ordinary person, a warrior, kill Ma Chang and the others? Kai Deng's face was full of unbelievable and strong anger and shame. They were treated like pigs for a whole day. And just when Luo Kai was so angry that he couldn't breathe, Kai Deng fell into a strong fright. Listen to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme upstairs. Ha 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 ha. I was so angry that I vomited blood, it was really cool. Su Feng looked at Luo Kai, whose face was full of embarrassment after spitting out blood, and immediately stood up, letting out an incomparably hearty laugh. Of course. He also realized that his cow-raising strategy had been seen through by the other party. 100 Medicine Hall completely lost track of me. Without any clue, they will definitely conduct a large-scale search. I have to be prepared. Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the light of thought kept flashing. After knowing Luo Kai's next move, he will immediately respond. In the spring garden. Luo Kai, who was so angry that he vomited blood, took a long time to recover, but his face was still extremely ugly. I made Brother Kai laugh. Luo Kai angrily wiped the blood from his mouth and hissed. Being so angry that he vomited blood today was the biggest gaffe and the biggest embarrassment in his life. And it was seen. This is simply a great shame. Brother Luo, don't take it to heart, haven't I been cheated too? Brother Kai took a deep breath, and said in unison with the enemy, our top priority is to send more people to hunt down that vicious murderer. Exactly. Ma Chang and the others died in the morning. The murderer may be outside the city, or he may have sneaked into the city. The news of Su Feng's death is also false news. He is a warrior and a burden. With more people, he will be able to find it. In any case, our search area will be very large, so we must send a lot of people. In the city, I will personally find my acquaintances in the city lord's mansion, and let their city guards and some members of the 100 Medicine Hall search together. It will be much more convenient. Outside the city, I will send most of the members of the Biatang hunting group. I will also greet other hunting groups and ask them to help keep an eye on them, so that the murderer can't escape. After all, he is the leader of a force. Luo Kai suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart, and quickly figured out the correct strategy. However, he broke his head and never imagined that his every move, and even the direction of his next move, had already fallen into Su Feng's eyes. Did you use all your strength? Is my hatred a little too big? Su Feng raised his eyebrows, joked to himself, and then walked directly out of the room. Soon, there will be a large number of city guards in the city to search and arrest. These city guards are far more familiar with Wutong City than he is, and their strength is also stronger. The outside of the city is very vast, the terrain is complex, and the enemy's strongest strength is only samurai. Therefore, shrinking in the city is far worse than escaping into the vast city. It's a pity that the one-click avatar has not had time to unlock. However, it doesn't matter, if you kill all the way, there will always be money. Su Feng took a deep breath, his whole body tensed up, and he was ready for the battle. Not the slightest remembrance. He left Tingfeng building straight away, and rushed out at a fast speed. That dog bastard appeared. He's actually running that direction, he's going out of town. Opposite Tingfeng building, Chen Jian exclaimed from a certain window, Father, catch up. Do you need to say it? Chen Yang slapped Chen Jian hard, and quickly chased after him. Why was that guy in such a hurry that we were a little caught off guard? What happened? Looking at the back of his father Chen Yang, Chen Jian was a little puzzled. Could it be that we were discovered? Shouldn't. Maybe it's urgent. Wang Gu shook his head and said, Master, I'm afraid Master alone is not safe enough, so call a few more warriors? That's what I meant. Chen Jian nodded, ordered a servant to call for someone, and then said, Go, let's follow, I want to cut off that bastard's head myself. Yes. Young master. Wang Gu nodded, and then picked up Chen Jian, whose ass was still not healed, and ran out of the city. The other side. Because Su Feng took the first step, Luo Kai's order had not yet been handed down, so he left the city smoothly. I didn't expect that in just one day, I would come out from Wutong City again. However, this day's harvest is really not small. Su Feng looked back at Wutong City, which was like a giant black beast behind him, hooked the corner of his mouth, turned and ran towards a certain direction. In that direction, there is another area that the unlucky guy is more familiar with. However, Su Feng didn't run very far when he realized that there was a figure following behind him, and it was getting closer and closer. What? The people from Biatang are chasing after you so quickly. Su Feng frowned, but felt something was wrong. The other party was chased by one person. If Biatang came to chase and kill him, there must be more than one person. One-click insight. While running, Su Feng used the insight function on the figure, and immediately saw all the information. Name Chen Yang, Qualification, Zhongping Qualification, Boundary Level, Junior Samurai, Attack Level, Junior Samurai, Defense Level, Junior Samurai Agility Level, Junior Samurai, Endurance Level, Junior Samurai, Soul Level, Mortal Soul, Major Exercises, Sancha Sutra, Intermediate Level, Minor Training Method, Sancha Body Training Formula, Mortal Level, Great Success, Martial Arts and Skills, Flowing Water Swordsmanship, Intermediate Level, Entry Level, Liuhua Step, Mortal Level. Great Achievement, Main Equipment, Silver Flower Sword, Mortal Grade, Top Grade. From the looks of it, he was just an ordinary junior warrior. And Su Feng also saw some clues from this person's name. Surname Chen? Could it be that Qin Jian's family? Damn it, these people are real dogs, they have been watching me secretly all day. The corner of Su Feng's mouth twitched, and then his eyes showed a cold light. The other party chased after him at night to determine who was coming, and a battle was unavoidable. But Su Feng did not immediately turn around to meet the enemy. Although Chen Yang is mediocre, he has also practiced several exercises. Su Feng, on the other hand, only mastered the entry-level Whirlwind Killer. Therefore, with his current strength, he is not Chen Yang's opponent and must be delayed. Not to mention, it's 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Wutong City. If the movement of the battle attracts people from Biatang or the city lord's mansion, it will be over. While thoughts were running in his mind, Su Feng had already rushed nearly, meters away. Oomph, escape? Today I have to make you spit out the more than 1 gold coins you ate. Chen Yang followed Su Feng and practiced mortal-level body skills. His speed was a little faster. At the same time, in Wutong City, the Chen family's mansion. Master Patriarch. Second Master has already caught up. But the second young master was worried that the second master would not be able to deal with the opponent alone, so he sent me back to ask for support. When the second master pursued him, he left a mark, and you can find him by following the mark. A servant beside Chen Jian knelt on the ground, and respectfully reported to Chen Wenwu. I see. Chen Shang, Chen Yi, you two immediately follow. Chen Wenwu nodded immediately. This was about more than 1 gold coins, so he agreed very simply. In fact, if he hadn't acted too much with a sledgehammer and easily attracted the attention of interested people, he would have done it himself. Soon, 2 middle-aged men walked out of the Chen family mansion and chased in the direction of Su Feng and Chen Yang. The other side. Luo Kai's orders have all been conveyed. In the city, all the members of 100 Medicine Hall were mobilized up and down, even the boy who picked the medicine was mobilized. Some of these went to the outside of the city, and some scattered secretly, ready to cooperate with the city guards to search and arrest. As for Luo Kai himself, he came to a more luxurious house in the wealthy area, and met Jiang Wu, the commander of the city guards in Wutong City. Jiang Wu and Luo Kai have a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relationship, and they are a community of interests. The elixir he needed for cultivation was provided by Biatang, and he also got money from the gambling shop of Biatang, and he also received a lot of tribute during the festivals. Therefore, after Luo Kai made the request, although Jiang Wu felt that it was unbelievable to hunt down a warrior with such a great fanfare. However, Jiang Wu still readily agreed. He sent a large number of city guards to follow the people of Biatang, using Su Feng's portrait as a clue, to spread a net in the city. At the same time, outside Wutong City, Su Feng ran away with all his strength, and Chen Yang behind him followed closely, not to be outdone. Stop it, you can't escape. You lied to my son and ate my Chen family's money, you have to pay the price. Chen Yang looked at Su Feng, who was a little closer, and immediately sneered. Ha ha. Is it really from the Chen family? It's disgusting to break your promise and backtrack on your word. Su Feng also sneered again and again. I tell you, if you dare to chase after me again, I will definitely kill you. Whispering sound. Can you kill me? Chen Yang showed disdain. If you can kill me, why run away? Come back and fight me. The words have come to this point, don't say that the words are unpredictable. Su Feng said coldly, and got into the forest the next moment. Damn. It's hard to chase after entering the forest. Chen Yang's face darkened, but his footsteps did not stop, and he also got into the forest. At the same time, he did not forget to sprinkle a handful of white ash, leaving continuous marks. After entering the forest, because the sun went down, the light suddenly became dimmer. And Su Feng, relying on his familiarity with this area, was obviously more calm when running around. This is very unfavorable to Chen Yang's pursuit. Therefore, the distance between the two has gradually narrowed from the beginning, but now they are chasing each other farther and farther. Hateful. The environment here is too strange. If I had known, I would have come out to hunt a few more times. Chen Yang cursed inwardly, and then tried his best to chase up, staring at Su Feng's back. Time passed slowly. The light was getting darker and darker. If it weren't for the warrior's sharp eyes and ears, Chen Yang would have lost sight of Su Feng. But right now. Ding! The cultivation pool is full, do you want a breakthrough? Finally full. System, give me a breakthrough. Su Feng's eyes lit up. From monitoring Luo Kai to now, he has been waiting for this moment. As soon as his voice fell, a large number of cultivation points appeared in the Dantian out of thin air, and directly merged into the aura cyclone. Suddenly, the tiny vortex of spiritual energy beat like a heart, and then doubled in size. Streams of strong spiritual energy immediately poured into Su Feng's body along the meridian network. Intermediate samurai realm. He. Su Feng felt the powerful force in his body, the sneer at the corner of his mouth became stronger, and his steps stopped immediately. Ha 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 ha. Why don't you run away? I'm exhausted. Chen Yang was overwhelmed with surprise, and quickly chased after him. Ha ha. The reason why I stopped is because this is where you are buried. Su Feng looked at Chen Yang, who was approaching rapidly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It will only be you who will die. With a low growl, Chen Yang drew out the long sword from his waist and stabbed towards Su Feng. His speed was extremely fast, the sword was like flowing water, and the sharp point of the sword was about to stab Su Feng's chest in the blink of an eye. But the next moment. Whirling front kill. The dagger in Su Feng's hand turned into a white horse, and he swung the silver sword directly. Not only that. The dagger remained unabated, stabbing at Chen Yang's throat like a poisonous snake. What? How can that be? Chen Yang felt the incomparable power coming from the sword and the severe pain of the tiger's mouth cracking, and he was shocked like a thunder. According to intelligence, the opponent should be a junior warrior who has just been promoted. How could it be possible to have the terrifying power of an intermediate warrior? In horror, Chen Yang's strong desire to survive made him unleash unprecedented potential. He twisted abruptly and avoided Su Feng's stab. Followed by. Without even thinking about it, he immediately turned around and fled. I said, I will kill you today. Su Feng stepped a little and chased after him. The words in his mouth were like the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPA peach equals wind wine / phoneme in the ice cave. Simultaneously. Whoa, whoa, whoa. With Chen Jian on his back, Wang Gu ran with all his strength following the marks left by Chen Yang, sweating all over his body, as tired as a dog. They got into the forest and moved on. Suddenly, two unclear figures appeared not far ahead, flickering and rushing towards the edge of the forest. It's my father and the bastard who won my money. Chen Jian lay on top of Wang Gu and was very excited. Quick, hurry over, I want to see that dog bastard killed with my own eyes, at this time. Die to me. A roar of all-out strength spread throughout the mountains and forests. Immediately afterwards, a spherical black shadow soared into the sky, and the strong smell of blood swayed like a wave. Maid, you can really run. Su Feng kicked Chen Yang's headless corpse, and couldn't help curling his lips. He had just broken through and lacked a grasp of power, so he let Chen Yang escape for a while. However, the process is not important, just kill it. Next, it's the harvest time again. Chen Yang, don't let me down. Su Feng showed excitement and immediately started to search for the corpse. He is short of gold coins to activate the new main system function. The other side. It's my father's voice. This smell of blood, my father must have killed that dog bastard. The ball-shaped black shadow that flew up just now should be the head of that dog bastard. I also saw that dog bastard was killed with my own eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm so relieved. I will let you win my money and let you get me beaten. Chen Jian's eyes were bright, and his heart was full of excitement and joy of revenge. Quick, Wanggu, carry me over. He never doubted that his father would be defeated. Because in the casino, when he felt the fluctuation of Su Feng's aura, he knew that Su Feng had just been promoted to a warrior, and his foundation was very shallow. Facing such a person, how could his powerful father fail? Ha ha ha, I'm going to kick that bastard's head as a ball. With an uncontrollable laugh on his face, Chen Jian urged Wanggu to run forward quickly. Ha? Someone came? This voice is a bit familiar, Chen Jian. Hearing Chen Jian's wild laughter, Su Feng immediately raised his eyebrows, and the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of playfulness. Soon, Wanggu approached here with Chen Jian on his back. Father, father. Chen Jian climbed off Wanggu's back, limped and shouted excitedly at the black figure standing in front of him, with a cheerful smile on his face. God! This time he not only got his revenge, but also helped his family earn more than 1 gold coins. Just thinking about it makes me so excited that I can't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But right now, you don't have the qualifications to be my son. The dead ghost father you are looking for is here. The black figure came over, handed out a round object, and said 2 words full of sneers and playfulness. WH. What? Chen Jian's whole body froze for an instant, and his wild laughter, excitement, and coolness immediately froze. When he took a closer look, his face was instantly covered in fear, and his body trembled crazily as if he had been electrocuted, like sifting chaff. That round thing was his father's head. Father! Father! Chen Jian's eyes were about to burst, his mouth opened wide, and he let out an unbelievable cry of pain. Those unrepentant eyes stared straight at him, with indelible horror, despair and regret remaining in them. Hurry up and be a filial child. The words in Su Feng's mouth were like the whispers of a devil. No, no! Chen Jian yelled frantically, staggered back, and fell beside Wanggu, who was also terrified. Ha ha! You are such a heartless person. When your father sees you, he will definitely beat you up. Su Feng threw away the head in his hand, and walked towards Chen and the 2 step by step. The sound of footsteps hit the hearts of Chen Jian and the 2 of them like a heavy hammer, making them tremble with fear. Do not! Don't come here, don't kill me, don't! It's this Wanggu who instigated us to trouble you, it's all his fault. Please, please, my lord, don't count the faults of villains, just pass me off as a fart, I must be grateful for your great kindness, please. Chen Jian knelt on the ground and begged frantically for mercy incoherently, knocking his head like a chicken pecking rice. No! I didn't instigate it. My lord, you are aware of the details, they forced me. I beg you, for the sake of being forced, give me a way out. Betrayed by Chen Jian, Wanggu was so frightened that he froze his ass, and also began to kowtow to beg for mercy. Then an interesting scene appeared. Chen Jian and Wanggu even started a kowtow competition, as if whoever kowtows well will survive. It's your illusion that you can survive, let's go down and reunite. Su Feng smiled coldly, raising the dagger high in his hand. At this time, dog thief, stop! An extremely angry roar came. 2 figures rushed over from a distance, they were the 2 warriors of the Chen family, Chen Yi and Chen Shang. They originally thought that the second child, Chen Yang, was fighting with the enemy, and they would be able to reap the enemy's life as soon as they came over. But I never expected that the scene I saw after coming here was exactly the opposite of what I expected. Chen Yang was decapitated by the owl, and Chen Jin knelt in front of the man, howling and begging for mercy. Uncle! Uncle San, help! When Chen Jian heard the roar of the visitor, his face suddenly showed ecstasy, and he got up and ran wildly while shouting loudly. Tell me to stop while scolding me, you must be sick. Su Feng smiled coldly, and the dagger in his hand turned into a snow-white horse and disappeared in a flash. Next moment, Chen Jian and Wanggu froze at the same time, and a line of blood appeared on their necks. Immediately afterwards, the heads of the 2 fell to the ground, and the ecstasy on their faces turned into pain and despair. Nephew! You bastard, today I will definitely tear you to pieces. Chen Shang and Chen Yi were furious, their faces twisted and hideous, like evil spirits. They quickly drew out their long swords and rushed towards Su Feng madly. Ha ha! Just with 2 junior warriors, you want to kill me? Su Feng smiled coldly, flipped his wrist, and the dagger turned into a sharp blade. If it had been before, he would have stayed away. But now, not only has he been promoted to the mid-level warrior rank, but he has also completely controlled the new power. As for Chen Shang and Chen Yi, they were as mediocre as Chen Yang, and even weaker. Such an opponent is not qualified to let Su Feng avoid the edge temporarily. Death to me! Holding a two-handed épée, Chen Shang charged Su Feng head-on with the momentum of Mount Tai. Chen Yi didn't say a word, holding a slender long sword, cut through the air and killed Su Feng's side. 1 positive and 1 positive, 1 yin and 1 yang, the compatibility is perfect. However, they completely underestimated Su Feng, thinking that Su Feng was just a stronger junior warrior. Swirling front. Su Feng dodges, the dagger follows his heart, dodges Chen Shang's épée in an instant, and stabs Chen Yi. The rapier and dagger collided in the air, and the former immediately became like a straw caught in a vortex, becoming involuntary, and his moves were completely out of shape, not good. Chen Yi turned pale with shock, he never thought that Su Feng's power would be so powerful. But by the time he wanted to change his tactics and return to defense, it was already too late. Puff! The sound of sharp knives piercing flesh made Chen Shang shudder, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Immediately afterwards, he saw Chen Yi's body with half of his neck cut off crashing to the ground, with a painful hoo-hoo sound from his mouth, blood foam continuously overflowing. How is this possible? When Chen Shang couldn't believe it, he let out a terrified roar, then turned around and ran away, whispering sound. Aren't you going to tear me into pieces? What are you running for? Su Feng held the bloodstained dagger, moved his body, and started chasing him. Facing the crisis of death, Chen Shang exploded at a very fast speed, rushing tens of meters in a blink of an eye. However, Su Feng's speed was even faster, and he caught up with Chen Shang in a short time. I fought with you. Chen Shang, who was driven into a desperate situation, had no choice but to turn around and resist. Humph! It was the same with Chen Yang before. Think there will be a glimmer of life if you turn around and work hard? Dreaming! The dagger in Su Feng's hand flickered like a thunderbolt, he dodged the heavy sword in an instant, and pierced Chen Shang's eyebrows. Boom! Chen Shang's body fell to the ground, his desperate face covered in scarlet blood. Su Feng let out a long breath, and his tense body relaxed slightly. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had killed an enemy head-on. Before solving Ma Chang, Yuan San and others, they basically relied on sneak attacks. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Feng's expression returned to normal, and his will has become stronger and stronger. Hey! The 3 warriors must have a lot of money. Su Feng glanced at the corpses of Chen Shang and the others, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Followed by. He quickly searched all the corpses. 3 spiritual coins, the other coins add up to 40 gold coins. Looking at the money in his hand, the excitement on Su Feng's face became more and more intense. System, hurry up, deposit the balance for me. Ding! Storage is complete, the balance is 1002 gold coins. My slot, just enough to unlock the new main system function. Su Feng was overwhelmed with surprise, and immediately issued an order. System, unlock the one-key clone function for me. Ding! Consume 1000 gold coins to unlock the one-click avatar function. Currently at level 1, you can condense 1 avatar. Ding! The avatar pool has been opened, the function description has been released, and the main system function unlock spree has been distributed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the branch functions 1-key dispatch function and 1-key corpse search function. As the system prompts appear, Su Feng suddenly felt a shock coming from the white space. Immediately afterwards, a light gray pool appeared next to the light red martial arts pool. Inside stood a motionless little man in a gray robe, who looked exactly like Su Feng. At the same time, A lot of information about the new function entered Su Feng's mind, making him immediately understand the function of this function. One-click clone function. Avatars can be condensed in the avatar pool. The higher the function level, the more avatars there will be. The clone's appearance and strength are exactly the same as Su Feng's, exactly. The avatar is completely loyal to the deity and can execute all orders unconditionally. With Su Feng's permission, the avatar has the right to use unlimited storage space. Su Feng can communicate with the avatar with thoughts, regardless of the space barrier. Su Feng can check the vision of the avatar, so as to give more accurate instructions. After the clone dies, it only takes 1 day to condense again. One-click dispatch function. Regardless of the space limitation, the avatar can be sent instantly to any place Su Feng has seen with his own eyes. And Su Feng checked the vision of the avatar, and the scene he saw in this situation can also be dispatched with one button. One-click corpse search function. You can instantly search out all the wealth of the enemies killed by Su Feng and the avatar, and then accept the designated spoils with your thoughts and store them in the storage space. Even if you don't bring it with you, the wealth hidden in other places, as long as it belongs to the enemy's wealth, all will be searched out. Hiss. This function is so awesome. After reading the function description information, Su Feng was instantly amazed and gasped. He originally thought that this function was a clone technique, and the clone's strength must be much weaker than his own, and there are various restrictions. However, the one-click clone function is so powerful, so abnormal. Just the most basic ability, the avatar has the same strength as the deity, it is already extremely powerful. The effect of the latter two functions is also against the sky. The one-click dispatch function can instantly dispatch the avatar to places Su Feng has seen before, such as Hongye Valley, Cliff Cave, Tingfeng Tower, Biatang Gambling Shop, Quanting Garden, and so on. This can be used completely to display unexpected tactics. The one-click corpse search function ignores any restrictions. As long as it is the wealth owned by the enemy, no matter where it is, it can be searched out and belong to Su Feng. Too awesome. It's worthy of being a system, it's worthy of being a main system function. Su Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. The function of this main department is completely born to support war with war. With this main function, he will be much calmer when facing the siege of Biatang. Try this main system function first. Su Feng took a deep breath, designated the open space ahead in his mind, and thought, send with one click. For an instant. In the white space avatar pool, the gray-robed avatar disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared at the place designated by Su Feng. I'm rubbing, it's really exactly the same as me, even more like looking in the mirror. Su Feng looked at the gray-robed clone and couldn't help but exclaim. But he soon discovered that there was something strange about this clone. Although this avatar is exactly the same as him, both the expression and the eyes are cold, without any emotion. It's like a machine. But that's fine. What I need is a toolman with no feelings, not another living person who looks exactly like me. The corner of Su Feng's mouth curled up, and he nodded very satisfied. Followed by. He took out a set of clothes from the storage space for the avatar to change into. The avatar moved very neatly, changed clothes quickly, and turned into a mysterious person covering his face. Try the one-click dispatch function again. The corner of Su Feng's mouth curled up, and a room appeared in his mind. It was the room in Tingfeng building where he lived in. This room has been open for a day and a night, and it will expire at noon tomorrow. During this period, no one will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in it. It's here. System, activate the one-key dispatch function. Su Feng confirmed the specific location in the room and immediately issued an order. In an instant, the tightly wrapped avatar in front of him disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Followed by. Su Feng immediately used the ability to check the vision of the clone. A translucent panel appeared in front of my eyes, and the scene inside was Tingfenglu's room. Success! Su Feng showed excitement, and gave the order to the clone again, go to the window to monitor Quan Tingyuan. The avatar did not hesitate, and immediately carried out the order, walked to the window and looked down. It's a pity that Luo Kai and Kai Dang were not in the yard, only the stone table stained with Luo Kai's blood could be seen. Monitor Quan Tingyuan first, pay attention to the situation in the city, and report to me immediately. Su Feng gave an order to the clone, and then closed the vision of the clone. Immediately, his gaze fell on the body of Chen Shang at his feet. Although I searched it just now. But I can use the one-click body search function to do it again, and search all the money in their home. The corner of Su Feng's mouth revealed a hint of playfulness. System, activate the one-click corpse search function. Immediately, another translucent panel appeared in front of my eyes. But this time, items are displayed on it. There are money, weapons, elixir, various alchemy materials, as well as jewelry, clothes, furniture, calligraphy, and paintings. There are even Chen Shang's own body and 3 houses. Sleeping noise. Even the corpse and the house have become my trophies? Su Feng was a little stunned. The function of this button to search for corpses is too perverted. It doesn't leave a stitch at all. Now, the items on these translucent panels can be stored in the storage space with just a thought from Su Feng. Including those 3 houses, they will also disappear out of thin air, leaving a big hole. Ah, the house is fine. Su Feng smiled dumbly. If that house disappeared out of thin air, Wutong City wouldn't be completely boiling. Followed by. He began to select valuable trophies and store them in the storage space. Coins, weapons, elixir and various materials are all taken as their own. I also chose some other valuable things, and I plan to sell them for money when I have a chance in the future. The whole selection process is very quick as it only takes one thought. Hey. I searched Chen Shang's, as well as Chen Yi and Chen Yang's. I hope you can hide more money. Su Feng licked his lips, and immediately ran over to use the one-click corpse search function on the corpses of Chen Yi and Chen Yang. Then there are all kinds of loot waiting to be picked. Soon, Su Feng searched the wealth of all the corpses, and then deposited all the coins into the balance. The original balance of only 2 gold coins suddenly returned to 308 gold coins. In addition, there are a large number of Bigu pills, healing pills, and 10 bailing pills. If these pills are sold, they can be sold for hundreds of gold coins. The harvest is not bad. It's a pity that the minimum consumption of system function upgrades is gold coins. One-click cultivation function needs 6 gold coins to upgrade to level 100,000 gold coins. Probably only a few big forces in the city can have them. Su Feng thought silently, and estimated that if Biatang was eradicated, he might be able to get gold coins. At this time, there was a rustling sound not far away. Someone is coming. Could it be that you heard the screams and roars of Chen Yang and others, and followed the sound? Su Feng frowned. The strength of the visitor was not clear yet, so he decided to wait and see the situation. Then, Su Feng turned around and hid in the dark grass, peeping through the gaps in the grass. Soon, 10 people followed the trail and bloody smell to the battlefield full of corpses. Looking at his clothes, he turned out to be a warrior from Biatang. Ha ha! People from Biatang. It's true that if there is a way to heaven, you don't go, but if there is no way to hell, you just want to go. In the grass, a sneer appeared on the corner of Su Feng's mouth. Look! There are a lot of corpses here. An exclamation came from a warrior from Biatang. This is. A warrior from Biatang recognized the corpse, a man from the Chun family. He is a warrior from the Chun family. My God! What the hell happened? 3 warriors died here at the same time. Who did this? It's so ruthless. The murderer is too bold. The head of the Chen family, Chen Wanwu, is a peak warrior. After all the warriors from Biatang examined the corpse, their faces turned pale and filled with horror. Followed by. One of them suddenly thundered and said in a trembling voice, "Brothers, these people died not long ago, the murderer is probably nearby." What? The incomparably cruel murderer is nearby? Let's go, that's a brutal man who can kill 3 warriors. All the martial disciples of Biatang screamed and made a noise, and then quickly retreated out of the forest. What's more, one of them even took out a small cylinder, pulled it hard, and a ball of fireworks shot up into the sky and exploded in the air. This is the signal for Biatang to call up its staff. Soon, the staff of the nearby Biatang will quickly come to help. Your sisters. Call people without saying anything, are you so afraid? Su Feng was a little speechless, and he didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. Seeing that the disciples of Biatang were about to escape from the forest, Su Feng immediately chased after them. These people participated in the hunt for him, so naturally they were all enemies, and none of them could be let go. In the forest, the 10 Biatang warriors retreated in a hurry, their eyes looking at the dark forest around them in horror. Suddenly, where are you going? A slender black figure ahead blocked the way. Who? Someone blocked our way. You, who are you? We are from Biatang. Yes, we don't care about the grievances between you and the Chun family, let us go, and we will act as if we didn't see anything. All the disciples of Biatang trembled in unison. It was clear that 10 people were facing one person, but they were so frightened that their hands and feet went limp. Ha ha! The ones I want to kill are the people from Biatang. Su Feng smiled coldly, and with a flash, he rushed towards the crowd. Don't run away. We have a lot of people, and if we fight him, support will be here soon. The leader of the 100 Medicine Hall warriors hissed and restrained the other 9 people, getting ready to fight. Fight with me? What are you fighting against me with? Su Feng smiled disdainfully, and instantly rushed into the flock like a hungry wolf. Swish swish. The dagger blade reflected a penetrating light under the moonlight, like refracted snow-white lightning flashing across the bodies of each warrior. The desperate screams kept ringing. Before and after but 1 minute. One by one, the warriors of Biatang fell to the ground one after another, turning into corpses. Far away, groups of people held torches or aura lamps and quickly gathered here. If there are too many ants, they can kill an elephant, so let's go first. Su Feng quickly searched the corpse with one key, put the loot into the storage space, then turned around and left. The crowd in the distance finally rushed over. The leaders are 3 warriors, and there are 50 warriors, died. This team is all dead. You bastard, how dare you kill people from my 100 Medicine Hall? Hurry up, chase me, leave a few people to inspect the wounds of the corpse, collect clues, and report the news to the hallmaster. A group of people and even many people continued to chase towards the forest without stopping. However, Su Feng has already entered the forest first. In the dark night, with only the light of the moon shining, the tiny traces left by Su Feng could not be seen clearly at all. Dozens of people from Biatang were completely lost as soon as they entered the forest. Damn! The 3 Biatang warriors were gnashing their teeth in anger. Report! We found 5 bodies. They are members of the Chun family, and there are 3 warriors among them, who just died within a quarter of an hour. Suddenly someone rushed over to report the news, with a voice full of disbelief and horror. What? 3 warriors of the Chen family died here? Not good, the opponent's strength is very strong, we can't rush forward to pursue, gather, and retreat. When the 3 Biatang warriors heard the report from their subordinates, they were terrified and felt cold all over. That murderer could kill 3 warriors, his strength should not be underestimated. At this time, it is night again, and it is a complicated forest environment. If you catch up, the consequences will be unpredictable. So they immediately summoned their subordinates to retreat. More than 50 people gathered together, huddled together like an ant colony, and retreated quickly. In the forest. What? Not stupid? Su Feng pouted with some regret. If the opponent catches up and searches scattered in the forest, he will be able to defeat them one by one. At that time, there will definitely be a lot of loot again. Sighing slightly, Su Feng walked deeper into the forest while expanding his clone's vision. At the same time, in Wutong City, a portrait has been posted all over the streets and alleys of the city. The portrait above is exactly Su Feng. What happened? Why do you want to chase this person? There is a reward of 100 gold coins. I heard that this Su Feng is just an ordinary person, and he used to be a herb-picking boy in Biatang. It's so strange to hunt him down with such a big fanfare. You can see clearly, not only the Su Feng is hunted down, but also the people who are with the Su Feng. Oh, why are you bothering so much? Remember Su Feng's appearance. If you find him, you will get 100 gold coins. Yes, remember Su Feng's appearance. Warriors gathered around the arrest warrant and chatted a lot. After remembering Su Feng's appearance, they left excitedly. At the same time, the personnel of Biatang and the city guards also started to search. Inns like Tingfenglu are the most important places to search. Moreover, the city lord's mansion also issued a notice, ordering people in the city not to hide their faces, and those who violated the rules will be directly arrested. Immediately. Indus City is in a state of chaos, and the animals are restless. I don't know how many shameful things were exposed at once. TSK. Not only ask the city guards to take action, but also issue a notice. Finally, we must mobilize the power of the masses to hunt me down. This means one thing after another. Luokai, how much do you hate me? Su Feng shuttled through the forest. He learned about the movement in the city through his avatar, and immediately sneered. He is not worried at all about the situation of the avatar. Just return the avatar to the avatar pool when the city guards and people from Biatang searched for Tingfenglu. Borrowing the moonlight and the memory of the unlucky guy, Su Feng continued to go deep into the forest. After a while, the environment ahead became very strange. Just stay here for the night. It's time to eat and sleep in the open again, Nima. Su Feng raised his middle finger in the direction of Wutong City. Immediately, I took out pillows, cushions, quilts, mosquito nets and other things from the storage space, and made a hammock among the trees. These things were naturally selected from the trophies of Chen Yang and others. Su Feng knew that he would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the forest, so of course he had to be prepared. It's a pity that if you move a house, the movement is too exaggerated, otherwise I would have a house to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in. Su Feng muttered while eating a few bigo pills. Followed by. He lay down on the bed and opened his clone's vision. A translucent panel appeared in front of my eyes. Inside was the picture of Tingfenglu's room. Just at this time, the door was knocked loudly. Open the door. The city guards are chasing the wanted criminal. If you don't open the door, we will come in by ourselves. There was a loud knock on the door outside, and there was a burst of yelling. Su Feng hooked the corner of his mouth and put the avatar back into the avatar pool. No need to think about it. The city guards and the people from Biatang opened the door and could only see an empty room. That's exactly what happened. The city guards and the people from Biatang carefully inspected the room, and then left directly. Su Feng waited for more than 10 minutes, and sent his clone over again, condescendingly, to monitor Quan Tingyuan. Soon. Su Feng's eyes lit up, because Luo Kai unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard with Kai Deng. The city is no better than the forest, not only has better moonlight, but also candle lighting. Therefore, the avatar can see Luo Kai and Kai Deng clearly. However, Luo Kai and the two had no idea that a pair of cold eyes were watching them from a dark window above their heads. How's it going? Kai Deng asked expectantly. No news for now. But with the help of the city guards, those big houses and big households will give me face and let people go in and search. Luo Kai squeezed out a smile. There must be good news coming soon. It should be so. Kai Deng nodded and poured Luo Kai a cup of tea. At this time. Report. Master, we killed 10 brothers outside the city. Suddenly 3 warriors ran into the yard with eager expressions on their faces. What? Who killed our people? The people who rescued Su Feng? Luo Kai's face was cloudy and uncertain. Where is the murderer? Did you catch him? Yes, people. Kai Deng suddenly stood up, his eyes full of anticipation. No. A warrior from Biatang shook his head with a bitter face. What are you eating? Hurry up and arrest me, trash. Luo Kai's violent temper was directly ignited. He grabbed the teacup and slammed it on the subordinate's head. Patriarch, calm down. the murderer should be the enemy of the Chen family. He killed 3 warriors of the Chen family. Our brothers heard the movement and went to check, but they were killed together. We arrived after the murderer fled into the forest. We didn't dare to chase because we were afraid of being attacked one by one. We only sent people to watch secretly outside the forest. Another samurai explained the matter clearly. An enemy of the Chen family? Luo Kai frowned deeply. What does the murderer look like? Do not know. A samurai subordinate said, that man is dressed in black and is tightly wrapped from head to toe. Hear this. There was a flash of light in Luo Kai's eyes. He stood up and slapped that subordinate away with a slap. Brother Luo, why are you here? Kai Deng quickly stopped Luo Kai and asked in confusion. My Biatang is not something everyone can mess with. In Wutong City, apart from the city lord's mansion, there are only 2 or 3 families who dare to shake hands with me, and they all have a good relationship with me. Then if the murderer is just an enemy of the Chun family, his level is also at the level of a warrior. Why would he dare to kill someone from my Biatang? If the murderer's face is seen, it can be explained, but the man didn't reveal his face. He doesn't need to kill people. He can just leave. So, if that person is not a lunatic, he is an enemy of my Biatang. The light in Luo Kai's eyes flickered, and with a small detail, he analyzed a trace of the truth. To be the hall master of Biatang, he is not stupid. I see. Kai Deng nodded. Then, that murderer might be the one who rescued Su Feng? It can only be said that it is possible. I have come to this point today, and there are secret enemies. Luo Kai nodded, and sternly said to the 3 subordinates, bring the body of the deceased, I want to examine the wound myself. Yes. The 3 warriors withdrew and soon brought several corpses, some from the Chun family warriors, and some from Biatang. This wound is very strange. Luo Kai looked at the wound, frowning together. At this time, I know this wound. Kai Deng's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, it's Xianfeng Killer. Whirlwind Kill? What kind of move is this? Luo Kai showed doubts. He had never heard of this move in Wutong City for so long. This is the unique move of my subordinate Ding Jiang. Only he can perform it in Wutong City, but he has already been killed by the person who rescued Su Feng. Kai Deng narrowed his eyes and analyzed. Moreover, Ding Zhang's wealth and martial arts were confiscated by that man. Hear this. That is to say, the person who rescued Su Feng practiced whirlwind killing. The person who killed the 3 warriors of the Chen family is the murderer we have been hunting down. In this way, why he did it without being exposed can also be explained. He was completely resentful, that's why he killed those 10 people from our Biatang. Luo Kai's eyes lit up, showing a trace of excitement. They have been tricked for so long, and finally found the trace of the murderer. Not bad. This kid is not only cunning, but also talented. He was able to master a book of martial arts within just a day or 2 of dealing with us. Kai Deng showed horror, and immediately sneered. It's a pity that he was overwhelmed by resentment after all. Not only did he act recklessly, but he also used the whirlwind kill that would reveal his identity. Yes. He was found by us, so his death is coming soon. The excitement on Luo Kai's face was replaced by anger and resentment. A mere samurai dares to stroke our beards, he really doesn't know what to do. Followed by. He turned to the 3 trembling warriors and ordered, immediately send all the warriors out to chase after the murderer. Even if you die, you must find him for me. Yes. The 3 warriors knelt down to accept the order, horrified in their hearts. How much the hall master hates him for chasing and killing the murderer regardless of the cost. But they didn't dare to show any abnormality, and quickly retreated to pass the order on. And all this. All fell into Su Feng's eyes. TSK. It actually analyzed my identity. There are 2 brushes. It's a pity, I can see everything you do. Su Feng was lying on the hammock leisurely looking at the vision of the clone. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he closed his eyes and looked at the white space, and the smile on the corner of his mouth grew brighter. However, 1/5 of the training pool has been saved, and the martial arts pool is about to be filled with skill points. Ding! The martial arts pool is full. Do you want to raise the proficiency of swirling front kill to Xiaocheng level? Upgrade now. Before the system's voice fell, Su Feng gave an order. In the next moment, the white skill points in the martial arts pool merged into his body and mind. Immediately. It was as if Su Feng had practiced the whirling front kill hard for a long time, and his mastery had risen to another level. Whether it is the speed or strength of moves, it has improved a lot. TSK. In less than a day, I have practiced this martial art to a small degree, so cool. Su Feng showed a hearty smile, and then sent clones back and forth between Tingfenglu and outside the city. In this way, while monitoring Luo Kai and the two, they can also monitor the movements of the warriors of Baiyao Hall. At the same time, Wutong City, the Chen family mansion. All the martial artists of the Chen family gathered in the hall, their faces full of solemnity and grief. At the gate of the hall, a martial disciple of the Chen family knelt on the ground, his face pale and trembling. What? What did you say? Chen Yang and the others were all killed? None of them survived. Isn't that man a junior warrior? How could Chen Yang and the others die at his hands? Chen Wenwu stood in the hall like thunder, his face was full of disbelief, horror and grief. Master Patriarch. This news is indeed true. It was discovered by the warriors of Baiyatang, and 10 people from Baiyatang were also killed. The remaining dozens of warriors from Baiyatang fled back, and brought back the remains of the masters and young master Chen Jian by the way. Chen Jiawu, who was kneeling on the ground, said tremblingly that he was really afraid that Chen Wenwu would slap himself to death. Do not. It's not true. My Chen family's warriors are so outstanding, how could it be possible to kill 3 in one night and not even one escape? Chen Wenwu trembled all over, his eyes were about to split open, and his grief-stricken face was distorted beyond human appearance. There were only 6 warriors in the Chen family, and now 3 of them died at once. Half of the huge family collapsed. Seeing Chen Wenwu's grief, the surrounding Chen family warriors went up to comfort him one after another. Roll. Get out of here. Chen Wenwu pulled out his long sword and slashed wildly like crazy. Obviously he was so angry that he almost lost his mind. All the martial artists of the Chen family fled out of the hall in panic. The warrior kneeling on the ground couldn't avoid it, and was cut in half by Chen Wenwu's sword in an instant, and the warm and smelly blood and internal organs were spread all over the floor. The endless anger in my heart vented apart. Only then did Chen Wenwu gradually regain his senses. Where are the remains of Chen Yang and the others? Chen Wenwu took a deep breath and asked in a hoarse voice, didn't Baiyatang deliver it? Report to the Patriarch. The bodies of the masters and Master Chen Jian are still in Baiyatang. Another warrior who knew about it replied with great fear. He was afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the previous warrior and be cut in half alive. Still in Baiyatang? Alright, I'll go to Baiyao Hall to meet Hall Master Luo Kai. Chen Wenwu nodded. He was going to see the remains of his sons, and then use the power of Baiyatang to take revenge. He is not stupid. Knowing the murderer is not to be underestimated. If I rashly take the whole family of warriors to chase and kill, I will definitely lose more people. This is tantamount to worsening the situation for the Chen family, who have already lost 3 warriors. Brother, we will go with you. 2 gray-haired old men walked up to Chen Wenwu, their faces full of grief and indignation. This is Chen Wenwu's 2nd and 3rd younger brothers, named Chen Wenbing and Chen Wenkai, both mid-level warriors. They were also extremely angry at the death of Chen Yang and the others, and they could not wait to smash the murderer's corpse into thousands of pieces and shatter their bones into ashes. It is good. Others are waiting at home for the time being. Chen Wenwu nodded, and took his 2nd and 3rd brothers to Baiyatang. The other side. More than 300 warriors from Baiyatang, led by 15 warriors, came to the battlefield where Su Feng killed Chen Yang and others. The commander of the entire team is a peak warrior named Luo Yong, who is Luo Kai's younger brother. Under the leadership of Luo Yong, more than 300 people were divided into 15 large teams, and each large team was divided into 3 small teams. Each team has a messenger jade token, which sends a special signal every few breaths to prove that they are still alive. Those warriors who are easily killed are both search tools and bait. If Su Feng destroys one of the squads, the rest of the 100 Medicine Hall warriors will be able to lock his position immediately. Quickly! These 45 teams entered the forest and started the most stringent carpet search. Wow, more than 300 people came to arrest me, they really think highly of me. Su Feng saw all this through the vision of the avatar, and immediately raised his eyebrows. But he won't be afraid anymore. He didn't even bother to prepare for the battle, and continued to lie on the bed leisurely and contentedly, occasionally swinging around. It was just too much. Of course, he would not sit still and let the people from Biotang find him. It's time to see the power of one-click clone. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Feng's mouth, and then he commanded the clone to take out the dagger from the storage space, and sneaked into the forest. Soon, the clone met the first team. There are a total of 7 people in this team. There are no warriors, all warriors. Hey, kill me! Su Feng's eyes turned cold, and he gave a cruel order. The avatar holds a sharp blade, sneaks up from the dark, and kills all 7 of them. Start the one-click corpse search function. Su Feng quickly searched for the loot and deposited the coins into the system balance. Each of these warriors has an average of 50 gold coins, which adds up to about 350 gold coins. Including the 10 Biotang warriors killed before, Su Feng's balance has risen to just over 1,000 gold coins at this time. It really is a gold belt for murder and arson. Su Feng rested his hands on the back of his head, and there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. As long as he continues to kill like this, his one-click avatar and one-click martial arts will soon be upgraded. And right now, over there. The murderer is over there, one of our teams has been wiped out. Hurry up, the murderer ate the bait and took the bait, ha ha ha. There was a burst of shouts, and more than 200 people quickly shuttled through the dense forest, and surrounded Su Feng's clone. Especially the 2 teams around the destroyed team arrived nearby almost in a blink of an eye. If it were an ordinary samurai, custody would be immediately surrounded, cornered, and sure to die. However, no one knew that Su Feng's clone could teleport. Yo yo yo! It's amazing, I found my clone so quickly. It seems that these teams should keep in touch at all times. When something goes wrong, others will know immediately. Su Feng analyzed the reason why the other party was so sensitive in an instant, and a sneer appeared on his face. Do not want to. He immediately dispatched the clone to a remote grove outside the city gate. What about people? Where is the murderer? Why is it missing? How could he run so fast and disappear without a trace? The warriors of Biotang rushed to the place where 7 teammates died, but they didn't even see the shadow of the murderer. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Everyone is clearly besieged from all directions. Can this impenetrable net still leak? Damn! I don't believe that a living person can disappear out of thin air. Search for me quickly, he must be hiding, search, dig 3 feet. Luo Yang yelled hoarsely, and everyone put aside their doubts and began to search the vicinity carefully. They had no idea that the murderer had sneaked into the outskirts of the forest again, lurking towards them. After a few minutes, the warriors of Biotang who searched everywhere still found nothing hateful. How could this person escape? Could it be that he has wings on his back? Luo Yang's face was full of anger and disbelief. He really couldn't understand how the murderer escaped. Suddenly what? The murderer is here, he is so strong, ah! No, don't kill me, please, don't kill me. Several screams and shouts came from not far away, instantly making all the warriors of Baiyao Hall tremble. Appeared! The elusive murderer appeared, and wiped out another team, even a junior samurai in this team. Quick! Come around, I don't believe he can escape this time. You bastard, after I catch you, I will definitely see how many legs you have grown. Luo Yang directed his subordinates to surround him cursingly, with a sneer on his face. In his opinion, the murderer must have been discovered before he would kill, otherwise why didn't he just escape? Since the murderer will be discovered, the latent ability must not be as powerful as imagined. It's only a matter of time before the murderer is caught. Quickly! Hundreds of people surrounded the second murder scene and completely surrounded it. However, the horrifying thing happened again. The murderer has disappeared again. How is this possible? Luo Yong was completely stunned. He broke his head and couldn't figure out how the enemy escaped from his encirclement. The rest of the warriors and apprentices were also in shock, with a trace of fear gradually rising in their hearts. The enemy is so elusive that they can't find any trace at all. It's really scary. If this is targeted, it is almost certain to die. Search for me again. He has been forced to take shots many times, and he can't hide his performance. This time he will definitely not be able to escape. Luo Yong gave orders to all the warriors in Baiao Hall with a stern voice. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. Yes. Although everyone was afraid, after hearing Luo Yong's analysis, they immediately spread out to search for the murderer. This time, each of their teams is closer. If something happens to anyone, they will be able to round up the murderer faster. Dog awful. I will definitely not let you escape for the third time. Luo Yong's face was ferocious, and fierce words popped out between his teeth. But right now, here he is. No. I won't hunt you down, please let me go. Ah, don't kill me. From the periphery of the encirclement, there was another shrill scream. Kill the past. Luo Yong was shocked all over, and with all his speed, he arrived at the place where the screams came from within 10 seconds. The fighters around the destroyed team also surrounded that area. Even the surrounding trees are full of people from Biatang. Ha 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 ha. Now let me see where you are going. If you obediently get out and kneel down and beg for mercy, I will give you a happy ending. Otherwise, I will let my hundreds of men torture you one by one until you can't survive. Luo Yong looked at the dark woods in the encirclement, with a sneer of complacency on his face. In his opinion, the murderer was definitely surrounded this time. The murderer must be trembling in the dark. But after waiting for a few breaths, there was no movement in the dark woods in the encirclement. Fire the torch and move forward. Luo Yong sneered again and gave the order with a wave of his big hand. Hundreds of people all lit torches, and a dozen warriors even lit aura lamps. Immediately, the surrounding forests were illuminated like daytime. Everyone was ready to fight, advancing step by step, compressing the murderer's living space. However, as the encirclement circle became smaller and smaller, the scenes in the encirclement circle were photographed clearly. Except for the corpses all over the place, there were no living people at all. Seeing this scene, hundreds of people froze, and the air seemed to freeze. What? Search for me, dig 3 feet into the ground. Luo Yong's complexion changed wildly, and he turned red, as if he had been slapped several times. All the warriors in Biatang looked at each other, hesitating. But due to Luo Yong's majesty, they still stepped forward one after another, overcame the thorns, searched the ground 3 feet, and even felled all the trees. But still no one. The murderer is not here at all. And this result made everyone feel suffocated. It's so frightening, to be able to escape from such a tight encirclement, it's like a ghost. A trace of powerlessness and fear spread among the crowd. The contagious power of this negative emotion, the more people there are, the stronger it is. Not to mention those weak warriors, even the warriors, and even Luo Yong himself, felt dry mouth and beating drums in his heart. Could it be this person was not forced to make a move at all? He took the initiative to kill our Biatang warriors. Luo Yong's eyes widened, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Suddenly. What? There were screams again from the periphery of the encirclement. Everyone trembled like a frightened bird. Some couldn't help but start to back up, some clenched their weapons tightly, and some shrank together in fear. Withdraw. Get out of the woods first and go to the open space outside the city. Although Luo Yong was extremely unwilling, he still gave the order to retreat. The murderer shot 3 times to kill and escaped successfully. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. If this continues, my own people may suffer even more terrible losses. All the warriors of Baiao Hall had long thought of fleeing, and when they heard Luo Yong's order, they were all relieved, and immediately turned and fled outside the woods. Kill me. Su Feng, who was lying on the hammock, twitched his mouth and gave instructions to the clone. The avatar immediately pursued and killed the escaped warriors of Biotang, and specially killed those teams without warriors. Immediately, the screams continued to resound behind the warriors of Biotang. It was like a series of death talismans, scaring everyone's faces to turn pale, and they tried their best to escape. "You bastard, you're so arrogant. The warriors retreat first, and the warriors stay with me to break the queen." Hearing those screams, Luo Yang was so angry that his hair stood on end. More than a dozen warriors followed Luo Yang's orders and chased in the direction where the scream came from. However, in this way, they were separated from hundreds of warriors. Exactly what I want. Although there are many hundreds of warriors now, they are all panicked sheep. You can take this opportunity to slaughter some more. Su Feng chuckled, and immediately dispatched the avatar outside the woods, rushed into the woods in the opposite direction, and intercepted and killed the warriors who were fleeing. Soon, the avatar met one by one Biotang warriors. Those dozens of people crowded together, regardless of whether they escaped alone or with a few people, became the fish of the day. In the dimly lit woods, black shadows appeared and disappeared, daggers flew in the air, and each figure spilled blood into the sky and fell to the ground amidst screams. Su Feng continued to dispatch clones, using one clone like 1,000 troops. And Luo Yang and others did have this illusion. People have been intercepted and killed all the time. Isn't the enemy one person? Many warriors. Quick, don't worry about anything, let's go. Luo Yang looked around in horror, turned around and retreated out of the woods, followed by a dozen warriors in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, they escaped from the woods, and the screams around them finally subsided. Escaped, we escaped. Oh my god, I'm the only one left in my team. It's too scary, the murderer is simply not human. Go back to the city, hurry back to the city, only the city is safe. The warriors fled to the city chaotically, carrying the fear and joy of the rest of their lives, like a group of remnants and defeated generals. Luo Yang and other warriors stood at the edge of the forest, their faces as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Because they had a total of 100 people, and more than people were killed, including a samurai. This is the first time such a major loss has happened since the last wave of beasts. As the leader of this operation, Luo Yang not only reaped a lot of shame, but also shouldered an inescapable responsibility. Damn! I lost more than 100 people, and the Hallmaster will definitely punish me severely. I've also lost all face, I have no face to face others, and my status in Biotang will plummet. Luo Yang lowered his head, his fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white, and he gritted his teeth so that blood was about to come out. At the same time, Yo-ho, get rich! Su Feng looked at the large amount of trophies in the storage space, and smiled so much that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. He didn't even get out of bed, and with his avatar, he killed 3 warriors and a warrior in Biotang 120. All the savings of these people's life belong to Su Feng. I don't know how much money there is. System, deposit all coins into the balance. With strong expectations, Su Feng gave instructions to the system. Ding! Storage is complete. The balance is 6,886 gold coins. Already nearly, gold coins. It's a pity that the other trophies can't be realized for the time being, otherwise it can reach, Su Feng was both excited and regretful, full of longing for the missing 3,000 gold coins. Do you want to take advantage of the victory to pursue a wave? Forget it, let's not fight in groups because of wretched development. Of course, it would be even better if there are enemies rushing forward to give money. While thinking about it, Su Feng sent the clone to Tingfeng Tower to monitor Quan Tingyuan. Now the enemy has been repulsed in a wave, and will not come to trouble him for a short time. So the avatar can be sent out to monitor Luo Kai. Grasping the thoughts of the head of Biotang will be more conducive to Su Feng's next move. As soon as the avatar arrived at the window of the room, it saw 3 old men walk into the gate of Quan Tingyuan. Their hair was gray, their faces were sad, with a hint of grief. Chen Wenwo? Chen Wenbing? Chen Wenkai? This is from the Chen family, I didn't expect them to come to Luo Kai. Su Feng looked at the information of the three of them with one-click insight through the vision of the clone, and raised his eyebrows immediately. In the spring garden. Patriarch Chen, you are here. Luo Kai received the three of Chen Wenwu. This is the end of the matter, please forgive me. Thank you, Hall Master Luo, for bringing back the remains of my Chen family, so that they would not be bitten by fierce beasts. Chen Wenwu bowed to Luo Kai, his cloudy eyes were bloodshot and full of grief. We are all old friends, what are you talking about? Luo Kai shook his head, and stepped forward to help Chen Wenwu up. This Chen Wenwu may break through to the realm of a martial artist at any time, Luo Kai will not neglect him. Master Luo. I came here today not only to pick up the bodies of Guzi and others, but also to arrest the murderer together with Biatang. This murderer not only defrauded my Chen family of more than 1,000 gold coins and killed members of my Chen family, but also took away, gold coins from you and killed 10 people from Biatang. You must not let him go easily. Chen Wenwu was helped up by Luo Kai, and bowed again in great grief and indignation. But he didn't expect that his own words immediately made Luo Kai stunned. Luo. Hall Master Luo. Chen Wenwu and the others noticed Luo Kai's strangeness, thought they had said something wrong, and became extremely anxious when they were confused. Patriarch Chen, what did you just say? Luo Kai came back to his senses and said in disbelief, the murderer won me 5,000 gold coins. Yes. Chen Wenwu was stunned for a moment, then asked back, didn't Master Luo go after the murderer because of this incident? But Luo Kai didn't answer him. How is this possible? How is this possible? The murderer entered the city and won 5,000 gold coins in my gambling shop. The murderer who killed 3 people from Chai Ji, 10 people from Ma Chang, and 10 people from my Biatang, and the person who took away my 5,000 gold coins, is actually the same person. Luo Kai stared at his eyes in disbelief, trembling and staggering back, a mouthful of blood suddenly overflowed from his wide-open mouth. The murderer is so arrogant, it is completely contempt and humiliation to him. Brother Luo. Brother Luo, how are you? Brother Luo, calm down, Brother Luo, calm down. When Kai Deng next to him was shocked, he quickly stepped forward to support Luo Kai, and continued to express his relief. But when Luo Kai heard Kai Deng's comforting words, his whole body was shocked again, and a big mouthful of blood overflowed from his mouth. In just 2 days, Kai Deng and his subordinates said to him 7 or 8 times to appease their anger. This word has completely become his shadow. TSK. I was so angry that I vomited blood again. The 2 mouthfuls of blood were 500 cubic centimeters? On the hammock in the woods, Su Feng looked at Luo Kai, who was angry and weeping blood through the vision of his avatar, feeling extremely refreshed. In the spring garden, Chen Wenwu was stunned. He never expected that what he said would make Luo Kai so angry. Master Luo, are you all right? Take a break. The 3 brothers Chen Wenwu surrounded him, and together with Kai Deng helped Luo Kai to sit on the chair. Brother Luo, calm down. Didn't you already send Luo Yong and the others to catch the murderer? That's more than 300 people, and they will definitely catch the dog back. At that time, we can torture that bastard for 10 years, 20 years, and a lifetime. Kai Deng said while stroking Luo Kai's back and giving him comfort, while gritting his teeth. Exactly. There are more than 300 people, there is absolutely no way for that bastard to escape. Chen Wenwu and the others were overjoyed when they heard this, and they all comforted Luo Kai well. Luo Kai gasped heavily, and after hearing Kai Deng and others' relief, he immediately felt better. At this time, on the desktop, Luo Kai's messenger jade token has moved. Ha 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 ha. Brother Luo, look, is this bad news coming? Come, brother, I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it to you, and keep you happy. Kai Deng's eyes lit up, and while patting Luo Kai's shoulder, he picked up the messenger jade tablet on the table. Luo Kai nodded, and waited with great anticipation for Kai Deng to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the good news with Chen Wenwu. But Kai Deng didn't know why, but he froze there like a thunderclap, and his hand holding the messenger jade tablet kept shaking. Brother Kai, what's the matter? The anticipation on Luo Kai's face disappeared instantly, and he felt very bad in his heart. Brother Luo. Luo Yong and the others failed, they escaped back. Not only that, they lost more than 100 people, including a samurai, but they didn't even see the enemy's clothes. Kai Deng said in disbelief, and then sat down on the stone bench with a bang. It's not true. Luo Yong and his group of more than 300 people chased and killed one person, how could they fail? Luo Kai's eyes widened, bloodshot, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth that had just been wiped clean. Next to them, Chen Wenwu and the other three were also incomparably astonished. According to their intelligence, the enemy is just a junior warrior. How could a mere junior samurai calmly kill more than 300 people in a roundup of more than 100 people? Brother Luo. Luo Yong also said that the enemy is completely elusive and can't be caught at all, and there seems to be more than one person. They have made the best preparations and can support each other in a dozen breaths. However, every time they rounded up, they found that the enemy had long since disappeared, as if they could disappear out of thin air. In the forest, they were aware that the murderer was in the dark. They were completely passive and unable to make a difference at all, so they could only retreat temporarily and stop the loss in time. Kai Deng spoke slowly, with strong shock and doubt in his tone. Supernatural, can disappear out of thin air? Nonsense, complete nonsense. What is disappearing out of thin air? It's the legendary space teleportation. How can a mere warrior master it? Luo Kai clutched his chest and cursed angrily. Master Luo, Master Kai, is it possible that the enemy can fly? Chen Wenkai twitched his lips and asked in a low voice, impossible. Flying in the sky is something only Wu Zun can do. Or control the flying treasure with the realm of martial spirit. Kai Deng shook his head, but the movement of manipulating the flying treasure is very loud, and it is absolutely impossible to be invisible. Then, what the hell is going on? Chen Wenwu and the others looked at each other, their faces wrinkled already in distress. If the murderer is strong enough, he will definitely not repel Luo Yong and the others in this guerrilla way. This murderer must have been extremely powerful in his movements, so he created the illusion that one person is like several people. No matter what, in the face of absolute strength, conspiracies and tricks are nothing. Luo Kai finally calmed down, he took a deep breath, stood up, with a strong killing intent on his face. Master Luo, are you going to do it yourself? Chen Wenwu's eyes lit up, and he asked cautiously. I won't do it. Luo Kai said coldly, are you waiting for those wastes to be killed one by one? Brother Luo will do it himself, that bastard will surely die. Kai Deng also stood up and said sharply, I also want to help Brother Luo. So are we. The three Chen Wenwu brothers also expressed their opinion immediately, we are at peace with that murderer, and we will smash him to pieces. It is good. I will make all the people in Baiyatang, including all the hunting bases outside the city, all dispatched. I will also issue a wanted warrant and offer a huge reward for the murderer. Before sunset tomorrow, the murderer must be caught. Luo Kai clenched his fists, his face was gloomy, and there was endless hatred in his eyes. Followed by. He immediately picked up the summoning jade token, and while giving orders, he walked quickly to the outside of Quan Ting Yuan. The entire Baiyatang, under one order after another, opened its bloody mouth to Su Feng like a terrifying beast that had completely awakened. Wow, don't give away the head? The whole family is out to fuck me? In the forest, Su Feng finally sat up from the hammock, with a look of surprise and solemnity on his face. At least half of the members of the Baiyatang hunting group were scattered in various hunting strongholds. These people were dispatched together with the people from Baiyatang City, the Chen family's people, and warriors who were attracted by the bounty. In the end, those who come to hunt him down will probably break through 1,000. More than 1,000 people, including a large number of warriors. Maybe there are warriors who want to show off Luo Kai's face, so please help. This kind of crushing power is simply hard to resist. We can only use the avatar to attract firepower. But the thing that the avatar can teleport must not be hammered. Otherwise, more terrifying enemies will definitely be attracted. The martial arts masters of the city lord's mansion, and even Wu Zong from other cities and even more powerful people may be attracted. Moreover, Biatang must solve it as soon as possible, and we must not let Luo Kai have the opportunity to invite the strong martial spirits of the city lord's mansion, otherwise I will not be able to hide at all. While using the avatar to delay time, I must also make a breakthrough. Strength is the kingly way. Although the current cultivation speed is very fast, it is not enough. Su Feng's eyes flickered, and if his opponent made a move, he would too. For Su Feng. At present, the best way to break the game is to improve the strength and directly crush the opponent. Instead of hiding in the dark all the time, passively dealing with Biatang, and falling into the danger of long nights and dreams. But the premise of everything is to have enough money. As long as he has enough money, he can quickly break through in a short time. Humph. Since you dare to mobilize all your strength to chase me, don't blame me for stealing your rear. Suddenly, Su Feng thought of the best strategy to attack the opponent's hunting stronghold and property in the city. Of course. It is not wise to enter the city now, because the people from Biatang have not yet been led into the forest, and the city guards have not completely retreated. So, the best choice is to kill the opponent's stronghold first. The corner of Su Feng's mouth twitched, revealing a slight smile, and immediately took out a map. This map is the internal map obtained from the killed Biatang warrior, with various detailed information marked on it. It includes the origins of various high-level elixir, areas where fierce beasts frequently appear, as well as the specific location and general strength of the stronghold. 3 second-level strongholds, 16 first-level strongholds? Su Feng glanced at the map and quickly chose a secondary stronghold. Followed by. He packed up his things and moved quickly to his destination while leaving no traces as much as possible. At the same time, the clone deliberately left traces to induce Luo Kai and others. Time passed slowly. Under the leadership of Luo Kai, a large number of warriors finally left the city. The total number of Biatang, the Chen family, and the warriors who received the reward order has reached 600 to 700. Although most of them are warriors, this number is already very appalling. The warriors in the city were amazed when they saw this scene. Such a big scene is rare. Su Feng, who was hunted down, also attracted the attention of all warriors in the city. Even Tian Lin, the city lord of the martial spirit realm, was surprised by it. In addition, what the warriors in the city didn't know was that Biatang also mobilized most of the manpower in each hunting base. These people add up to more than 300 people. The number of people who chased and killed Su Feng together officially exceeded 1,000. Thousands of people held various lighting tools, illuminating the fields outside the city like daytime. Everyone is not allowed to camouflage, and is not allowed to leave the team without authorization. Samurai occupy the periphery, everyone must be in the sight of everyone else. Once the enemy is found, no matter what the cost, we must entangle the enemy and wait for support. Under Luo Kai's order, the crowd entered the woods and began a sweeping search. They huddled tightly into a group, nearly 100 warriors were distributed on the outside, and the warriors were inside. Where thousands of people pass by, even the sky is illuminated brightly, and the ground can be seen clearly. If there is any trace of the murderer, they can be seen at a glance. Moreover, although they looked like giants, their search speed was not slow. Because of the large number of people and the protection of peripheral warriors, everyone can safely search boldly. The area illuminated by 1,000 people is like a fishing net sweeping wildly. This Luo Kai is indeed quite smart. Nearly 1,000 people huddled together, and the warriors were on the periphery. To my avatar, it was like a cow chewing on a pumpkin, with nowhere to eat. If I must send my clone to carry out a sneak attack, I will almost certainly be discovered. Su Feng, who was on his way at high speed, looked at the bright forest in the distance through the vision of his avatar, and frowned slightly. Originally, he planned to fight guerrilla warfare just like he did against Luo Yon. But now it seems that this strategy is useless. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, my ultimate goal is the industry in Biatang City. Their various shops and gambling houses store an unknown amount of gold coins. A sneer appeared on the corner of Su Feng's mouth, and then he ordered the clone to move quickly towards the depths of the forest. The other side. Luo Kai's Biatang is all dispatched, and there are all kinds of bounty warriors, there are indeed many capable people and strange people. They soon discovered the trail left by Su Feng's avatar, and even found the place where Su Feng made his bed to sleep. Fortunately, Su Feng took away the hammock, otherwise thousands of people would definitely be in an uproar, and the fact that he owns the storage props would also be exposed. At that time, it will definitely arouse the greed of the entire Wutong city. Because storage props are very, very precious treasures. My lord! The new trace we found, the murderer fled to the depths of the forest. He left a lot of traces, obviously he was in a panic. Luo Yong came to Luo Kai and told him that he hated the murderer very much and wanted to redeem his crimes, so he searched very hard. Keep going. Don't worry about the beast attack. Luo Kai waved his hand and issued an order, and the team of thousands of people immediately moved into the depths of the forest, the second-level beast area. However, they didn't know that those traces were deliberately left by Su Feng's avatar, in order to lure them further. Time flies by like a horse. The first half of the night passed like a flick of a finger. Luo Kai's team of thousands of people has thoroughly searched into the second-level beast area, and is approaching the third-level beast area, ha 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 ha. Little bastard, you only have the rank of warrior, how dare you enter the third-level area? Now your range of activities is getting smaller and smaller, and soon, you will be in a desperate situation. Luo Kai stood in the line, his eyes constantly scanning, his face full of sneer and excitement of revenge. In the past 2 days, he was teased and humiliated many times by a little warrior, and he was even so angry that he vomited blood many times. Such a deep hatred, in Luo Kai's view, must be subjected to countless tortures to avenge his hatred. At the same time, Su Feng also passed through a large forest and arrived at the secondary stronghold of one of the hunting groups of Biatang. During the period, of course, some fierce beasts were encountered. For example, red-clawed leopards, blue-tailed minks, etc., are easy to solve. To Su Feng's surprise, using the one-key search function on the corpses of these fierce beasts, he could also get what they hid, such as stored food, elixir, and even a few pups of blue-tailed mink. Su Feng got several elixir, but unfortunately the storage space cannot store living things, otherwise he would not let those cubs go. Because the blue-tailed mink is one of the most tame beasts, and its cubs are very valuable. At this moment, Su Feng hid in a bush and carefully observed the stronghold of the Biatang hunting group. The stronghold is made of local materials and a large number of giant trees and boulders. The city wall is as high as 10 meters, just like an urn city. There are outposts on the 4 walls of the stronghold, like 4 small towers, with people watching inside. In addition, there are lights and figures in the stronghold, obviously there are some people left behind. Su Feng was not surprised by this. Although Luo Kai said that he wanted to mobilize all members of 100 Medicine Hall. But these hunting strongholds are his foundation, so it is impossible not to send people to stay behind. Of course, all the masters were transferred away, led by Luo Kai to hunt Su Feng like crazy. Hey. These left behind people, let's take some interest from you, Luo Kai. The corner of Su Feng's mouth curled up, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he immediately sent the clone to one of the guard posts in the tower. Mata, they are all playing with women inside, but I want to blow the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme here, how unfair. In the outpost, a high-ranking warrior man stared at the dark window, his face full of dissatisfaction and complaints. At this time, tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Is it here to change shifts? The warrior man's expression changed, showing a trace of surprise, and then he opened the door quickly. A man in black robe appeared in front of him, very strange. But before the warrior man became suspicious, the black-robed man's hand turned into an afterimage and directly crushed his throat. How come? Only half of the thought appeared in the warrior man's mind, and his consciousness fell into darkness. From the beginning to the end, he didn't understand who it was, how he came to the post, and why he wanted to kill him. One-click corpse search starts. Su Feng searched the wealth of this warrior, and continued to send clones to clean up the other 3 outposts in the same way. At last, he also let the avatar get off the city wall and opened a gap in the gate. Hey. Who would have thought that I could break into the stronghold silently? With a smile on his face, Su Feng swaggered into the stronghold, and sent the clone back to the previous forest. After all, Luo Kai and the others are not far enough away from the city, they need to be led deeper into the forest. After entering the stronghold, Su Feng lurked quietly outside a room with lights on. Clap clap. But I heard strange collision sounds from inside, and a few men were laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, it's good to be young, it's so tempting to play dead. Maid, please take it easy, it's all over now, I'm going to abduct people in the slums again. Boss, don't mind me, how many of us have died while playing, while it's hot, while it's hot? When Su Feng heard the voice coming from the room, his face was instantly gloomy. Brute! It is simply a group of inhuman beasts. A bunch of scum. Today I will let you know what cruelty is. Su Feng narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed, then he kicked up and kicked hard at the door of the room. Boom! The wooden gate was kicked flying and fell hard to the ground. Which bastard, I almost frightened me. You idiots, let you keep an eye on me, you dare to disturb my good business, see if I don't teach you a lesson. There were 7 big naked men in the room looking at the door angrily, and kept swearing, as if the toilet was spraying manure. However, when they saw Su Feng, who was wearing a black robe and bamboo hat, they immediately froze, with expressions of surprise and uncertainty on their faces. Who are you? Why did it appear in our stronghold? Where is our gatekeeper? A bald man with gnarled muscles and a fleshy face stared at Su Feng, his mouth growling like a beast. The name of this big man is Wu Ping, he is an ordinary low-level warrior, the strongest among these left behind. He looked at Su Feng suspiciously, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Because he felt that there was something on the opponent's body that was absorbing spiritual energy. That kind of crazy speed is definitely not a human being practicing, but some very rare natural treasures are automatically absorbing spiritual energy. Who am I? I'm here to kill you. The 4 villains died so lightly, it's really cheap for them. Now, all of you here will experience the most terrifying pain. Su Feng glanced at the wretched female corpse with a distorted body, and the anger in his eyes almost gushed out. He knew that the world was cruel, and he had killed many people with his own hands. But seeing such a frenzied and inhumane scene for the first time, I still couldn't help being furious. What? You actually killed our 4 brothers. Goofy, do you know where this is? This is the stronghold of the Biatang hunting group. If you dare to oppose our Biatang, you are courting death. Don't talk nonsense with him, if he dares to kill our brother, we will make his life worse than death. Yes, everyone, follow me, he has treasures on him, kill him. Headed by Wu Ping, 7 big naked men picked up the weapons next to them, and fiercely charged towards Su Feng. The flash of the sword was about to fall on Su Feng's body in no time. A bunch of scum. Su Feng's eyes were icy cold, and his feet were a little bit like a black panther rushing into the flock of sheep, and the dagger sharply slashed across the moonwhite horses. At the same time, the aura fluctuations on his body also exploded. This speed, this aura fluctuation. It's an intermediate warrior, he's an intermediate warrior. Run away. The 7 big men who were aggressive and murderous just a moment ago were so frightened that their hairs stood on their heads and their pupils shrank suddenly. However, want to escape? Too late. Su Feng's dagger pierced into Wu Ping's dantian in an instant, destroying his aura. No! My dantian! Wu Ping let out an extremely painful howl, lying on the ground and struggling continuously. For a martial artist, being abolished in his dantian is one of the harshest punishments. Su Feng didn't care about him at all, he stepped on his feet, his figure flickered, and the dagger in his hand cut through the tendons of every warrior like lightning. Puff puff. The 7 big men all fell to the ground, blood flowed from the wounds, staining the floor red. Ah! My hands, my feet, hurt so much. No, I don't want to die, I want to go home. They were like disgusting worms, howling and struggling in pain. Do you know why I didn't kill you immediately? Because I said, I want you to experience the most horrible pain. Su Feng looked down at the scumbags under his feet, with anger and cruelty intertwined in his eyes. Followed by. He took out the silver flower sword he got from Chun Yang from the storage space, and slashed at Wu Ping's crotch. Swish! The silver sword light flashed along with a touch of blood. A mass of sinful flesh and blood separated from Wu Ping's body. No! My lifeblood! Ah, it hurts, it hurts! Wu Ping curled up into a ball, his body and voice trembling badly. It's not over yet. I'm going to cut all your limbs off. Su Feng gritted his teeth and slashed 4 more swords in a row. Wu Ping immediately became a human stick. A large amount of blood burst out from Wu Ping's broken limbs like a fountain, and within a few breaths, it flowed into a puddle of blood. Wu Ping twitched continuously in pain, his breath was dying, and he couldn't even scream. No, don't, I don't want to die like this. I beg you, my lord, to spare my life. I know I was wrong, I don't dare anymore, I will leave Baiyatang immediately, please be merciful. My lord, please let me go, I know where the supplies hoarded in the stronghold are, under the room guarded by the stronghold. When the other 6 warriors saw Wu Ping's miserable state, they were frightened out of their wits and their livers were torn apart. Regardless of the pain, some of them hit the floor with their heads and kept kowtowing to Su Feng. Some people immediately betrayed everything, only hoping to escape from Su Feng's hands. Someone was dying and crawling towards the door, dragging out bloodstains. There are also people who are intertwined with pain and fear, and directly piss and shit. If you want to survive, you can't even dream. The words in Su Feng's mouth were like the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blowing from the ice cave, making the 6 big men feel cold and trembling crazily. Next moment. The cold and cruel blade fell on them. 30 limbs were separated from these 6 people, and the 7 devoid of conscience became human sticks. Su Feng put away his long sword, but did not behead them. He wants these dregs to linger in endless pain and despair, waiting for death to set them free. I asked them to bury you with you, rest in peace. Su Feng glanced at the tortured and twisted female corpse, waved his hand and took out a quilt from the storage space, and covered it. Do it all. He looted the loot using the one-click corpse search feature, then headed to other buildings to search. The prey hunted in these strongholds and the high-level elixir collected cannot be sent back to the city in time. There are also some individual hunters who will bring their harvest and sell it directly to the stronghold, or buy medicines and the like from here, saving the trouble of going back and forth to Wutong City. Therefore, the hunting group base will have a warehouse to store supplies and reserve funds for trading. And this stronghold is a second-level stronghold, and most of the people who come to trade are samurai, so the reserve fund is definitely not cheap. According to the information provided by one of the warriors begging for mercy, Su Feng quickly found a place to store supplies and gold coins, in the basement of an exquisite room. Opening the warehouse, there was a strange smell coming from inside. There is the medicinal scent of elixir, and there are a large number of processed corpses of beasts. These things are worth at least 700 or 800 gold coins. Su Feng looked pale, and then found a big box. When I opened it, I saw that it was full of coins, including spirit coins, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Su Feng was not polite, and immediately put everything into the storage space, and then deposited all the coins into the system balance. Ding! Storage is complete, the balance is 12,825 gold coins. It's finally more than 10,000. A smile finally appeared on the corner of Su Feng's mouth. 4 gold coins, you can choose one of the 1-key martial arts training function and 1-key clone function to upgrade. One-click martial arts will reach level 5 immediately, and it is likely to obtain a new branch function just like the one-click training function. Once the one-click clone function is upgraded, a clone should be added, which is very beneficial to Su Feng. Judging from the current situation, it should be more useful to have one more clone with the same combat power as me. What's more, when I destroy all the hunting group strongholds in Baiyatang, I will definitely be able to collect gold coins again, and it will not be too late to upgrade the one-key martial arts function at that time. Su Feng silently analyzed it, and then decisively chose to upgrade the one-click clone function. Ding! Consume 10,000 gold coins, and the one-click clone function has been upgraded to level 2. Currently, 2 clones can be condensed. Sure enough. Surprised on Su Feng's face, he immediately closed his eyes and checked the white space. But he saw that there was a gray-robed villain exactly like him in the light gray avatar pool. One-click dispatch function. With a thought in Su Feng's mind, the clone in the clone pool immediately appeared in front of him. Another clone as strong as me, so cool. Su Feng showed excitement and then took out the clothes for the clone to put on. Immediately, the clone in front of him turned into a mysterious man wearing a black robe and a black curtain hat like him. Hey. With this avatar, the speed at which I raid the Biotang stronghold will be doubled. Maybe when I clean up all the strongholds, Luo Kai still doesn't know anything about it. When Su Feng thought of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he handed the silver flower sword to the clone, and ordered it to clean up the dozen or so first-level strongholds according to the map phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme. Follow orders. After taking the order, the avatar did not hesitate, and immediately left with the long sword. Su Feng also quickly rushed towards the next secondary stronghold. At the same time, Luo Kai led a team of thousands of people to hunt down and kill them, and they have found the edge of the second-level beast area and the third-level beast area. But what was expected did not happen. The murderer didn't just sit here trembling and waiting to die. Damn! This person is not here, where can he escape? Luo Kai looked at the empty forest, his face was ugly as if he had eaten shit. My lord! We found traces of the murderer, he entered the third-level beast area. Luo Yong hurriedly came to Luo Kai's side, and knelt down on one knee to report the information. How dare this person enter the third-level ferocious beast area? That's not comparable to the second-level and first-level fierce beast areas. There are very few warriors in the third-level area to hunt. The fierce beasts are not only as powerful as martial artists, but there are also a lot of them. This murderer escaped into the third-level beast area, and he must die. The news spread among the crowd, causing a large number of warriors to discuss and be amazed. Humph! The dog jumps over the wall in a hurry and enters the third-level area to escape? The third-level area is full of fierce beasts, full of dangers. How far can you go? Today, I'll let you taste the despair of being in a desperate situation, making every day impossible. Luo Kai sneered, with disdain on his face, then waved his hand and gave Luo Yong an order. A team of thousands of people quickly spread out on the edge of the second and third level beast areas, forming a long human wall to block the murderer's retreat. Luo Kai flashed his figure and rushed directly into the third level ferocious beast area. He is an intermediate martial artist. Although he was forcibly promoted by relying on pills, he finally reached this level. Therefore, compared with a samurai, Luo Kai's senses are sharper. In his eyes, the dark forest seemed to be illuminated by a faint light. The traces left by the panic were captured by Luo Kai, and he could even imagine the scene of the murderer staggering and running away in panic. Jia. You bastard, soon, I will catch you with my own hands. With a sneering cruelty on his face, Luo Kai chased towards the depths of the forest, already thinking about how to torture Su Feng. Deeper in the forest, Su Feng's clone desperately ran away. Occasionally, there are powerful third-level beasts around who hear the news and call them. At this time, Su Feng will promptly put the avatar into the avatar pool. Then send it to a place a little behind the road, and continue to flee in a direction where there are no ferocious beasts. Luo Kai, who was catching up behind him, was helpless. Damn, why are the traces here divided into two directions? Could it be that the murderer deliberately turned back and changed direction to delay my steps? In a forest clearing, Luo Kai looked at the traces in front of him, his brows furrowed deeply. Immediately, Luo Kai chose one of the directions and quickly chased after him. In his opinion, the murderer was just a samurai, whose speed was much slower than himself. Under such circumstances, the murderer still did such a thing, it was completely pretentious. He, Luo Kai, can eliminate the wrong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme in a very short time, find out the correct direction, and continue to chase and kill. But Luo Kai never expected it. He followed this trail, and unexpectedly encountered an angry third-level ferocious beast, the golden-horned great ape. But the target has long since disappeared. What? At the end of this trail is a golden-horned great ape? Fortunately, I didn't disturb it. Ha! There is no fresh bloody smell around, and the beast failed to kill the murderer? Luo Kai was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine how a warrior escaped from the mouth of a third-level beast. But the horror is the horror, and the things that I can't figure out are put aside for the time being. Luo Kai just wants revenge at this time. He returned immediately, and pursued frantically along another trail. But soon, the trail in front of him forked again. Luo Kai was puzzled, but he still quickly chose a trail to move forward. In the end, he met another third-level beast, the ghost-faced demon spider. This. What's the matter? That dog bastard can escape from the mouth of the ghost-faced demon spider. Luo Kai was dumbfounded, his eyes were about to pop out. Full of turmoil, he immediately returned and continued to pursue another trail. Then, the thing that made Luo Kai feel like a thunderbolt happened again. The trail in front of him forked again, and at the end of one of the forks was another third-level ferocious beast, the steel-toothed jackal. Moreover, the steel-toothed jackal was also very angry, apparently letting the prey run away. No way! This fucking murderer can escape so well. Luo Kai's eyes widened, he couldn't move his tongue, he was completely stunned. Fortunately, he is the leader of a faction and a martial artist after all, so he calmed down quickly. The murderer has some way to get rid of the third-level beast. It is probably a secret technique to increase the speed. The consumption of this kind of secret technique is absolutely incomparably intense. He couldn't run away from me, and even used the secret technique. I will definitely be able to catch him soon. Luo Kai's eyes lit up, he suppressed the shock, and then put aside all distracting thoughts, only chasing and killing. Really? After going through a few more trail forks, he finally saw a desperately fleeing figure in front of him. Ha ha ha. You son of a bitch, I'm going to tear you to pieces today. Luo Kai showed ecstasy, being teased so many times, he was so angry that he vomited blood several times. He finally saw the back of the perpetrator. But right now. Ow! A terrifying howl of a wolf came from the mountain in the distance ahead, which surprised Luo Kai. It's the Xiaoyu white wolf, which is equivalent to a fourth-level ferocious beast of the martial spirit level. This is already in the depths of the third-level area. Is the fourth-level beast area ahead? Luo Kai's expression froze, his heart beating a little. He didn't expect to come here without knowing it at all. He is just an ordinary middle-level martial artist. Even in the face of some ferocious third-level beasts, he can't beat them. Now there is a level, ferocious beast area ahead. How to do? Can't you just give up like this? Luo Kaisan was guilty and unwilling. He finally found the murderer, and he will be able to catch the murderer in the next moment. While struggling, he saw that the murderer in front of him was about to disappear. No, you can't let him go. Luo Kai was heartbroken. A warrior dared to go in, wouldn't he dare to rush? Not to mention, the Xiaoye white wolf is quite far away. He must be able to catch the murderer in a very short time, and then return quickly. I, Luo Kai, will take chestnuts out of the fire today. Luo Kai took a deep breath, exploded with full speed, and chased after him. Swish swish. The surrounding vegetation and branches flashed, and he entered the fourth-level beast area. However, the murderer who was supposed to be right in front of him disappeared. How can that be? Luo Kai was like a thunderclap, and he was as dumb as a chicken, almost thinking that his eyeballs were broken. At this time, the roar of Xiaoyu white wolf came again. This time it was much closer. Damn! Then you will die in the mouth of the beast. Dog bastard! Luo Kai was extremely resentful, let out a low growl of incomparable unwillingness, then turned and ran away. He could predict that after today's encounter, his heart might be completely shadowed. Ho-hoo! Suddenly, Luo Kai heard another roar coming from the front, and immediately sweated all over his body, and his clothes were all wet. Before he knew it, he was already in danger. I hate you 18 generations of ancestors. Luo Kai was so angry that his mouth trembled wildly, and then tried his best to escape in the same direction. Ow! Squeak! Oh-ho-ho! One by one, the fierce beasts attracted by Su Feng's avatar followed the breath and caught up with Luo Kai, who was fleeing for his life, and immediately chased after him. Immediately. The sounds of giant beasts running and roaring could be heard constantly in the forest, and Luokai's furious and terrified roar and curse could be heard from time to time. At the same time. Ha 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 ha. Little Luokai, you'd better die in the forest like this. Su Feng, who was about to clean up the third secondary stronghold of Biatang, knew about it through the vision of his avatar, and immediately let out a hearty laugh. Followed by. He immediately dispatched his avatar, cleared the sentries of the stronghold tower in the same way, and opened the gate of the stronghold. Who opened the gate? A strong and majestic rebuke came from the stronghold. Immediately afterwards, a thin man with a broken eyebrow rushed towards the city gate with 9 big men. Oh? So sharp, you found me directly. Su Feng raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, and then immediately checked the strength of the leading warrior with the one key insight function. Name Song Shou, qualification, Zhongping qualification, boundary level, intermediate samurai, attack level, intermediate samurai plus, defense level, intermediate samurai plus agility level, intermediate samurai, endurance level, intermediate samurai, soul level, mortal soul, major cultivation method, spring yuan huayu ju, intermediate, minor skills, iron sand body forging ju, intermediate, Dashang, martial arts and skills, Zhanfeng Dao, intermediate level, great achievement, beast roar. Fist, mortal level, great achievement, main equipment, satin snowblade, intermediate, top grade. This is a senior intermediate warrior who has practiced several martial arts books, and his combat power is higher than Su Feng's. But Su Feng did not lie to him. Not only because he has 2 clones of the same strength, but also because he can break through to a high-level warrior soon. Yes. After 4 or 5 hours of tossing around in the middle of the night, the cultivation base is only a little bit short, and the savings are almost full. Who are you? How did you get in? Where are my men? Song Shou led people to surround Su Feng, with a pair of vicious triangular eyes fixed on Su Feng. In fact, he didn't care much about those useless warrior subordinates. Because, like Wu Ping, he felt the aura around him was rapidly gathering towards Su Feng's body. Thinking that it was some kind of rare natural treasure, his heart was filled with excitement and greed. What level should the treasures of heaven and earth that can automatically absorb the aura of heaven and earth be? Ha ha. Of course I killed your subordinates to come in, they died so badly. Su Feng sneered, playing with the dagger in his hand, and bright knives flashed between his 5 fingers. Humph. You dare to kill the members of my Biatang hunting group, you are so daring and extremely rampant. If you hand over the treasure on your body, maybe I can spare your life. Song Shou snorted coldly, and stared at Su Feng with a sneer, as if he was sizing up a piece of fish. He has already seen Su Feng's realm, a mid-level warrior who has just been promoted, is far behind him. What's more, he, Song Shou, has 9 subordinates to assist him. Ha 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 ha. Treasures? The purpose of my coming here is to search for your wealth, but you actually asked me for treasures instead. Su Fengyun smiled lightly, as if he was facing not 10 warriors, but 10 weak chickens. Extremely arrogant. How dare you rob our Biatang, you will definitely die today. Since you refuse to hand over your treasures, I will take them from your corpse myself. Song Shou yelled angrily a few times, full of murderous aura, looking at Su Feng as if looking at a dead person. However, just as he drew out his long knife and was about to strike. Boom! A one-of-a-kind breakthrough wave and strong spiritual energy wave suddenly erupted from Su Feng's body. What? This is an on-the-spot breakthrough to the realm of a high-level warrior. Song Shou froze for a moment, dumbfounded and unbelievable. To know. He broke through from a junior samurai to an intermediate samurai, but he broke through the bottleneck after 3 days of painstaking practice wholeheartedly without eating or drinking. And the mysterious man in black in front of him actually broke through standing there. Everything is as simple as eating and drinking water. Hi. Senior samurai. He actually broke through to a high-level warrior. What to do, how to do this? The other big men in the martial arts realm were even more frightened and panicked, backing away again and again. What are you panicking about? He just broke through. I'm a senior middle-level warrior, and I've practiced all 3 books of martial arts, and I still have middle-level weapons in my hand. Plus you are helping me restrain him, we will definitely save his life. Song Shou's expression fluctuated, but finally he gritted his teeth hard and his face became firm. In his opinion, Su Feng's sudden breakthrough was definitely related to the treasure on his body. As long as he grabs this treasure, he might be able to break through to a high-level warrior, or even a higher realm. Greed, anger, jealousy, hatred, and a trace of self-confidence made Song Shou suppress the fear in his heart and decided to fight to the death. Although the martial disciples around were very afraid of Su Feng, Song Shou had a high prestige in their hearts, and what he said made sense, so they all calmed down. TSK Tisk. Facing high-level warriors, do you also think you can win? In that case, can you kill those 3 senior warriors? Su Feng stood where he was, calm all the time, with a playful smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, with a thought in his mind, the 2 avatars were summoned at once. 3 senior warriors? You are the only one here. Song Shou sneered, his tone full of disdain. But when he saw 2 figures in black robes who appeared at some unknown time from the corner of his eyes, the words in his mouth stopped abruptly. Those 2 figures in black robes exuded the aura fluctuations of high-ranking warriors. How is this possible? How come there are 2 senior warriors? Song Shou's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was dumbfounded. He had no idea how those 2 senior warriors appeared. There are really 3 senior warriors. It's over, run away, we can't beat it. Seeing this scene, the martial disciples around them panicked again after they had just calmed down, and fled around in panic. Ha 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 ha. Give it to me, don't let anyone go. Su Feng smiled coldly, waved his big hand, and the avatars rushed up immediately. One of them holds a silver flower sword, and the other holds a 2-handed épée. Although they are not proficient in swordsmanship, they can completely crush all warriors with just the most basic strength and speed. You dare to kill me from the 100 Medicine Hall? Our Biatang will never let you go. Song Shou's complexion changed wildly, and he spoke harshly, but he smeared oil on the soles of his feet, turned around and fled. Want to escape? Wishful thinking. Su Feng gave a disdainful smile, and immediately chased after her. His speed was already better than Song Shou's, and he was overtaken in a short distance in an instant. Death to me. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Song Shou swung the long knife in his hand and slashed at Su Feng when he was frightened. The bright long knife tore through the air, sending out a sharp whistling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme, making people stand upside down. Su Feng smiled coldly, his figure flashed, and he dodged without any danger. Don't hide if you can. Song Shou slashed through the air, furious, but did not continue to attack, but turned around and ran away again. However, 2 figures in black robes stood in front of him, scarlet blood dripping from the sword in their hands. Do not. Song Shou looked around in horror, all his subordinates were completely dead. In such a huge stronghold, he is the only one left. 3 mysterious men in black robes surrounded him from 3 directions, as if looking at a dead man. No, don't kill me. I beg you to be magnanimous, you can do whatever you want. Song Shou, who felt that there was no hope of escaping, had no desire to resist any longer. He dropped his weapon neatly, knelt on the ground, and kept kowtow. Whatever you want, I can kill you and get it myself. Perhaps you won't believe it, I can even find the private money you hid at home. Su Feng hooked his mouth, waved his hand and said, kill him, but don't let him die too happily, none of these beasts is a good person. As ordered. The 2 avatars immediately held long swords and charged towards Song Shou. 100 Medicine Hall will not let you go. Seeing that begging for mercy was fruitless, Song Shou was filled with despair and let out a mournful cry. The instinct of survival made him swing the long sword to resist the attacks of the 2 black-robed clones. However, although his weapon was sharp, it was useless, and he was cut down to the ground after a few moves, blood was flowing, and his breath was dying. Puff! Clone No, held an épée and directly opened a big hole in Song Shou's chest. Shoo! The No, avatar holds a silver flower sword and stabs into Song Shou's dantian, the white knife enters and the red knife exits. What? Song Shou's eyes opened wide, and he howled in despair. The endless pain made him twitch uncontrollably, and his consciousness was taken away little by little, completely falling into darkness. still let you die too quickly. Looking at the tragic death of Song Shou, Su Feng shook his head, and began to use the one-click corpse search function to search for loot. The 2 clones were also sent out to continue sweeping the first-level stronghold of Biatang. The strength of the dozen or so first-level strongholds is very weak, but they are large in number and not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other. There are still a few that have not been cleaned up. After looting the corpses of Song Shou and others, Su Feng walked towards a more refined building. Now that he is very experienced, the treasures of the stronghold are generally stored in the residence of the strongest in the stronghold. And the residence of the strongest is naturally taller than the residences of other minions. Soon, Su Feng also looted all the wealth of this secondary stronghold. The avatars finally cleaned up all the remaining Biatang strongholds. So far, all the foundations of the Biatang hunting group outside the city have been killed and snatched away by Su Feng. If it wasn't for worrying about making a lot of noise and causing trouble, Su Feng would have wanted to burn down these strongholds with a torch. At this moment, Su Feng sat on a domineering tiger leather chair in a certain room, and began to count the harvest. System. Deposit all coins into the balance first. Su Feng showed excitement. Without further ado, save money first. Ding. Storage is complete. The balance is 36,666 gold coins. Hey. It has reached more than 3 gold coins, so happy. Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave an instruction to the system. System, upgrade the one-click martial arts function to level 5. Ding. Consume 10,000 gold coins. The one-click martial arts training function will be upgraded to level 5, and the current martial arts training speed will be 32 times the base speed. Ding. Congratulations, you have upgraded the one-click martial arts function to level 5, and you have obtained the branch function Twins Practice Martial Arts. Along with 2 system prompts, a lot of information about the functions of the new branch appeared in Su Feng's mind. Moreover, in the light red martial arts pool in the white space, a second black-robed villain unexpectedly appeared. Sure enough, I got a new branch function. Twins Practice Martial Arts. 2 villains in black robes can practice 2 exercises separately, or 1 exercise at the same time. When 2 villains practice a book of Kung Fu at the same time, the speed of martial arts is doubled. Su Feng checked the information about the functions of the new branch, and the excitement on his face became more and more intense. This Twins Practice Martial Arts function is even more awesome than the previous speed multiplication. When the 2 black-robed villains are used together, the speed of martial arts will be doubled, and they can be used separately to practice 2 exercises at the same time. You must know that it is extremely difficult for ordinary warriors to practice 1 skill, and it is even more difficult to practice 2 at the same time. Like Song Shou and others, although they have practiced 3 martial arts skills. But it was all because the previous exercise was difficult to improve, so he reselected a new martial art exercise to practice. Practicing 2 martial arts skills at the same time, only 2 cannot be famous, and ordinary warriors don't even think about it. Only the proud son of heaven can do this. But their practice speed will be greatly reduced, definitely many times worse than Su Feng's. The key is, Su Feng doesn't need to worry about anything here. He doesn't need to consume martial arts training resources, and he doesn't need to work hard to practice martial arts. Others are still as tired as dogs. Next, let's practice the exercises. Now my realm has reached the realm of a senior warrior. Xianfeng Kill, a mortal level top rank skill, is no longer applicable, so let's just give it up. While thinking about it, Su Feng took out some pamphlets from the storage space. It was the classics of exercises that he had captured after beheading the enemy. It includes the intermediate body training methods Iron Sand Forging Body Ju and 3-Tide Forging Body Ju, intermediate martial arts skills Flowing Water Sword Method, Jianfeng Knife and some ordinary martial arts skills. If I practice a book of exercises at the same time, the speed will reach 64 times the base speed. With such a fast speed, it is estimated that a book of intermediate exercises can be started in a few hours. A look of excitement gradually appeared on Su Feng's face, and then he selected phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme chopper from a bunch of exercises. The main reason is that the only weapon he has now is a mid-level long saber with satin pattern snow blade, so he simply practiced a book of saber techniques. In this way, it will be more advantageous in battle. The reason why he avoided Song Shou's attack before and didn't fight it head-on was because the mortal dagger in his hand was too rubbish. System. Su Feng held the Zhan Feng Dao Classic and ordered, activate the one-key martial arts training function, let two villains practice Zhan Feng Dao at the same time. Ding! The one-click martial arts training function is activated, and you can start practicing Zhan Feng knife. Accompanied by the system prompt, the white skill points accumulated in the martial arts pool were immediately integrated into the booklet representing Whirlwind Kill. Immediately afterwards, the booklet sank to the bottom of the martial arts pool. The pamphlet representing the Zhanfeng knife replaced it, suspended in front of the two little black-robed martial arts practitioners, automatically without phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Immediately, the two little men in black robes moved, and long sword weapons appeared in their hands, and they began to practice sword skills continuously. White skill points appeared in the martial arts pool one by one, very fast. According to this speed, it will definitely be possible to get started in 3 hours. Even if you want to practice it to perfection, it only takes less than 2 days. Su Feng looked at the skill points that appeared so quickly, he was a little speechless. This speed is simply too fast. But he smiled quickly. The current one-click martial arts function is only level 5. In the future, it will continue to upgrade and double, reaching tens of thousands of times. That is called fast. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Feng imagined the future, so happy that he showed intoxication. Of course, he would not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in fantasy. He soon calmed down and began to think about how to move the next move. Although I have reached the level of a high-level warrior now, and I still have 2 clones of the same strength. But with such strength, it is still unable to deal with the more than 1,000 people who are chasing and killing me. Since that's the case, then continue to attack the opponent's rear. This time, the target is inside the city. Su Feng narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. Immediately, while evacuating from this stronghold full of corpses, he directly dispatched the 2 clones to Quantinjuan. Not bad. Luo Kai, Kai Deng, and others all left, and the Quanting Garden was empty, and no one would trespass, so it was naturally the best place to go. Followed by Su Feng ordered the clones to leave Quantinjuan. Because almost all the people from Biatang came out, and they were all led to the depths of the forest. Moreover, Biatang had already found Su Feng's trace, and it was the middle of the night, so the city guards had disbanded and evacuated. Therefore, Su Feng's avatar can almost swagger around on the street. Of course. To be on the safe side, Su Feng wouldn't be so reckless. He asked Clone No, to secretly monitor the casinos, shops, and city gates of Biatang. Let the No, clone advance cautiously and sneak into the headquarters of Biatang in the city. The unlucky guy has been a herbal boy for more than 10 years. Although his status is low, he is very clear about the layout of the headquarters of Biatang. Where there is any building, it is completely clear. Of course, it is impossible for the unlucky guy to know where Luo opened his money. The most valuable place he knows is the place where the treasures of heaven and earth are placed, and he doesn't know about other places. Therefore, Su Feng commanded the No, clone, and arrived at the warehouse where the treasures of heaven and earth were kept. A senior warrior guarded the door, already asleep. Su Feng asked the avatar to knock him out, and he entered the warehouse smoothly. Immediately, rows of neat wooden shelves appeared in front of me, filled with all kinds of natural treasures. It contains a large number of spiritual herbs, as well as some rare ores, wood, and other treasures. I can't take too much for now. Otherwise my storage space will be exposed. Su Feng was very careful to only pick the most valuable items. Fortunately, the treasures of heaven, material and earth here have been classified and clearly marked, which saved Su Feng a lot of trouble. This ore is good, almost worth 500 gold coins. Wow, this is red lotus, worth, gold coins. This piece of wood is actually a third-order material. Although it is only a little bit, it is worth 1,000 gold coins. Su Feng looked at the clone's field of vision in the translucent panel, and his face was about to burst into laughter. And just when Su Feng was frantically sweeping the Tian Kadibo warehouse of Biatang. In the forest. Damn. That crocodile is so strong, if I hadn't run fast, it wouldn't have been as simple as being injured. A junior samurai was rushing to the secondary stronghold of Biatang that Su Feng had just evacuated. He was injured and couldn't stay in the wild anymore. Fortunately, he has a very good relationship with Biatang, so it is no problem to seek asylum here. However, when he came to the stronghold, he found that it was full of corpses. This. Someone wiped out this Biatang hunting stronghold. The junior samurai was so terrified that his soul would fly out of fright. No matter what, he didn't dare to imagine who in Wutong City could be so rampant and dare to do such a thing. Looking at the bloody corpse in front of him, the junior samurai was terrified for a while, and immediately retreated. He was afraid that the murderer hadn't left yet, so he killed him together. He decided to flee to the next Biatang stronghold and report what happened here to Biatang. At the same time, Kai Deng and Luo Yong are leading thousands of warriors, forming a human wall of tens of thousands of meters each in 10 steps, preventing their targets from escaping from the third-order beast area. Suddenly, there was movement in the jade tablet of communication. Who sent me a message at this time? Did he see the murderer? Luo Yong's eyes showed surprise, and he immediately picked up the messenger jade tablet to check. However, when he clearly saw the message on the communication jade tablet, it was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. 5 thunders struck the top, his whole body stiffened, and his face showed panic. Because on the communication jade tablet is the bad news and orders from Luo Kaifa. Original. Luo Kai was chased by many ferocious beasts. He was already wounded and was in danger. Quick! Everyone enter the third order area for me, and meet Hall Master Luo Kai. Without even thinking about it, Luo Yong issued an order to his subordinates in an instant, and then rushed into the third order beast area first. What? Let us enter the third order area? Isn't that letting us die? That's right, we warriors are already taking a huge risk when we enter the second order area. A group of trash, if they dare to disobey their orders, they will all be killed without mercy, and all of them will be let in. Under the order of the warriors of Biatang, the warriors had no choice but to enter the third order area. This was the first time they entered in this life. But among the martial artists who entered the tier area, there are also some who took the initiative to enter. Hallmaster Luo must have encountered some kind of trouble inside. If I can help, I won't have to worry about it for the rest of my life. Maybe we are going to catch up with the murderer. Let us go in and intercept, so we can catch the murderer sooner. There are so many people, I'm so scared. If I stop the murderer, there will be a reward of gold coins. Thousands of warriors with different thoughts quickly followed Luo Yong and entered the third-tier ferocious beast area. Followed by. They heard many giant beasts running and roaring, the sound of trees breaking and rocks rolling down. That is a tier ferocious beast equivalent to a martial artist. Immediately, more than 1,000 people trembled and sweated profusely. Those who were already terrified showed despair, and those who were not afraid became terrified. Some even retreated secretly. Anyway, Luo Yong and other Biatang warriors were also terrified, and they couldn't control that much. At this time, the movement in the forest is getting closer. Soon, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, soaked in blood, pale as paper, and eyes full of horror rushed out of the woods. This person who was seriously injured and in a state of embarrassment was not the master of Baiyao Hall, Luo Kai. Who else could it be? Master! How are you? When Luo Yong saw Luo Kai, he was frightened and worried. Quick! At all costs, stop the beast behind. Seeing his own person in front of him, Luo Kai's eyes suddenly showed surprise, and he rushed over with all his strength. From behind, rumbling sounds and the roars of various beasts came. Horrifying beasts emerged from the woods and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Escape! I don't know who yelled, and more than 1,000 people fled back in an instant. However, how could their speed be as fast as Luo Kai and tier beasts? Especially those warriors who fell directly to the rear and were caught and eaten alive by the golden horned giant ape and other ferocious beasts. Then, a death marathon race emerges. People try their best, as long as they run faster than others, they don't have to die. Of course, Luo Kai and a group of warriors had the best advantage, and quickly rushed to the front, making hundreds of warriors food and feeding the beasts. Fortunately, those ferocious beasts have relatively higher spiritual intelligence, and are very afraid of Wutong City, and dare not get too phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. After the surviving warriors fled into the area of the second-order beasts, they stopped chasing them. But the terrified warriors did not stop, but continued to flee until they reached the plains outside the city, and finally collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Luo Kai also fled to the plains outside the city, sat cross-legged on a big stone, and swallowed the healing elixir. The dog bastard of the whole family. Before he died, he actually led me into a dangerous situation, and almost let me be buried with you. Seeing the rolled flesh, pitch-black wounds, and stinky blood, Luo Kai was trembling with anger, as if he had epilepsy. My lord! How are you all right? Kai Dang, Luo Yong and others rushed to Luo Kai's side one after another, all with fear and luck on their faces. If it weren't for those warriors who were at the bottom, they would never be able to escape. Do you think I'm fine? A group of trash, even a samurai would not be able to catch them. I made a move myself and almost died at the mouth of a beast. When Luo Kai saw this group of subordinates, he became even angrier. If it wasn't for these wastes not doing things well, how could he have personally acted, fell into the trap of a thief, and was almost killed in the forest? Patriarch, calm down. Luo Yong nodded and bowed, immediately calming Luo Kai's emotions. Don't mention the word calming to me. Don't mention it again in this life, or I will kill you. Luo Kai didn't wait for Luo Yong to finish speaking, and immediately shouted angrily with saliva splashing all over the place. Brother Luo, calm down. Look, that ferocious beast is so horrifying. If we chase that person, he will die without a place to bury him. Kai Dang on the side was a little embarrassed and relieved. Speaking of it, he had calmed Luo Kai down many times, which caused a psychological shadow. Of course, in terms of the culprit, it is naturally that cunning and vicious murderer. Humph. That dog bastard has entered the fourth-order ferocious beast area, of course he will die without a place to die. It's a pity that I couldn't catch him with my own hands, otherwise I would have killed him bit by bit. Luo Kai snorted coldly, the anger and resentment in his eyes lessened a little. Although the best result was not obtained, the ending of the murderer being eaten alive by the beast was barely acceptable. Seeing that Luo Kai's mood eased, Luo Yong and Kai Dang immediately struck while the iron was hot and continued to comfort him. Finally, Luo Kai's face returned to normal. Those warriors have also escaped one after another. Go ahead and count how many people have been lost. Luo Kai sighed, thinking of the members of Biatang who died in the forest, his mouth trembled with distress. Yes. Luo Yong nodded, and led a group of subordinates to count the number of people. Soon. Reporting to Hall Master, our 100 Medicine Hall has lost 230 warriors. Luo Yong came back and reported, those who do not belong to our Biatang have lost 165 people. The loss of more than 200 people. We lost half of the warriors of Biatang directly. Luo Kai showed pain on his face. Although the warriors are weak, they are the foundation of Biatang. The loss of more than 200 warriors will cause many industries of Biatang to stagnate, and the loss is heartbreaking. In addition, a large number of warriors who received the reward order suffered disaster, which would also cause a great blow to the reputation of Biatang. Master, this matter is over, don't be angry. Luo Yong cautiously came to Luo Kai's side, comforting the old man. Ugh. It's over, it's all over. Let's go to the city, have a good rest. Luo Kai stood up, sighed, and walked towards the city. But right now. At this moment. The clone entered the gate of Jintao building. Warriors are far more energetic than ordinary people, and most shops in the city are open 24 hours a day. The same is true for Jintao building, but now it is almost midnight and dawn is approaching, so there is no one in the store except for the dozing shopkeeper. The shopkeeper is a mid-level samurai, and he can be regarded as someone who can be a shopkeeper in Jintalu. Shopkeeper, there is a large amount of goods, eat or not. The avatar commanded by Su Feng tapped the counter with his hands, waking up the shopkeeper. A large shipment? The shopkeeper was very upset at being woken up, but his eyes lit up when he heard what Su Feng's avatar said. He immediately heard that the other party was here to sell stolen goods, and there were a lot of them. Look at the aura fluctuations unintentionally emitted by people, good boy, senior warrior. Ah ha ha. Sorry, I just woke up a little dizzy. The shopkeeper smiled apologetically, then lowered his voice and said, how much is the thing in my brother's hand worth? The number 2 clone made a 6 gesture. 6,000? The shopkeeper was taken aback for a moment, and said with a smile, that's quite a lot. Do not. At least, gold coins. Su Feng commanded the no, clone, and said calmly. 60,000 gold coins. The shopkeeper almost screamed, lowered his voice and said, where did you get this? Don't ask these questions, or I'll change to another one. Su Feng commanded the no, clone, and said, however, let me tell the truth, this batch of goods does have some background, you should think about it carefully. Okay, I won't ask. As for the origin of this product, as long as it didn't come from the city lord's mansion, it's fine. The shopkeeper nodded. They can't break their rules by themselves, however, the price should be lower. As long as it's not too outrageous, I accept it. Okay, let's go and see the shipment now. Please. The shopkeeper called another person to guard the store, and followed the clone to the slums. The destination is the former residence of the unlucky egg. Su Feng had already let no, clone guard there, and gave it the authority to store the storage space, and took out the goods and put them away. These goods were not only found from the headquarters of Biotang, but also looted from those strongholds. Soon. The no, avatar brought the treasurer of Jintao building to a broken house. This dilapidated, leaky house was exactly where the unlucky guy once lived. Because the house is so bad, no one has occupied it after being empty for so long. In here. The no, avatar pushed open the door, revealing the no, avatar and an assortment of natural treasures. Another senior warrior. The shopkeeper was startled, and secretly thought that this group of people might not be simple, even the people who came out to do things are so strong. Shopkeeper, let's take inventory of the goods. No, clone said. Aha! Bipolar white pistol flower. Water mirror sky steel rough stone. Earth dragon milk heart. The shopkeeper nodded, looked at those treasures of heaven and earth, and immediately gasped in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme out the names. How? Enough! Su Feng directed the clone and smiled. There are indeed many. These high-end goods alone are worth more than 6 gold coins. The shopkeeper nodded heavily, and immediately said, I don't want to ink, I want everything, here is the number for you. 59,000 gold coins was the bid from the treasurer of Jintao Tower. Compared with the market price, it is much, much lower, but this is stolen goods, and this price is not bad. I still have some pills here, let's make up, Su Feng asked clone no, to speak, and gave permission to the storage space, and took out the seized medicine. Of course, the avatar was pretending to be taken out from behind. Row. I'll contact the landlord right away. The shopkeeper agreed cleanly. This trip to Jintao building they will earn at least, 2, gold coins. Your landlord won't bring people here to eat black people? Su Feng asked the second clone to ask. To be honest, he was a little worried. You think too much. Our Jintao building is a foreign force. Why should we gain a firm foothold in Wutong City? It's not about being honest. The shopkeeper smiled lightly, if we go back and forth, we will lose our reputation. Okay, we believe you. Su Feng still agreed. He has already made preparations, if Jin Taolu dares to cheat, he will keep it for a few days and eat it with his bones. Soon. The owner of Jintao building came alone. This is an old man with black hair and shrewd eyes. Use one-click insight to see his information. His name is Qian Xuan, and his cultivation has reached the level of a junior martial artist. This kind of strength can completely kill Su Feng's two clones. Fortunately, Jintao building was very trustworthy. Qian Xuan directly brought gold coins, and the two sides did not have too much conversation. They paid the money and delivered the goods. Moreover, there is no need for Su Feng to worry about the transfer and transportation of these materials. The money and the goods are cleared, and we are leaving now. Su Feng held back his excitement and told the two clones to leave. There are still goods next time. Welcome to Jintao Tower, and keep the valuable customers satisfied. Qian Xuan and the shopkeeper all smiled and sent Su Feng's clone away. Next, they have to mobilize their own manpower channels to transfer these goods. The other side. Ha ha ha. I got another gold coins, so happy. Su Feng looked at the gold coin balance in the white space with great excitement. After depositing all the coins, plus the remaining gold coins, the balance has reached 86,698. As long as you get another 13,302 gold coins, you can upgrade the system function again. Hey. Biatang will soon find out that the warehouse has been stolen, and then conduct a large-scale search. It's better to get him another wave before that, and raise all these more than one gold coins. A light flashed in Su Feng's eyes, and he immediately began to select targets from various industries in Biatang. In the end, he set his sights on the casino of Biatang. Most of Biatang's other industries are related to elixir. The most valuable goods in the store are these goods, but there is not much cash, because they will all be handed over to Luo Kai. Especially now that it was before dawn, the turnover of the previous day had already been handed in. Only Biatang's casino is designed for gambling, where there are people and money, and the door is always open, bustling and bustling. Su Feng didn't need to think about it to know that the reserve fund of Biatang Casino is definitely quite a lot. Biatang Casino, after a night, I'm back. With a sneer, Su Feng made the two clones rush to the Biatang Casino. Inside is still buzzing with people, very lively. The excited yells of the gamblers and the crisp collision of gold coins made the blood boil in this smoky place. Stop. Please take off your hats and let us check your identity. Suddenly, two Biatang warriors stopped Su Feng's two clones. Oh. Su Feng raised his eyebrows. He originally planned to let the avatar take a gamble, to see if he could get together 100,000 gold coins without bloodshed. Now it seems that it is necessary to do it. Kill me. As long as the warriors of Biatang and those who dare to help the tyrant and abuse them, they will be killed without mercy. The corner of Su Feng's mouth ticked, and he gave a cold order directly. In the casino. This guest. No matter who you are, take off your hats immediately. That's right, our Biatang casino doesn't allow people in disguise recently. If you. Two Biatang warriors stopped Su Feng's clone, chattering endlessly. Suddenly, a sword light flashed from the hands of the black-robed mysterious man in front of him, beheading the two warriors. Puff! The skull fell to the ground, and blood spurted from the broken neck. The strange movement and the disgusting smell of blood immediately attracted the attention of others. What? Killed. Someone killed the warrior of Biatang. Dare to fight in Biatang Casino. Are these two crazy or stupid? In any case, both of them will surely die. Look, other warriors from Baiyao Hall have already surrounded them. The gamblers were horrified at first, and then sneered slightly. From their point of view, if the other party dared to kill someone in the Biatang Casino, he was looking for death. And this. It was exactly what the guards at Biatang Casino thought. Dare to kill the people from my Biatang, what a dare! Do you know that the last person who provoked me in Biatang was surrounded and killed by thousands of people, and his body was smashed to pieces, leaving no bones left? Put down your weapons immediately and surrender on your knees, or we will kill you now. Under the leadership of a warrior from Biatang, dozens of people surrounded Su Feng's two clones. These people are all the warriors left by Biatang in this casino. The last person who was hunted down. No bones left? I'm afraid you don't know that the one who was hunted down was me, and not only did I phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme well, but I also came to take revenge. Su Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard the threats from these Biatang warriors. But he won't talk nonsense with these minions. Just as the warriors of Biatang continued to threaten and abuse, the two avatars brazenly attacked. Shhhhh. A silver flower sword and a two-handed ape, like a scythe of death, crazily harvested the lives of the warriors of Biatang. Swords and swords flashed, blood spattered everywhere, all the warriors of Bialhal fell to the ground in pain and despair, with no breath left. An even more terrifying bloody smell completely enveloped the entire casino, turning it into a sure hell. The warriors of Biatang are vulnerable. How is this possible? They're warriors. And, moreover, high-ranking warriors, two high-ranking warriors. Run away, let's run away, or we will die. Everyone in the casino was scared out of their wits and terrified. A warrior-level gambler recognized the strength of Su Feng's avatar, his complexion changed wildly, and he broke through the window to escape in an instant. The rest of the gamblers were also terrified, screaming and fleeing in all directions, just going where there is a hole. No! Stop it, our Biatang casino has the background of the city lord's mansion. It's too late for you to retreat now. No, don't kill me, ah. Dozens of casino guards in Biatang were also completely stunned by Su Feng's avatar, threatening and begging for mercy, incoherent. However, without Su Feng's order, the two avatars would not stop at all, and kept waving the two blood-stained swords. Whether it is resisting or trying to escape, hack them all to death. In just a dozen breaths, most of the casino guards were killed, and those who survived were frightened to death. Su Feng kept these people because he wanted to know where the gold coins were stored from them. Tell me, where are all the gold coins in your casino? Su Feng commanded the clone, and said in an extremely cruel and cold voice. You're delusional, ah. A stubborn casino guard was beheaded without finishing his sentence. The rest of the people were killed as an example to the monkeys, and they all trembled in fright, and the light in their eyes had loosened. Ha ha. Anyway, you have so many guards and staff, someone will always say something. If I ask you, if you don't tell me, you will be killed, but the people behind said, so you who were killed, didn't you die in vain? Su Feng commanded the clone, persuading him with a gentler tone. Hearing these words, the terrified Biatang warriors immediately flickered in their eyes. Tell me. The clone was vicious, and directly picked a woman with heavy makeup. What a coincidence, it turned out to be the staff member who despised Su Feng last time. I know. I said, no, I'll take you there, don't kill me. This woman was originally weak-minded, and under the threat of death, her mind went blank with fear, and her psychological defense was completely broken by the second clone. Therefore, she said it immediately, and she had to take Su Feng's avatar to get the money herself. Very good. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the way. If you dare to play tricks on me, you will end badly. Su Feng asked clone to follow the woman to get gold coins, and asked clone to stare at the rest of the casino staff. In fact, he is a little nervous now. Because such a big thing happened here, people from Biatang might be coming soon. Time passed with each breath. Soon. The clone finally entered the treasury of Biatang Casino. It just so happened that the woman was in charge of the cashier of the casino funds, so she opened the heavy vault door easily. Crash. Through the vision of the avatar, Su Feng saw the light of coins in the warehouse. Boxes filled with gold coins and silver coins. Snapped. Su Feng's clone directly waved his hand, knocked the leading woman unconscious, and then quickly put all the coins into the storage space. Outside, the clone swung the long sword, eliminated all the remaining casino fighters, and used the one-click corpse search function to search for the loot. Surprisingly, all those rotten gamblers ran for their lives in a panic, and there were many gold coins on the gaming table that they did not take away. Su Feng was naturally unceremonious and accepted all these unowned coins with a smile. Do it all. He immediately took back the two clones and sent them to the forest outside the city to monitor the 1,000-member team. But seeing that the chasers of thousands of people had disbanded, many of them walked into the city dejectedly. But among the crowd, none of the warriors from Biotang could be seen. Brother, why did the warriors from Biotang go? Su Feng directly asked the clone to take off the bamboo hat, smeared mud on his face, mixed into the crowd, and caught a warrior to ask, "What?" It seems that their stronghold of Biotang has been raided, and the samurai have gone to investigate. The warrior who was questioned answered the question, and he had no doubts about Su Feng's avatar. Because the murderer was dead, and everyone escaped in a panic, it's completely normal to have mud on their faces. However, he didn't know that this time was the closest he was to that huge bounty. Ha ha! I found out that the stronghold was attacked so quickly. The corner of Su Feng's mouth twitched, showing a sneer. Come investigate me? As long as you dare to disperse the investigation, I will keep you dead for no reason, but... He didn't immediately send his avatar out to make troubles, because there were more important things to do. That is, store coins, system. Su Feng gave an order excitedly, deposit all coins into the balance. Ding! Storage is complete, the balance is 109,822 gold coins. TSK tisk. It's almost 11 gold coins, what an astronomical figure. Su Feng looked at the six-figure balance, and his eyes glistened with joy. System, quickly upgrade the one-key training function for me. Ding! Consume 10 gold coins, the one-click training function will be upgraded to level 6, and the current training speed is 128 times the basic training speed. For an instant, Su Feng felt that the spiritual energy was coming faster. In the cultivation base pool, golden fluorescent lights emerged one after another, quickly filling the cultivation base pool. At this speed, it will definitely not take more than 5 hours to break through from a high-level warrior to a peak warrior. And a samurai of the same level with top-rank qualifications, even if he practiced 24 hours a day, would take 4 to 5 years to complete the breakthrough. It can be seen from this that Su Feng's current cultivation speed is terrifying. Next, let me see if the prey of Biotang have dispersed. While enjoying the pleasure of rapidly accumulating cultivation points, Su Feng dispatched the avatars. In order to avoid the sudden appearance of the doppelganger, people from Biotang bumped into him. Su Feng always dispatched clones around the stronghold, and then secretly touched them. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that the people from Biotang seemed to have not arrived here, and the strongholds were still empty, full of corpses. Then just wait and see. Su Feng was not discouraged. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals either / phoneme, and sent his avatar to the 2 strongholds closest to the city, and then waited leisurely. At the same time, Wutong City, in the Zhou family's luxurious mansion. A powerful man with a head and a face sat on a chair, and the atmosphere in the hall was very dignified and tense. Patriarch Zhou. Our people investigated, you led people to leave from the north gate in the middle of the night, how do you explain it? In the hall, Luo Kai looked at Zhou Jiahao who was sitting above him, his red eyes were full of anger and resentment. This Zhou Jiahao was one of the people who had a feud with Luo Kai, and he was also a martial artist, so he should not be underestimated. After his stronghold was attacked, Luo Kai immediately brought Jiang Wu and Kai Deng to Zhou's house. Master Luo, I know that you are very angry when your stronghold is attacked, but please don't be aggressive. I did take people away before, but the purpose was to kill a third-tier low-level beast. Zhou Jiahao shook his head with a smile, and then said to the bushidi next to him, Go, bring up that beast's body and let Commander Jiang, Hall Master Luo, Kai Deng, and other guests have a look. Yes. The warriors of the Zhou family took the order, and soon asked someone to bring up the corpse of the beast. This is a steel-toothed jackal, the body is full of wounds, but it is very fresh, and even has some warmth. It can be seen that this ferocious beast has just been killed. Humph! What can a fierce beast explain? You alone and a few warriors can kill this beast. There are more than a few of you who went out, you must have sent more warriors to attack my stronghold. Luo Kai didn't buy it, he already had a feud with the Zhou family, so how could he easily believe what the Zhou family said? Master Luo. Zhou Jiahao explained, my Zhou family is going hunting, not desperately, of course we must bring enough crushing strength. No. I don't believe it. It's what you bastard did. Luo Kai cursed like crazy, but before he finished cursing, the messenger jade badge on his body suddenly moved. Have a clue. Luo Kai's expression changed, he shut his mouth bitterly, and took out the messenger jade token. Immediately, all eyes fell on Luo Kai. Wait until the evidence is conclusive, let's see how you argue. Luo Kai glared at Zhou Jiahao fiercely, then looked at the messenger jade tablet. However, the next moment, his face froze, his pupils shrank, and his whole body trembled, revealing a look of intense shock and anger. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling confused. Followed by a loud shout startled everyone, asshole. Will anyone step on me and treat me as a dog in the water? Luo Kai roared like an erupting volcano, almost jumping and scolding his mother. This is, so what? Jiang Wu frowned, and walked over to look at Luo Kai's messenger jade tablet. It turned out that the casino was robbed, all the staff were killed, and the murderer had fled. What? The Biatang casino was robbed. Which bastard is so courageous, dare to touch the Biatang casino? Jiang Wu's complexion changed drastically. One moment it was like a calm lake, but the next moment it was like a rolling tsunami. You know, he has a share in the casino of Biatang, and that share is not small. In Wutong City, there are respectable people, and they are well aware of this. No one has ever dared to make any big troubles in the Biatang casino. But now, the casino has been robbed, isn't this slapping him hard? What? The Biatang casino was robbed? Hiss, what kind of person has the guts to commit such a rampant thing? We must capture him, and then let him have a taste of 49 days of torture. Most of the warriors around have interests with Jiang Wu, including Zhou Jiahao. After all, Jiang Wu was the commander of the city guard army, a peak martial artist. At this time, seeing Jiang Wu's face was frustrated, they all stood up immediately, with one voice, condemning the murderer with the same hatred, cursing the murderer. Come on. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the city gate. I want to see who dares to be so arrogant and rob us. Jiang Wu gritted his teeth and gave orders to his confidants, then turned around and rushed towards Biatang Casino. Let's go. Luo Kai and Kai Deng, who were so angry, followed closely behind, and Zhou Jiahao and others also followed. Soon, a large group of people took to the street. Because the sky is getting brighter, there are quite a lot of passers-by. Look, there are so many great people. The leader is Master Jian Wu, a top martial artist, followed by Hall Master Luo, Master Zhou, and Family Master Lu. Look, Master Jian Wu and Hall Master Luo's faces are so stinky, what happened? You don't know? The gambling shop of Biatang was robbed by 2 people, and there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood inside. It's terrifying. TSK, Biatang just lost 300 people outside the city, and at this time the casino was robbed again. It's really raining overnight. That's right, but this time, Mr. Jiang Wu is in charge, and the murderer will definitely be caught soon. Of course, I don't know who would dare to do such a bold thing. Passers-by whispered to each other, discussing a lot, and occasionally showed a look of watching a big show in their eyes. Get out! If you don't get out, I'll kill you. Luo Kai listened to the discussions of the passers-by, and immediately revealed his murderous aura, shouting loudly. The passers-by around suddenly dispersed in panic. But when Luo Kai and others rushed to the outside of Biatang Casino, they found that more passers-by had already gathered here. They pointed at the casino and used what they knew as talk. The comments of these passers-by were like rubbing salt on Luo Kai's wounds, making his face livid with anger. Commander Jiang Wu is here, let's all disperse. Suddenly someone exclaimed, and the crowd immediately formed a road. Jiang Wu, Luo Kai and others walked into the casino with cold faces, and the strong smell of blood came over their faces. Master Jiang Wu, Lord Hall Master. A martial artist from Biatang greeted him tremblingly, and told the story in detail. Because there are many bad gamblers who have escaped from the casino, this information is easy to inquire about. Go away. Trash. After listening to the report of his subordinate warrior, Luo Kai slapped him away. His face was ugly as if he had eaten shit. All the funds reserved by the casino have been lost, more than 2 yuan. Jiang Wu squinted his eyes and shot an extremely dangerous light. Come here, immediately mobilize all the city guards, and search all the buildings in this city for me. Yes. The confidants who followed Jiang Wu immediately took orders, and quickly mobilized the city guards with Jiang Wu's token. Brother Luo, calm down. With Mr. Jiang Wu taking action, those two murderers won't be able to escape. Kai Dang looked at Luo Kai and comforted him. When we catch them, we will make them pay back 100-fold. Okay. Luo Kai nodded and sighed heavily. He felt that these 2 days were really the most unlucky days in his life, and he probably would never be so unlucky again in the future. However, at this time, my lord, something is wrong. The warehouse of our Biotang headquarters, all those rare natural materials and earthly treasures have been stolen. A warrior rushed over from the street in the distance, panting, almost foaming from exhaustion. This person was the warehouse goalkeeper who was knocked out by Su Feng. He woke up and found something was wrong, went to check the warehouse, and was scared out of his wits. The most valuable treasures in the world are all gone. Such a big matter must be reported to the hall master, but he ran away without the jade token. But when he yelled like this, all the melon passers-by present heard it. What the hell? The headquarters of Biotang has been stolen. Oh my god, who is targeting Biotang? It's so miserable. Look, Hallmaster Luo Kai is trembling. The passers-by were horrified, and the voice of discussion became louder and louder. And in the casino, Luo Kai looked at the warrior who rushed in to report the bad news, and was completely stupefied. The high-end goods stored in the warehouse had been accumulated by Biotang for many years. That is one of the most important assets of the entire Biotang, worth much more than the principal of the casino. However, at this time, those things were stolen. Puff. Luo Kai, who was already furious, couldn't help it again, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Luo, are you okay? Kai Dang was so frightened that he trembled all over, and immediately stepped forward to comfort him. He thought to himself that this is the first time, if this continues, Luo Kai will definitely become a martial artist who is pissed off. Luo Kai, how are you? Sit down and rest. Jiang Wu was also stunned, but Luo Kai was so angry that he vomited blood. I'm fine, brother Jiang. You must help me catch the murderer, I beg you, little brother. Luo Kai reached out and grabbed Jiang Wu's arm with a trembling hand, and his whole person seemed to be 10 years older all of a sudden. Do not worry. You don't need to say, I will also arrest all those daring lunatics, and then let you dispose of them. Jiang Wu took Luo Kai's hand and nodded solemnly. In fact, this was also the duty of his city guard exactly. Brother Luo, as soon as Master Jiang Wu steps out, I promise that none of the bastards who rob the casino and steal the headquarters will escape. Kai Dang comforted Luo Kai with worried eyes. Calm down, calm down. Snapped. Luo Kai grabbed Kai Dang's hand and said in a trembling voice, Stop saying get rid of your anger, I beg you, brother Kai. Okay. I won't say anything. Kai Dang's mood is really complicated. Luo Kai was really so angry that he couldn't hear calm down, and now he couldn't hear calm down phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either / phoneme. Fortunately, all this will pass soon. Jiang Wu has mobilized the city guards and started a citywide search with stricter requirements. The murderer will never escape. It's a pity that no one knows that the instigator of all this is not in the city at all. It's dawn. In the woods, Su Feng was wrapped in a quilt and lying in the canopy of a giant tree. The sparse light among the leaves shone on his face. It's already dawn, and the rabbit hasn't hit the tree yet. Never mind. I transferred from there with all my strength before, and it took more than 3 hours to reach the first stronghold. It's normal for them to come a bit later. I can just save up my cultivation base and skill points. While thinking, Su Feng ate a handful of bigu pills, and then continued to lie down and rest. A samurai also needs to rest. He has been tossing all day and night, and he has long wanted to sleep for a while. Time passed slowly. The city guards in Wutong City frantically searched, and all suspicious people were arrested. Outside Wutong City, Luo Yong and the others advanced rapidly, and they were bound to arrive at the nearest Biatang stronghold as soon as possible. Su Feng fell asleep soundly. I don't know how long it has been since Su Feng was woken up by a system prompt. Ding! The martial arts pool is full. Do you want to raise the proficiency of Zhan Feng Dao to the entry level? Oh, there is a good thing early in the morning. Give me a promotion immediately. Su Feng stretched, and then gave instructions to the system. Immediately. In the martial arts pool, all skill points disappeared and merged into Su Feng's body. Followed by. Su Feng felt that he had mastered a lot of skills in using phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals wind slash phoneme chopper, and had also formed a lot of muscle memory. It was as if he had pondered Zhanfeng Dao repeatedly and practiced it for a long time. This phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals wind slash phoneme chopper is indeed much more powerful than Xian Feng Sha. Even if it's an entry level, it's definitely more powerful than the perfect level of whirlwind. Su Feng took out the mid-level long knife satin snow blade from the storage space, swung it lightly, the light of the knife flickered, and a fallen leaf was instantly cut into 8 pieces. Moreover, Su Feng felt that the long knife was easier to use than the dagger, and the dagger was too short. By the way, I don't know how the cultivation base has been saved. Su Feng flipped his wrist, threw the satin snow blade into the storage space, and immediately observed the training pool. I saw the practice pool. The golden fluorescence has occupied more than half of it, and it will be full in about an hour or two. Hey. Wait a little longer and I'll be a peak warrior. I'm so happy. Su Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then opened the clone's vision. A certain Biatang stronghold emerged from the translucent panel, which was the one closest to Wutong City. Isn't it here yet? Then let's see what's going on in the city. Seeing that the people who came to investigate the base hadn't arrived yet, Su Feng sent the clone to the city. The chosen foothold is naturally a very remote, small, dark corner with few people. However, as soon as the avatar was dispatched, he heard a lot of chaotic footsteps around him. How could there be so many people in this kind of place? Su Feng raised his eyebrows and asked the clone to take a sneak peek, only to see a group of city guards with serious expressions. Search for me. The team leader snapped, anyone who dares to pretend will be arrested. A group of city guards immediately dispersed and began to search inch by inch. TSK. Search so carefully. It seems that I stole the money from the casino and made Luo angry again. By the way, Luo Kai must have known about the theft from the warehouse at the headquarters of Biatang. I don't know how he feels now. Su Feng took the avatar back, and his face was full of refreshment. Immediately, he began to continue to sit on the sidelines and accumulate cultivation points. Then, in a minute and a second, the cultivation pool was full. Ding! The cultivation pool is full. Do you want a breakthrough? Of course it's a breakthrough. Su Feng gave the order excitedly. Ding! Breakthrough! Accompanied by the sound of system prompts. All the golden fluorescence in the cultivation pool disappeared out of thin air and appeared in Su Feng's body. Part of it is integrated into the flesh and bones, and the other part is integrated into the aura of the Dantian. Su Feng's body was nourished and became stronger and tougher. And the aura cyclone in the Dantian also grew rapidly, and finally occupied the entire Dantian space. Su Feng's cultivation realm also officially broke through to the peak warrior realm at this moment. Breakthrough again, really cool. Su Feng felt the powerful strength and thick aura in his body, and immediately showed a bright smile. Immediately, he used the one-click insight function to look at his information. Name, Su Feng, qualification, excellent qualification, boundary level, peak warrior, attack level, peak warrior, defense level, peak warrior, agility level, peak warrior, endurance level, peak warrior, soul level, mortal soul cultivation major, Taishan Wushiju volume, spiritual level, minor training method, none, martial arts and skills, Zhanfeng Dao, intermediate level, entry level, Xianfeng kill, mortal level, small success, main equipment, satin snow blade. Intermediate, top grade, main function, 1 key cultivation function, level 6, 1 key martial arts training function, level 5, 1 key clone function, level 2, branch functions, unlimited storage space, proficiency in language and characters, fund deposit and withdrawal conversion, 1-click insight function, speed multiplication function, unlimited martial arts training function, twin martial arts training function, 1-click dispatch function, 1-click corpse search function TSK. It's only the third day of training, and I'm a peak warrior. And I have a full 9 branch functions. The system is too perverted. Looking at the more and more full information panel, Su Feng felt even happier. But Su Feng also saw some of his shortcomings. That is, the martial arts practiced are not enough and not strong enough, which is mediocre among martial artists of the same level. As a traverser with a system, he will be ridiculed if he can't hang and beat warriors of the same level. It seems that we have to find a way to improve the 1-key martial arts. By the way, we need to develop some more powerful exercises, the ones that can beat the same level. Su Feng silently made up his mind in his heart, and immediately called out the clone's vision again. Exactly at this time, a human voice came from the clone. Finally reached. Those maned monkeys living in groups are really difficult to deal with. They have dragged us for so long, otherwise they should have arrived by now. Come on, let's go into the stronghold to have a look. A group of people appeared in the vision of the avatar. It was the warriors of Biatang. It's finally here, and I didn't make me wait too long. Su Feng smiled coldly, his eyes swept over every warrior. The leader was Luo Yang, who was frightened by his guerrilla tactics and fled in a panic. Luo Yang was followed by more than 30 warriors of varying quality, which was almost all the warrior level strength of Biatang. Tisk. There are more than 30 warriors, they are awesome at Biatang. When Su Feng saw Luo Yang and his party, he immediately raised his eyebrows and asked the clone to retreat further away to hide. Although the two avatars are peak warriors, if they are surrounded by more than 30 people, they will also be unbeatable. After all, only Luo Yang is a senior peak warrior, and the other 2310 warriors are even more powerful together. The opponent has too many people. We can only wait for them to disperse. Su Feng pondered silently, planning to continue dormant. The other side. Luo Yang and others quickly entered the stronghold and saw corpses all over the place. The crowd dispersed and conducted a very careful investigation. Suddenly, there was an exclamation. Master Luo Yang! Come and see! A samurai squatting next to the corpse was horrified. The wound on this corpse looks familiar. What? I'll take a look. Luo Yang immediately walked over and examined it carefully. As a result, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. He recognized it, and the wound was caused by whirling front kill. Although the murderer used other weapons to kill, he still left clues. Whirlwind kill. Whirling front kill again. How is this possible? Anyone who can use whirlwind to kill is already dead. Luo Yang stood up suddenly, his face was full of unbelievable horror. The other warriors were also extremely shocked, looking at each other in blank dismay, speechless. Su Feng, who was secretly monitoring through the clone's vision, curled his lips, feeling a little helpless. The stronghold where Luo Yang and others are located is solved by clones. At that time, he was dealing with a second-level stronghold and failed to issue the most detailed orders in time. This caused the avatar to directly use the whirlwind kill, revealing its identity. But it doesn't matter, anyway, no matter whether his identity is exposed or not, Biatang will continue to hunt him down. Grown-ups. A senior samurai asked, could the dead murderer have accomplices, and they are more than one? That's how it should be. As early as when I led people to hunt down the murderer, their tricks of elusiveness and ghosts had already been revealed. The opponent is not one person, they are a group of people. Now that one is dead, there are other murderers. Luo Yang took a deep breath. He was now completely convinced of this idea. At the same time, a strong shocking emotion rose in his heart. Those mysterious murderers have mastered the whirlwind kill in just a day or two. It also means that those murderers are all geniuses with extremely high talent in martial arts. Who the hell are they? Why are you targeting my Biatang like this? Could it be because of Su Feng, an ordinary person? Luo Yong was startled, and immediately took out the messenger jade tablet, and reported the news to Luo Kai. In Wutong City, Luo Kai was eating with Kai Dang, Jiang Wu, and others. At this time, his mood has improved a little, and he can barely eat something. At the dinner table, you come and go, clinking glasses constantly, it's fun. Suddenly, Luo Kai noticed that there was a movement on his communication jade token. What did Luo Yong and the others find out? Luo Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the communication jade token. Seeing this scene, the people who were eating and drinking together at the dinner table stopped talking and looked over. Next moment. What? The murderer who killed the stronghold used the whirlwind kill. Luo Kai stood up abruptly, with an incomparably intense disbelief on his face. Whirling front kill. How can that be? After hearing Luo Kai's exclamation, Kai Deng couldn't help standing up, his face full of disbelief. 2. Is the whirlwind kill very powerful? Jiang Wu asked with a surprised face, why do you have such a big reaction? No, it's not that Shen Feng Sha is very powerful, it's just a mortal martial skill. Luo Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. This martial art was originally the exclusive martial art of Brother Kai, but it later fell into the hands of the murderer who was hunted down by me. After listening to Luo Kai's explanation, Jiang Wu and the others first widened their eyes, then opened their mouths wide, then narrowed their pupils, dumbfounded. That murderer was able to learn a martial art within a day. Not only that, but he has accomplices, and his accomplices can do this too. This is impossible. Such a terrifying talent has never appeared in Wutong City. How can there be 2 or more at once? The horrified Jiang Wu analyzed, is it possible that it is actually another person who approached the area of the Fourth Order beast? The real murderer is still alive. It seems to be very possible. The person who led me into the Fourth Order ferocious beast area is not the real murderer, but the murderer's accomplice. The real murderer is still alive, and even attacked my hunting base. Not only that, the slaughter of the casino in the city and the theft of the warehouse of the headquarters are probably also done by the same group. Luo Kai's face was stunned, and then endless resentment and pain erupted in his eyes. He thought that the murderer who died was still alive and well, and made him into a mess, which was a joke for everyone to see. This is simply a disgrace. Damn it, damn it. Luo Kai sat down on the chair trembling, a look of collapse appeared on his face. Brother Luo, don't be angry. Kai Deng twitched his lips and said, the more people there are, the easier it is to show their feet. Master Jiang Wu will catch them soon. Not bad. Luo Kai, I will help you catch the murderer. Jiang Wu walked to Luo Kai's side and patted his shoulder heavily, not only me, everyone will help you. After all, Luo Kai is the leader of a force, so he quickly recovered. Brother Jiang, there are many murderers, there may be outside the city as well as inside the city. He stood up, bowed to Jiang Wu, and said, little brother intends to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme people to search outside the city. It is good. You are in charge of the outside of the city, we are in charge of the inside. Jiang Wuzheng nodded, if you find traces of the murderer, tell me right away, and I will personally help you hunt and kill him. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Luo Kai nodded, and then walked directly towards the door with a terrifying hostility. Seeing this scene, Kai Deng immediately followed. Come outside. Brother Kai, I will immediately mobilize all the forces of Biatang to go to the stronghold. Please find Chen Wenwu and issue a reward order in my name together with him. Luo Kai took a deep breath and said, increase the bounty by another, gold coins, and recruit more people, the more the better. It is good. I'm going to do it. Kai Deng nodded, and immediately rushed to the Chen family. The two parted ways, and Luo Kai took out the messenger jade token to give orders to his subordinates, and organized all the personnel of Biatang again. Although the trace of the murderer is unknown now, it may be anywhere outside the city, and it is very difficult to search for it. But we can't wait for the murderer to show up, can we? Therefore, Luo Kai still chose the previous method, using a large number of people to spread a large net and hunt down the murderer. But this time, not only were there nearly 300 warriors, but there were also a total of 500 medicinal boys. Going to hunt down the murderer again. It is said that this time the murderer destroyed all the strongholds of Arbayatang. It's really scary. Fortunately, I was pulled out of the stronghold before, otherwise I wouldn't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme now. The murderer is really rampant and powerful, we have to be careful. Hopefully it won't be like the previous murderer, elusive and desperate. Hey, such a powerful opponent, once we ordinary people meet, we will die. One by one, the warriors and the herb-gathering boys entered the forest discussing, their faces were serious, obviously extremely nervous. This is the second-order spirit beast, the life-threatening lynx. Kai Deng immediately recognized the identity of the black cat, with a shocked expression on his face. Ha, you are a smart guy. This deadly lynx can track enemies by scent. Tianjing looked cold and arrogant, unless the enemy can completely block their own scent, they will never escape from my palm. Yes. With it, no matter how cunning the murderer is, he will be finished. Kai Deng's eyes lit up and he was very excited. He still didn't know whether Su Feng was alive or dead. As long as the murderer is caught, all mysteries can be solved. Let's go. Let's go find Hall Master Luo. Tianjing raised his chin and nodded arrogantly, there is no need to continue to recruit people here, just enough to chase and intercept. It is good. It's all at the command of the young city lord. Kai Deng and Chen Wenwu had no choice but to agree immediately. Immediately. The three of them rushed directly to the Bayatang stronghold with more than 200 people they had already recruited. In the forest. Su Feng has been monitoring Luo Yong and the others through his avatar. But after they inspected and reported the news, they disposed of the body and waited in place. Is this waiting for someone? Could it be that Luo Kai intends to repeat the old trick and hunt me down with the method of last night? The corner of Su Feng's mouth curled up, and a sneer appeared on his face. Now he is not the mid-level warrior when he was hunted down last time, but a peak warrior. Moreover, he also has two clones of the same level. If Luo Kai really dared to repeat the old tricks, Su Feng would definitely let them know what despair is. After learning that Luo Kai might launch the crowd tactics again, Su Feng immediately dispatched the clone to check the situation everywhere. Soon, he found a large group of people led by Luo Kai, a total of 800. Even the herb-gathering boy is dispatched, how much he wants to catch me. Moreover, these are all from Bayatang, those who did not accept the reward. The reward will definitely be released, and the person who accepts the reward will probably be behind. While Su Feng was thinking, he dispatched the clone to the hidden forest outside the city. As a result, as soon as the avatar appeared, a large group of Wu Yaya people left the city, and the city gate behind them suddenly closed. Su Feng, who saw this scene, was even more stunned. He visually estimated that there were at least 800 people in this group, plus more than 3,000 people from Bayatang. There were a total of people. 3,000 people came to chase me down. I'm so noisy, I'm so excited. Su Feng was a little nervous to use the one key insight function to check the strength of those people. Fortunately, all are warrior level, no warriors. But Su Feng discovered an interesting person, that is Tianjing. Tianjing, son of the city lord Tianjin. This guy actually came in to catch me. Su Feng narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were cold and bright. Anyone who comes to chase and kill him is an enemy. It is impossible for Su Feng to give up resistance and capture him just because the other party is the son of the city lord. Instead, he wants the other party to pay the price. Tianjing, right? It is said that Tianjin is old enough to have a son, so he loves you very much. Su Feng smiled coldly, if I catch you, I don't know how much your father is willing to pay to redeem your dog's life. Next, Su Feng sent his avatar to keep monitoring the other party from a distance. Luo Kaizai learned that Tianjing wanted to help, and came with Kai Deng and Chen Wenwu, so he took 800 people to wait in place. Soon, more than 3,000 people gathered together in the forest. Uncle Luo.
Tianjing came to Luo Kai with a smile on his face.
Master Tian. Luo Kai laughed. I didn't expect you to come out to help me, it's really great. Uncle Luo, you are so kind to me, how can I stand by and watch?
Tianjing took out the life-killing lynx and said with a smile, besides, with it, chasing several murderers is not easy?
Deaf lynx.
Ha! I was already mentally prepared to hunt down the murderer for a long time. It looks like the murderer won't be able to escape for long, and he will definitely be caught within today.
When Luo Kai saw the life-threatening lynx, he was even more excited than Kai Dang and Chen Wenwu.
Aha! Let's go to those strongholds to collect breath and chase down the murderer.
Tianjing nodded lightly, with a relaxed and happy expression, as if he could catch the murderer in the next moment. It is good. Quick, everyone, go forward.
Luo Kai laughed happily and directed 3,000 people to rush towards the nearest stronghold.
However,
no one knew that Su Feng's well-disguised avatar had already infiltrated the crowd offering rewards for warriors, and grasped all the information.
A second-order spirit beast that kills the lynx?
Able to chase targets through scent.
Su Feng understood the function with one click, saw through the ability of the black and thin kitten, and frowned slightly. With this killer lynx, his situation will become much more dangerous.
This places 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to the Biatang stronghold, move away first. After thinking about it for a while, Su Feng tidied up and quickly fled to a distance.
Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Su Feng walked through forests and ran far away.
And just when he found a hiding place again.
Ding! The martial arts pool is full. Do you want to raise the proficiency level of Zhan Feng knife to Xiaocheng level?
Ha!
The martial arts pool is full?
That's right, it's been 6 or 7 hours since the last time I improved my proficiency. Su Feng was pleasantly surprised, and then immediately gave an order, system, increase the proficiency of the phoneme alphabet equals IPA peach equals wind wine slash phoneme chopper.
The voice just fell.
All the skill points in the martial arts pool were integrated into Su Feng's body. In an instant, his control over the Zhanfeng Dao went up to a higher level, reaching the Xiaocheng level.
SHHHHH.
Su Feng couldn't help but took out the satin snow blade and waved it around. The fine howl of the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine slash phoneme made the hair stand on end.
With Xiaocheng level Zhanfeng Dao, I'm not the weakest among the peak warriors. Su Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then set his eyes on the cultivation pool.
At the same time as the skill points are being accumulated, the cultivation base is also being accumulated crazily. At this time, most of them have been filled up, and the breakthrough can be achieved in 2 or 3 hours.
TSK Tisk. It's cool to have a one-click training function. Before I know it, I'm going to break through to the level of a martial artist. Su Feng's eyes showed anticipation.
When he reached the level of martial artist, Luo Kai and others were even more like chickens and dogs.
At the same time,
Luo Kai, Tianjing Kai Dang and others led a total of 3,000 people and arrived at Luoyang's stronghold. Luoyang and other warriors were equally excited when they learned that Tianjing had taken the life-threatening lynx. They have confronted murderers and know how cunning they are, but with the killer lynx, everything is no longer a problem.
Followed by,
holding the life-threatening lynx in his arms, Tianjing began to collect breath in the stronghold.
After spending a little time getting rid of the aura of his own people, the life-threatening lynx finally found the strange aura left by Su Feng in the outpost of the stronghold wall. Humph!
When the murderer opened the door, he left a breath on the door, and after the murder, he left a breath in the narrow environment of the outpost, which has not dissipated for a long time. Tianjing showed a slight smile, and then threw the life-threatening lynx on the ground. Go, lock this breath, and chase the murderer.
Fizz!
The life-seeking lynx made a hissing sound like a poisonous snake, and then began to search around following the breath left by Su Feng's avatar.
Started looking?
Seeing the scene, Su Feng immediately made the clones and the crowd retreat quietly.
Inside the stronghold.
After a search, the life-threatening lynx immediately ran out of the stronghold, and then locked the position among the crowd.
That place is exactly where Su Feng's avatar stayed just now. If Su Feng hadn't made the clone retreat, he would have been discovered by now. Fizz. The life-seeking link showed excitement, and quickly chased after the place where Su Feng's avatar had just been. Its speed is very fast, and it has reached the limit of a second-order beast, which is equivalent to a peak warrior. Find the murderer. What, the murderer is among the crowd. Tianjing noticed the abnormal movement of the life-killing lynx, looked in the direction it was chasing, and was stunned. He has grown up so big, and he has never seen such an arrogant person. What? How dare the murderer sneak into our search team? Too bold, too rampant, I have never seen such an arrogant person. Luo Kai was also shocked. When he thought that his every move was being watched from behind by the enemy, he was shocked and angry. Nobody is allowed to move. Anyone who dares to escape is the murderer. Tianjing shouted, and chased the life-threatening lynx together with Luo Kai and others. But the killing lynx did not stay beside anyone, but rushed out of the formation of more than 3,000 people and continued to chase into the forest. He has escaped. Chasing quickly, he will surely die a horrible death today. Luo Kai's eyes showed resentment, and he was the first to chase after him. Tianjing and others also followed with more than 3,000 people. Soon, Luo Kai then caught up with the life-threatening lynx. However, the life-threatening lynx is still chasing forward. Although Luo Kai's speed was faster than that of the life-threatening lynx, in order to avoid chasing in the wrong direction, he temporarily followed behind. In his opinion, the previous murderer was a mid-level samurai, and the murderer in front of him must not be much stronger, and he could easily catch up. But he didn't just chase after him so dully, he immediately took out the summoning jade token and ordered the people behind to outflank the two wings, and the fastest one would take the shortest phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, which would definitely intercept the murderer. More than 3,000 people just moved like this. But this time, everyone was chasing him madly, without any rules, and they were in a mess. The higher the realm, the faster the speed, and ran to the front. The lower the realm, the slower the speed, and you will fall behind. This scene was surprisingly similar to the scene where they escaped from the third-order beast area last night. Ha ha! Finally scattered, my big knife is already hungry and thirsty. In a dense forest far away, Su Feng looked at the vision of the clone in front of him, with a cruel smile drawn on the corner of his mouth. Waited another moment. Wait for the opponent's large team to pull longer and more dispersed. Su Feng directly dispatched the other clone to chase after him. In the forest where thousands of people lived, warriors stepped on the forest one by one, kept moving forward, and gradually dispersed into small teams. Somewhere in a mountain stream, a dozen warriors were so tired that they were sweating profusely, and they gradually stopped. Stop chasing, stop chasing. The murderer ran too fast, we have no part at all. Yes, but we participated in this hunt, and each of us has 10 gold coins, which is a big profit. Haha, isn't it? After returning to the city, I must go to the kiln to have fun. The last warrior who spoke suddenly trembled, and his voice stopped abruptly. Followed by the rest of the people saw a line of blood appearing on his neck. The head with a frozen expression was tilted by the blood sprayed from the neck, and fell directly to the ground. He died. Someone sneak attack, someone sneak attack. Quick, send a message, there is a murderer sneaking up behind. Everyone present panicked, drew their weapons and prepared to fight. Some people took out the messenger jade token and prepared to send a message. However, the next moment, a black figure rushed out like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, and the sharp long knife in his hand dragged out a white horse, slashing across everyone's necks one after another. Whether it is a junior warrior or a peak warrior, it is all the same, there is no power to fight back. Just a few breaths. The 13 warriors didn't even have a chance to ask for help, so they all died. Next moment. Somewhere in the mountains, 7 or 8 warriors leaned against the tree panting, but they all had smiles on their faces, and they all believed that the murderer must die during the conversation. Suddenly, one after another knife light cut down, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground sounded one after another. Another moment. In some woods,
More than a dozen warriors moved forward quickly, with yearning and anticipation for the generous reward gold coins on their faces.
Suddenly,
a black shadow ahead blocked the way, and the long knife in his hand was covered with blood.
"Who are you?" someone asked out loud. But what answered them was Sin Lang's ruthless blade.
Swish swish. One by one, the warriors fell to the ground like tattered puppets, revealing the red cotton inside their bodies. Killing a warrior with the strength of a peak warrior is really an advantage.
Su Feng hooked his lips, used the one-click corpse search function to take away the loot, and sent the clone out again.
The scattered small teams of warriors were like groups of little monsters, and they were crazily killed by Su Feng with his avatar.
In a blink of an eye, hundreds of warriors who came to chase and kill Su Feng became dead souls under the knife.
Because there was too much movement and too many people died, someone finally discovered something was wrong behind.
"No one is chasing after me, what's going on?
It's such a strong smell of blood, there must be a lot of people who died behind it. No, the murderer is not only the one who escaped, but also the murderer is following behind and chasing after him.
Quick, report up quickly, we will evacuate immediately, and evacuate to the city."
One by one, the warriors who found something strange were terrified, like falling into an ice cave.
They don't know where the murderer is, or when the murderer will kill him, they only know that they may die at any time.
That suffocating sense of crisis made them extremely desperate. Everyone can only flee to the city, while praying that the samurai will come to support and kill the murderer.
However, they can't wait for the samurai to come to their aid.
Those warriors had already run far away. Even if they received the news and returned quickly, it was too late. Su Feng's avatar was like a god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of all the warriors.
On the other hand, Su Feng didn't even look at the herb-gathering boys, allowing them to survive.
In front of the 3,000-strong team. When Luo Kai and each of the warriors received the news that the rear was being raided, they suddenly felt like their chrysanthemums had been exploded, their eyes turned red immediately, and they were furious.
"Luo Yong, let all the warriors withdraw from the forest and go to the city. In addition, you immediately phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme my warriors from the 100 medicine hall to go back and hunt down that murderer." Gritting his teeth, Luo Kai took out the messenger jade tablet and gave Luo Yong an order. Immediately, Luo Yong took all the warriors of Biatang, turned around and killed them back at the fastest speed. After half an hour, they arrived at the rear of the team and saw piles of corpses, including those of Biatang warriors and warriors who had received reward orders. In a certain mountain stream, more than 20 people died, and the flowing blood dyed the mountain stream scarlet. "Damn! After I catch you, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Luo Yong's 7 orifices smoked, and he stomped on the stone under his feet. At this time, there was a scream in the distance, and he immediately led his men to chase after him. However, when they arrived, everyone was dead and the murderer had disappeared. "It's like this again. It's like this again." Luo Yong stared at the dead forest of corpses, and suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated last night. "The enemy is completely elusive, and you can't even see the corner of your clothes. Brother Yong, what shall we do?" a senior warrior asked nervously. "You ask me, who do I ask?" Although the opponent dare not confront us head-on, it means that he is definitely not a martial artist. Once he is surrounded by us, he will definitely die, but we just can't catch him. Luo Yong's face was distorted, and his whole body trembled slightly. He felt like he was going to be played badly. At this time, there were another burst of screams not far away. Obviously, some warriors are suffering again. "Brother, are we still chasing after?" Another senior warrior swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and asked. "Stop chasing. Protect our warriors and retreat first, the foundation of Biatang cannot be destroyed. Wait for the hall master to get rid of the murderer in front, and then use Tianjing's life-threatening links, this person will be doomed." Luo Yong gritted his teeth loudly, and then made the decision to retreat. They immediately began to summon the warriors from Biatang to escort them to the city. Soon, a large number of warriors followed the sound, gathered together, and rushed towards the city. However, these people are only a small part of the 3,000-person team.
In a team of 3,000 people, except for 500 medicinal boys and warriors, the rest are all warriors.
Su Feng doesn't have to worry about finding someone to kill.
And Su Feng's clone kept fleeing, and he could see the environment and scenes throughout the whole process, making it a place to be dispatched. Those who frantically pursue along the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route/phoneme are simply leaks waiting to be harvested.
Go, search for those human-shaped self-propelled wallets.
For those who came to chase and kill him, Su Feng was relentless, and sending out his clone would be a big kill.
Immediately.
Following the massacre at the end of the chasing and killing team, there was also a massacre in the middle of the large team. The warriors here are all high-level and peak warriors, but they still have no power to fight back, and instead contributed more money and wealth to Su Feng.
At the same time,
knowing this situation, Luo Kai and the others were about to explode with rage.
He sent Luo Yong, a peak warrior, for senior warriors and more than 20 junior and intermediate warriors back.
There are more than 30 warriors. With such a strong power, he couldn't deal with a villain who was secretly attacking him, and made him continue to kill many warriors.
What a shame. Trash, a bunch of trash.
Luo Kai cursed a few times, then directly passed the life-seeking links and chased forward. He wants to deal with the murderer in front of him as soon as possible, and then go back to slaughter that bastard who sneaked around and killed people.
Although there is no life-threatening links leading the way ahead.
But Luo Kai's own observation ability is also very strong. He chased after the trace left by Su Feng's avatar. The distance was getting closer and closer.
After a few minutes,
a black figure appeared in front of him. When Luo Kai saw that figure from behind, he was shocked.
That figure is exactly the same as the beast he chased into the Fourth Order beast area last time.
The only difference is that the person in front is faster and has reached the peak warrior level.
And just when Luo Kai was in a daze,
the black shadow in front of him turned and ran up the mountain. Of course, Luo Kai would not let go of the prey that was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme at hand, and went straight after him.
For a moment,
the two came to the top of the mountain one after the other.
On one side of the mountain was a vertical cliff.
It turned out that Su Feng actually directed the clone to the cliff where Ma Chang fell to his death.
Ha 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 ha.
There is a cliff ahead, let me see where you are going to escape. Seeing the murderer fell to death, Luo Kai suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was fooled for 3 whole days, he was robbed and stolen and lost nearly gold coins, and hundreds of warriors were slaughtered. At this point, the murderer has been caught. Luo Kai was already thinking about what to use for the first torture.
However,
at this moment, the murderer in black jumped off the cliff without saying a word.
What? Jump off? The ecstasy on Luo Kai's face froze immediately.
He quickly came to the edge of the cliff, but he saw the howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme below. The clouds and mist were lingering, and he couldn't even see the bottom of the cliff. Even if he falls off a cliff of this height, he will die unless he has a flying spirit weapon.
Damn! He didn't even let me catch him committing suicide.
Luo Kai only felt a tightness in his chest, and his face was full of resentment. Although it is also smashed to pieces, it is really cheap for you.
He cursed a few times.
He immediately took out the messenger jade token, sent a message to Kai Deng and the others, then turned around and rushed in the same direction. In their big team, there is still a guy who is elusive and elusive, killing wantonly.
What? The murderer committed suicide by jumping off a cliff?
I didn't see his true face when he died, so I'm so frustrated. Kai Deng, Tianjing, and Chen Wenwu all changed directions after receiving Luo Kai's message.
Hallmaster Luo said that the murderer committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. Then won't we get the generous bounty? Hallmaster Luo is chasing ahead. Do you really think you have a chance?
That's right, there's another murderer waiting for us, let's go, hunt him down. The other warriors who held the bounty also regretted for a while, and then they all turned around and chased after them. Unfortunately, except for Su Feng, no one in the world knows that the murderer who jumped off the cliff is not dead at all.
Because he was taken into the avatar pool by Su Feng. In the deep forest. Su Feng looked at the clone in the clone pool, with a smile on his face. In the eyes of Luo Kai and others, this avatar is already dead. As long as the Death Lynx starts chasing another clone, this clone can be dispatched to start another killing. Because although the killing lynx has abnormal pursuit ability, it can only chase one target at a time. Look around. Su Feng's eyes moved from the avatar pool to the cultivation base pool. During the time when Luo Kai and the others were lured to chase and kill, the golden fluorescence rose again, and it will break through again soon. Wait until I break through the martial artist realm. This Luo Kai will definitely be killed by me as a bare-bones commander. Su Feng sneered, and immediately looked into the field of view of clone. Because Luo Kai and the others are still on their way back to chase and kill them, this avatar is still killing them. Everywhere, mountain streams, woods, bamboo forests, and bushes have become hunting grounds. Every warrior, no matter what level they are, all become clone ghosts. From the beginning to now, this avatar has killed more than 600 warriors. The loot found with the one-click corpse search function is worth more than 3 gold coins alone. In addition, there are a large number of weapons, elixir, mortal martial arts, and low-level natural materials and earth treasures. If they are taken to Jintao Building, they can be exchanged for a sum of money. But the big manhunt in the city is still going on now. Su Feng doesn't plan to send clones to sell the stolen goods now. Kill it, kill it. Kill these people, and I will definitely get more than gold coins. There was an imperceptible smile on the corner of Su Feng's mouth. At that time, the system functions will be upgraded again. Time flies. After half an hour, Luo Kai exhausted all his strength and finally arrived at the place where the clone slaughtered wantonly. Because the first murderer had already committed suicide by jumping off a cliff, Luo Yon and others also placed the warriors on the edge of the forest, and returned one after another to participate in the arrest of the last murderer. In the forest. You bastard, you killed nearly, disciples of Biatang. Luo Kai was standing in a forest covered with corpses. He was already so depressed that he became even more furious. The veins on his forehead jumped like they were going to burst. There were only 100 warriors left in his 100 medicine hall, but now he was killed and only more than, people remained. From last night to the present, nearly, disciples of Biatang died under the knife of the murderer. It can be said that most of the foundation of Biatang has been destroyed. After I catch you, I will make you suffer all kinds of humiliation. Luo Kai gritted his teeth and drank a low sentence, then suppressed his mood and began to observe the surrounding environment. At this time, there were bursts of screams in the distance, and the murderer killed again. Dare to kill people under my nose, what arrogance! Luo Kai squinted his eyes, and quickly lurked towards the place where the sound came from. However, by the time he arrived, the murderer had already killed and left, leaving only corpses on the ground. This person's agility cannot be underestimated. It's probably the same as the person who was chased into the Fourth Order Beast area before, and he has some secret method of speed. Luo Kai looked around and didn't continue to investigate. Instead, he took out the messenger jade token and sent a message to Tianjing and the others, asking them to gather. After sending the message, he sat down on the spot and began to adjust his breath. The pursuit that lasted for more than an hour had exhausted his spiritual power a bit. But Luo Kai firmly believed that the murderer's continuous killing must have consumed more than him. That's the truth. Su Feng's 2 avatars are doing their best, and the spiritual energy in their bodies has long been unable to make ends meet, and only 1 or 2 of them are left. Therefore, after guessing that Luo Kai and others returned, he immediately took the clone back and took out a lot of pills and let the clone swallow desperately. More than 10 or 20 minutes passed. Tianjing and the others finally joined Luo Kai. This time, all the warriors were ordered to go to the edge of the forest to stand by, and only Luo Kai and the warriors in their early were left to directly participate in the pursuit. How about it? Have you collected the breath of the murderer? In the woods, Luo Kai looked at Tianjing solemnly. Uncle Luo, don't worry, we will find you soon. This murderer killed wantonly and ran away in a panic. He had no time to cover up his breath.
Holding the life-threatening links in his arms, Tianjing continuously collected and eliminated various auras. Just as Luo Kai was waiting a little impatiently, Tianjing finally smiled, but saw the life-killing links in his hand looking in another direction and making a hissing sound. Tianjing put it on the ground, and the life-threatening links rushed forward at high speed, found it. Great, chase after me. Luo Kai's face showed ecstasy. In his opinion, if the murderer was locked by the life-killing links, he would definitely die. Next. Headed by Luo Kai. More than 200 warriors followed the life-threatening links to hunt down the murderer. The momentum was so great that it was enough to scare the shit out of every second-level beast. However, as time passed, the excited mood of Luo Kai and others gradually became gloomy. Because the killing lynx just couldn't find the murderer. If the killing lynx has been chasing in a certain direction, it can be determined that the murderer is running away. But now, the life-seeking lynx has been wandering around in the forest, searching everywhere, so that Luo Mao is almost dizzy. Uncle Luo, don't worry. When the killing lynx searches all the places where the murderer stayed in the woods, he will definitely find the direction where the murderer escaped. Tianjing smiled and comforted the anxious Luo Kai. He was very confident in his life-threatening lynx. It is good. Luo Kai thought about it too, and continued to follow the life-threatening lynx according to the impatience in his heart. Another half hour passed. The forest far away. The other party probably has already searched the entire area. Su Feng looked at the two avatars that had recovered a lot, and curled his mouth. It's time to dispatch the avatars, otherwise it would be terrible if the life-threatening lynx found the aura I left behind. When thoughts flow. Su Feng directly sent the clone out, and then sneaked into the battlefield where there were killing everywhere. The other side. The killing lynx has almost searched the surrounding woods, but still hasn't found the murderer. Luo Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his breathing was short of breath, he kept clenching his teeth and letting go. Tianjing was also full of doubts. He used to track with the death-killing lynx, and he could quickly find the exact direction to chase. But now, no one has been found. Could it be that the murderer is luring us around? Kai Dang frowned and said, the speed of the murderer is faster than that of the lynx. If this continues, we will never catch the murderer. That's how it should be. Luo Yong, take a few people to protect young Master Tian, and follow the life-threatening lynx to continue the pursuit. The rest of the warriors are dispersed. If you encounter a murderer, you don't need to fight. You only need to report the letter. The reward is, gold coins. Luo Kai listened to Kai Deng's words, nodded in agreement, and then directly issued an order. Yes. Luo Yong immediately found two high-ranking warriors to protect Tianjing and chase them out together. The rest of the warriors, no matter whether they were from Biotang or passers-by warriors who received the reward order, showed greed and scattered around. Although the murderer is very dangerous, after they meet, they only need to report a letter to get 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins, a peak warrior can only save most of his life. Such a good thing, a fool would not do it. At the same time, Su Feng's clone shuttled carefully through the woods, getting closer and closer to the scattered pursuers. So far, this avatar has left enough aura to lure the life-threatening lynx. But just when Su Feng was going to let the clone retreat and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme the pursuers deep into the forest, there was a rustling sound. Looking around, not far away, a middle-level warrior was searching around with his eyes shining, as if he was picking up money on the ground. A lone warrior. Su Feng raised his eyebrows, sneered, and gave instructions to the clone, kill him. Yes. The avatar took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme, lurking nearby with a long knife in his hand, and then killed him fiercely with a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme chopping knife. Who? The expression of the middle-level samurai changed, and he felt bad. However, his eyes were full of sharp knife light, and the next moment he felt severe pain all over his body, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. The one-click corpse search function is activated. Su Feng searched the loot unceremoniously, and got, gold coins and some sundries. It looks like the pursuers are scattered. And I haven't seen warriors for so long, they should only dispatch warriors this time. That's right, the massacres before have proved that those warriors are just a burden. A thoughtful light flashed in Su Feng's eyes, and then he decided to kill a few more warriors before the opponent reacted. At the same time, he also sent Clone to the edge of the forest to see if the warriors had retreated into the city.
The results of the investigation made Su Feng's eyes shine.
I saw more than 200 people stationed on the plain outside the city, including 600 medicinal boys and more than warriors. Their faces were full of lingering fear, obviously frightened by the crazy murderer.
TSK. A flock of lambs.
Su Feng narrowed his eyes.
In his eyes, those warriors were just a human-shaped wallet.
Once all of them are killed, the gold coins obtained will definitely exceed and the total balance will reach by then.